The Women Who Never Came Home. The Vanishing Triangle and Ireland's Unsolved Disappearances. Written by Alana Sanchez. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Author's note. This book concerns women who disappeared in Ireland and were never returned to their families. Some of their cases are formally investigated as murders. Others remain classified as missing person investigations, despite the passage of decades and the belief of relatives that the women did not leave voluntarily. Several investigations remain active, and new searches, arrests, appeals, or forensic developments may occur after publication. The information in this edition is current to July 26, 2026. The term vanishing triangle is used because it has become widely associated with a group of disappearances occurring primarily in Eastern Ireland during the 1990s. It is a media and cultural label, not a judicial finding or proof that the women were victims of the same offender. An Garda Síochána established Operation Trace to examine whether evidence within several separate investigations revealed a common link. The cases remained individual investigations. No court has established that one person was responsible for all, or any particular combination, of the disappearances discussed in this book. The women have therefore not been presented as entries in a single proven series. Their circumstances differed. Some disappeared while traveling. Others vanished from, or close to, their homes. Some may have encountered strangers. In other cases, investigators and families have focused upon people already known to the missing woman. The absence of recovered remains has limited the forensic evidence available and allowed competing theories to continue for decades. Where facts are disputed, the distinction is stated. A confirmed sighting is not treated as equivalent to a sighting reported after a public appeal. An arrest is not treated as proof of guilt. A person questioned, investigated, or released without charge is not described as responsible for a disappearance. Family beliefs, media reports and statements by retired investigators are identified as such rather than presented as court findings. Several living and deceased people have been publicly connected with these cases through arrests, investigation, speculation, or media reporting. Inclusion of a person's name does not imply guilt unless a conviction is expressly stated. No person has been convicted of murdering Annie McCarrick, Eva Brennan, Imelda Keenan, Jojo Dullard, Fiona Pender, Sierra Breen, Fiona Sinnott, or Deirdre Jacob. Scenes have been reconstructed from official timelines, contemporary reporting, later investigative accounts and statements made publicly by relatives or police. No dialogue has been invented. No thought or emotion has been attributed to a missing woman unless it was recorded in a reliable source or communicated by someone with direct knowledge. Atmospheric description has been used only where it can be supported by location, time, and known circumstances. Where the evidence ends, the narrative stops. This approach leaves unavoidable gaps. In many of the cases, the final confirmed moment is followed by nothing that can be reconstructed honestly. No responsible account can enter the unidentified vehicle, follow the woman to an undiscovered location, or describe a killing for which the method, scene, and offender remain unknown. Those absences are not narrative problems to be repaired through speculation. They are the central reality of the cases. The principal factual foundation is made up of official Garda missing person records, press releases, crime call appeals, parliamentary material, public policy documents, and reporting by established Irish news organizations. Later accounts have been compared with official chronologies, wherever possible. Official sources are not infallible. Public Garda records sometimes differ on details such as height, clothing, dates, or the status of a sighting. Newspaper accounts can repeat earlier errors. Family recollections may differ from investigative summaries, particularly after many years. Where reliable sources conflict, the conflict has been acknowledged or the uncertain detail omitted. This book does not claim to solve the disappearances. It does not identify a hidden serial offender or present one theory as the answer to every case. It examines the evidence that has entered the public record, the theories that developed around it, and the consequences of decades without recovery, prosecution, or burial. The focus remains upon the women. True crime frequently allows suspected offenders to occupy more space than those whose lives were taken. The men become complicated and psychologically examined, while the women are reduced to their final clothing, last sighting, or relationship with the person suspected of harming them. That imbalance has been resisted here. The women existed before the timelines began. They were daughters, sisters, mothers, students, workers, and friends. They bought groceries, prepared meals, planned birthdays, made telephone calls, studied, traveled, and expected to return home. Their ordinary actions became evidence only because no later actions could be established. The book also recognizes the profound labor performed by their families. Relatives have maintained public attention, corrected misinformation, attended searches, provided DNA, spoken repeatedly about the most painful events of their lives, and continued appealing to people who may have withheld information. Some parents and siblings died without learning what happened. Others inherited responsibility for a search begun when they were children, or before they were born. No book can reproduce that experience fully, nor can it offer the closure so often promised by true crime. Recovery, truth, and prosecution may provide answers, but they cannot restore the decades removed from a family or the futures denied to the missing women. The language used throughout reflects that reality. Where a woman remains officially missing, she is described as missing. Where Gardaí have reclassified an investigation as murder, that status is recorded. The term presumed dead is not used as a substitute for an official finding merely because many years have passed. The decision to include the women outside the recognized vanishing triangle was deliberate. The famous label helped preserve national attention for several cases. It also risked suggesting that unresolved disappearances belonged to one period, region, or offender. Women disappeared before the supposed triangle emerged and after its recognized period had ended. Some received sustained national attention. Others survived in public memory largely because relatives continued speaking. The amount of coverage given to a case is not a measure of the woman's value. Readers who possess information relating to any investigation discussed in this book should contact Garda Síochána directly. Information that appears incomplete, old, or insignificant may matter when placed beside evidence unavailable to the public. The responsibility for deciding its value belongs to investigators. The responsibility of this book is different. It is to distinguish fact from theory, to refuse easy conclusions, to preserve the women's individuality, and to remember that behind every unresolved chronology is a person who is expected home. Prologue. The phone box at Moon. At 10 o'clock on the night of Thursday, November 9th, 1995, Jojo Dullard boarded a bus out of Dublin. It was not the bus she had intended to catch. Her journey home should have been straightforward. Dublin to Callan, County Kilkenny. A seat on a bus, a familiar road south, and an arrival late that evening. Instead, the last direct service had gone without her. Jojo was 21 years old. She had spent part of the evening with friends at Bruxelles, a pub on Harry Street, just off Grafton Street. When she reached the point at which the night was meant to turn towards home, she discovered that she had missed the final bus. There were no transport apps to consult, no mobile telephone in her pocket, no way to send a message from wherever she happened to be standing. Traveling late at night required decisions to be made with whatever information was immediately available. Jojo made one. She boarded a bus to Nos. It would carry her part of the way. From there, she intended to hitchhike the remaining distance to Callan. There was nothing especially remarkable about hitchhiking in Ireland in 1995. It was a practical solution to limited public transport, used by students, workers, and young people trying to reach towns beyond the final bus route. Standing at the roadside and accepting a lift from a stranger involved uncertainty, but it was a familiar kind of uncertainty. That night, Jojo found her first lift after leaving the bus in Nos. The driver took her south to the motorway slip road at Kilcullen. She was closer to home, but the journey was far from finished. At approximately 11:15 p.m., another vehicle stopped. The second lift brought her to Moon, a village in South County Kildare. It was another step in the right direction. Callan remained beyond Castledermot and Carlow, on roads Jojo still needed to travel. She was carrying a Sanyo stereo cassette player. The model, MGP21, would become one of the objects Gardaí asked the public to remember. Had anyone seen it after that night? Had someone received such a cassette player from a person who could not explain where it had come from? At the time, it was simply one of Jojo's possessions. In Moon, she found a public telephone box. At 11:37 p.m., she called her friend Mary Cullinan. The telephone box represented more than a way to speak to someone. It marked Jojo's position at a precise moment. Before the call, her journey had been pieced together through buses, roads, and the people who had given her lifts. At 11:37, there was certainty. Jojo was in Moon. She was alive. She was trying to get home. During the call, a car stopped for her. Jojo told Mary that she was going to take the lift. The conversation ended. No confirmed account has ever established what happened inside that vehicle, who was driving it, or where it went after leaving Moon. JoJo did not arrive in Callan. She did not telephone again. She was not heard from the following morning. Her sister Kathleen reported her missing on Friday, November 10th, and a missing person investigation began. By then, the most reliable trail ended at the phone box. There would be reported sightings. A woman resembling JoJo was said to have been seen leaning into the rear door of a dark-colored car, believed to be similar to a Toyota Carina. Other accounts placed a woman like her in Castledermot around midnight. The vehicle and its occupants were never identified. Each sighting carried the possibility that JoJo had continued south after leaving Moon. Each also introduced another uncertainty. A person glimpsed briefly at night could resemble someone without being that person. A remembered vehicle could be described imperfectly. A time could be estimated rather than known. The telephone call was different. It had happened at 11:37 p.m. JoJo had spoken to someone who knew her. A car had stopped. She had said she would accept the lift. Then she had vanished. There was no mobile telephone to reveal which tower her signal reached next. There was no navigation history, location sharing, or digital trail recording the road taken by the vehicle. There were no text messages sent after the call, and no bank transactions placing her in another town. The driver did not come forward and provide the missing portion of the journey. No passenger admitted being inside the vehicle. No one produced JoJo's cassette player. No remains were found. For years, her disappearance remained formally what it had been from the beginning, a missing person case. The photographs used in appeals preserved her at 21. Dark hair falling to her shoulders. A medium build. A young face looking directly towards the camera. Outside those photographs, time continued. Roads were widened and altered. Mobile telephones became ordinary. Public phone boxes disappeared from Irish villages. Cars were sold, scrapped, or passed between owners. People moved house. Memories that had once seemed clear became vulnerable to doubt. JoJo's family continued to ask for information. She was the youngest of 5 children. Her father, John, had died before she was born. Her mother, Nora, died from cancer in 1983. JoJo's disappearance left her sisters Mary, Nora, and Kathleen, and her brother Thomas, searching for answers that could not be recovered from a telephone call alone. The final known interaction lasted long enough to establish that JoJo had found another lift. It did not establish who had stopped for her. That distinction became the center of the case. 25 years after JoJo disappeared, and Gardai Khanna changed the classification of the investigation. Gardai stated that they were satisfied serious harm had come to her on or about the night of November 9, 1995. The search for a missing woman became a murder investigation. The change acknowledged what her family had long feared. JoJo had not simply chosen another life. She had not remained voluntarily beyond the reach of everyone who knew her. According to the investigators reviewing the evidence, someone had caused her serious harm. Whoever was responsible had remained beyond justice. By the 30th anniversary of her disappearance, the investigation had generated nearly 800 recommendations. Old information had been reconsidered. New lines of inquiry had been created. Gardai again appealed to anyone who had seen JoJo after 11:37 p.m., anyone who had hitchhiked around Moon at the time, and anyone who had given a lift to a hitchhiker in the area. They also appealed to people who had spoken previously, but had withheld part of what they knew. 30 years is long enough for loyalties to change. It is long enough for relationships to end, for friendships to fracture, and for fear to lose some of its power. It is long enough for a person who once remained silent to reconsider the cost of that silence. It is also long enough for witnesses to die. The passage of time did not reduce the significance of the missing minutes after the call. It increased it. Every unanswered question returned to the same roadside village, the same telephone box, and the vehicle that stopped while JoJo was speaking to her friend. She had traveled from Dublin to Nos. From Nos, she had reached Kilcullen. From Kilcullen, she had reached Moon. She had completed most of the difficult journey using public transport and the help of strangers. Home was still some distance away, but she was moving towards it. Then a final driver stopped. The identity of that person remains unknown. JoJo Dullard was not the first woman to disappear in Ireland during those years. She would not be the last. Some vanished from city streets. Some disappeared from homes, leaving clothing and possessions behind. One was almost within sight of her own front door. Several were young women making ordinary journeys through places they knew. Their disappearances occurred separately. They involved different circumstances, different families, and different investigations. No court has established that one offender connected them. But as the years passed and the women remained missing, their names began to be spoken together. Annie, Eva, Imelda, Jojo, Fiona, Sierra, Fiona, Deirdre. A map was drawn around their absence. It covered roads, towns and counties across Ireland's East and Midlands. The boundaries were never official, and the theory behind them was never proved. The name endured nevertheless. The Vanishing Triangle. At its center were not lines on a map, nor the men who would later attract suspicion. There were women who had been living ordinary lives until, one by one, the evidence of those lives abruptly stopped. For Jojo Dullard, it stopped at 11:37 p.m. A car was waiting. The call ended. She never came home. Chapter 1. Annie. The groceries were still in their bags. They had been carried home from Quinsworth on Sandymount Road and placed inside the apartment at St. Catherine's Court. The receipt showed that they had been purchased at 11:02 on the morning of Friday, March 26, 1993. They had not been put away. There were plans for the following evening. Annie McCarrick had invited friends to dinner on Saturday. Her mother was also preparing to travel from New York to Ireland in a matter of days. Nothing in the apartment suggested that Annie intended to disappear. Her belongings remained there. So did the ordinary evidence of a life interrupted between one task and the next. Food waiting to be stored, arrangements waiting to be kept, work shifts waiting to be completed. The groceries were the last confirmed trace of her activity. Everything that followed depended upon memory. Annie McCarrick had chosen Ireland. She had first traveled there to study and had returned to build a life in Dublin. By March 1993, she was living with two flatmates in Sandymount, a coastal suburb southeast of the city centre. Sandymount was not a remote place. Its village centre had shops, banks, cafes and regular public transport. Rows of houses stretched towards Dublin Bay. The city was close enough to reach by bus, yet the neighbourhood maintained the contained familiarity of a smaller community. Annie worked in Dublin and had formed a circle of friends. She spoke with an Irish-American accent, subtle enough to reflect the years she had already spent moving between two countries. She was tall, with brown hair, and was believed to have been carrying a large brown leather bag on the day she disappeared. On the Friday morning, Annie spoke with both of her flatmates before they left for the weekend. At some point afterwards, she went out to buy groceries. The transaction at Quinsworth was recorded on the receipt later found among the shopping bags. Investigators eventually treated it as Annie's last confirmed activity. That did not mean it was the last time anyone saw her. It meant it was the last event that could be established without relying upon a witness identifying her after the fact. That distinction would shape the entire investigation. Annie had spoken about possibly taking a walk. The foothills south of Dublin offered an escape from the city without requiring a long journey. Enniskerry lay beyond the southern suburbs, close to the Wicklow Mountains. Glencullen was further west, a rural area reached by narrow roads rising towards the mountains. Annie knew the region and enjoyed walking. Later accounts would place her on a bus traveling towards Enniskerry. Another would place her at a cafe. The most influential sighting would place her at Johnny Fox's pub in Glencullen that evening. For years, those sightings created the accepted outline of Annie's final day. She had shopped in Sandymount in the morning. She had returned to the apartment. She had later traveled south by bus. She had reached Enniskerry. She had continued towards Glencullen. She had entered Johnny Fox's pub. Then she had disappeared somewhere in the Dublin or Wicklow Mountains. It was a coherent route. Coherence was not proof. The first difficulty lay in the groceries. They had reached the apartment, but they remained unpacked. Annie may have intended to put them away later. She may have been distracted. She may have returned only briefly before going out again. Or something may have happened before she completed the ordinary task. No verified record established exactly when Annie left the apartment for the final time. No confirmed ticket, transaction, or other physical evidence placed her on the journey south. The remainder of the route was assembled from sightings. Sightings can give an investigation direction. They can also draw it away from the truth. The number 44 bus ran from Dublin towards Enniskerry. A woman matching Annie's description was reportedly seen aboard it during the afternoon. The account placed her outside Sandymount and supported the belief that she had gone walking, as she had apparently discussed doing earlier that day. If the woman was Annie, she had traveled towards the edge of the city and the beginning of the countryside. If it was not Annie, the investigation had acquired a false destination. The difference could not be resolved by checking a mobile telephone. Annie did not carry one. There was no electronic travel card recording where she boarded. There was no location history tracking her movement between suburbs. CCTV was far less widespread than it would become. Even where cameras existed, the images were often poor and recordings were not necessarily preserved for long. The investigation relied upon what people remembered seeing. A tall young woman with brown hair, an American accent, a passenger on a bus, a woman in a village, someone walking alone. Descriptions that appeared precise in isolation became less certain when applied across a city. Annie's photograph began appearing in newspapers and on television. Once the public knew her face, people reconsidered encounters from the previous Friday. Some believed they had seen her. Each account had to be weighed against the possibility of mistake, suggestion, and time. Enniskerry sat at the point where suburban Dublin gave way to the Wicklow landscape. The village was a plausible destination for Annie. From there, walking routes led towards wooded estates, mountain roads, and isolated stretches of countryside. A reported sighting placed her in the village during the afternoon. Another account would later describe a woman believed to be Annie in the company of a man. The identities of witnesses, the times they recalled, and the certainty of their recollections varied across the public record. Some descriptions emerged only after Annie's disappearance became widely known. There was no photograph proving she had reached Enniskerry. There was no receipt. No item belonging to her was recovered there. No driver or passenger produced evidence that conclusively placed her on the journey. Yet the reported sightings appeared to connect with one another. A woman like Annie was seen on the bus. A woman like Annie was seen in Enniskerry. Later, a woman like Annie was reportedly seen at a pub further into the mountains. The route became more than a theory. It became the geography of the search. Johnny Fox's stood in Glencullen, several kilometers from Enniskerry. The pub was well known for traditional Irish music and dancing. It attracted tourists as well as local patrons, making the presence of an American woman unremarkable. A witness believed Annie had been there on the night of March 26th. The account was vivid enough to influence the investigation. The woman was reportedly accompanied by a man. The sighting placed Annie alive that evening and provided what appeared to be the final scene before her disappearance. A likeness of a man reportedly seen with her was later circulated. But no man was conclusively identified as Annie's companion. No one established how she had traveled from Enniskerry to Glencullen. No one reliably described her leaving the pub. No physical evidence belonging to Annie was found there. The sighting created an investigative paradox. The more seriously it was treated, the further the search moved from the last event that could actually be proven. That last event remained the grocery purchase in Sandymount. At 11:02 in the morning, Saturday came. Annie did not arrive for work. Her friends went to the apartment for the dinner she had planned. She was not there. The groceries remained unpacked. At first, her absence did not necessarily mean that a crime had occurred. Adults change plans. They stay with friends. They miss work. They leave messages that are overlooked or misunderstood. Annie's circumstances made those explanations less convincing as the hours passed. Her mother was due to arrive from the United States. Annie had known the visit was approaching. She had made social arrangements. She had not collected wages she was reportedly expecting. She had not contacted the people who would ordinarily have heard from her. On Sunday evening, a friend went to the apartment and spoke with Annie's flatmates. By then, she had missed further work. The question was no longer whether Annie had altered her plans for a few hours. It was where she had gone, and why no one could reach her. Annie's disappearance was reported to Gardaí. Her parents traveled to Ireland. The journey should have been a visit with their daughter. Instead, John and Nancy McCarrick arrived in a country already searching for her. The first days of a missing person investigation are consumed by possibilities. Hospitals must be checked. Friends and acquaintances must be contacted. Transport routes must be traced. Witnesses must be found before memories change or disappear. There was no obvious crime scene in Annie's case. Her apartment contained the abandoned groceries, but no publicly established evidence of a violent encounter. She had not left behind a note explaining an intended absence. No confirmed accident accounted for her disappearance. If the reported sightings were correct, the search area extended from Sandymount through South Dublin and into the mountains. Volunteers joined searches in the Dublin and Wicklow uplands. Roads, paths, and open ground were examined. Mountain rescue personnel assisted. Annie's father participated while appealing publicly for information. For her parents, the search existed between two possibilities. Their daughter might be alive and unable to contact them, or the landscape being searched might contain her body. The distinction could not be spoken away. Each day without contact made the first possibility more difficult to sustain. Still, without evidence of death, hope could not be abandoned. Annie's image circulated across Ireland. She was described as 5 feet 8 inches tall, with brown hair and an accent that reflected both Ireland and America. The brown leather bag she may have carried became part of the appeal. Anyone who had seen her was asked to come forward. The response generated information, but not resolution. No confirmed witness described Annie returning home after the grocery purchase. No remains were recovered from the mountains. No person was charged with harming her. The reported movements towards Enniskerry and Glencullen remained central to public understanding of the case. They offered a final route, and a final route was better than an empty space on a timeline. But a route based upon uncertain sightings could not reveal where Annie had truly gone. It could only direct attention towards where witnesses believed they had seen her. The case endured. Anniversary appeals returned her face to newspapers and television screens. The clothing changed around those speaking about her. Hairstyles changed. Recording technology improved. The photograph of Annie remained the same. Her parents aged. Searches and reviews produced theories. Some focused on the unidentified man allegedly seen with her. Others questioned whether Annie had ever traveled to the mountains at all. A missing person investigation develops its own history. Earlier conclusions influence later inquiries. Witnesses are interviewed again through the lens of what investigators already believe. Public theories become so familiar that they begin to resemble established fact. The passage of time creates opportunities as well. Relationships end. People who once felt loyalty towards a suspect may no longer feel it. A witness frightened in youth may speak differently in middle age. Investigators can compare statements using methods unavailable to the original team. The evidence does not necessarily improve with age. Memories do not become clearer because a case remains unsolved. Physical locations change. Vehicles disappear. Records are destroyed under ordinary retention policies. People die carrying information that was never shared. For Annie's family, each review offered the possibility that the case had moved. It also required them to return to the day she vanished. In March 2023, 30 years after Annie disappeared, Garda Síochána reclassified the investigation. It was no longer formally being treated only as a missing person inquiry. It had become a murder investigation. The decision reflected the conclusion reached by investigators after reviewing the available material. Annie had most likely been killed. No remains had been found. No offender had been convicted. The shift did not solve the case, but it changed the question Gardaí were publicly asking. They were no longer simply trying to discover where Annie had gone. They were investigating who had murdered her. The 2023 appeal returned attention to Sandymount. Gardaí emphasized that the groceries purchased at 11:02 were the last confirmed activity in Annie's life. The sightings at Sandymount Green, on the bus to Enniskerry, and at Johnny Fox's were described as reported sightings rather than certainty. After 3 decades, the accepted route was no longer being treated as an unbroken line. The case contracted towards the apartment, towards the shopping bags, towards the hours after the receipt was printed. On the morning of June 12, 2025, Gardaí arrested a man in his 60s on suspicion of Annie's murder. At the same time, investigators began searching a residence in Clondalkin, in West Dublin. Gardaí made clear that the people then living at the property had no connection with Annie or her disappearance. The house and garden were subjected to technical and forensic examination. A cadaver dog was brought in to assist. The arrest was the first publicly announced detention of a murder suspect in a case that had lasted more than 32 years. For one day, the investigation appeared to stand at the edge of an answer. The man was released without charge on June 13. The search continued. No discovery was publicly announced that explained what had happened to Annie. No prosecution followed the arrest. The investigation remained open. An arrest is not a conviction. It does not establish guilt, and its existence cannot fill gaps in the evidence. The man's release without charge was as legally significant as the arrest itself. But the events of June 2025 demonstrated that Annie's case was not merely an historical file preserved in storage. Investigators still believed that evidence might be found. They still believed someone might speak. Nancy McCarrick had once expected to arrive in Ireland and find her daughter waiting. Instead, she entered a search that would consume the remaining life of Annie's father and more than 3 decades of her own. John McCarrick died without learning what happened. Nancy continued to ask for her daughter to be found. By the time the investigation was declared a murder inquiry, she no longer spoke publicly of Annie returning alive. Her hope had narrowed to something both smaller and more terrible, that Annie's remains might be recovered and brought home. A missing person occupies 2 realities. In one, she is remembered as she was, making plans, buying groceries, expecting visitors. In the other, she is represented by what remained after she disappeared. A receipt. A leather bag that was never found. Reported sightings that could not be proved. An apartment where dinner guests arrived and found no host. The case began with the idea that Annie had gone walking in the mountains. 30 years later, investigators returned to the last confirmed place in her life. Sandymount. A supermarket receipt. Groceries left in their bags. Somewhere between the purchase and the plans she never kept, Annie McCarrick disappeared. The country would soon learn another woman's name. Chapter 2. Eva. On Sunday, July 25, 1993, Eva Brennan went to her parents' house for lunch. It was an ordinary visit. She lived nearby and saw her family regularly, often joining them for the midday meal. The journey between her apartment in Rathgar and the family home at Rathdown Park was short, passing through streets she had known for years. Eva arrived at approximately 2:30. Inside the house, lamb was roasting in the oven. For reasons that would later seem painfully insignificant, the meal caused an argument. Eva became annoyed and left before eating. Families remember final conversations differently from all others. Words that would ordinarily disappear are examined for warning, anger, or hidden meaning. A moment of irritation becomes fixed because there will never be another conversation to replace it. Nothing about the disagreement suggested that Eva was about to abandon her life. She walked out through her parents' front door wearing a pink tracksuit, tight-fitting leggings, and white runners. Her short brown hair was uncovered. A man's gold watch, fastened with a leather strap, was on her wrist. Over one shoulder, she carried a small red bag containing her keys and personal documents. Her family watched her leave. Eva was 39 years old. She would turn 40 within days. She was never seen by them again. There was no single moment when Eva's disappearance announced itself as a crime. She had left after an argument. For a time, her absence could be explained as distance deliberately created between relatives. She might have returned to her apartment to calm down. She might have visited a friend or another family member. She might simply have decided not to return to Rathdown Park until the disagreement had been forgotten. Eva had her own home. Approximately 3 years earlier, she had moved from her parents' house into an apartment at Madison House in Rathgar. It was near one of the public houses operated by the Brennan family, and close enough for Eva to remain part of its daily life. Her parents, Davy and Eileen Brennan, had worried about her security when she purchased the property. They had encouraged her to choose carefully and ensure that the apartment was properly secured. Eva was cautious. According to her sister Colette, she avoided exposing herself to unnecessary risk. She did not regularly disappear without explanation. She remained close to her parents, 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Her life moved within a contained part of South Dublin. The family owned 2 successful pubs, the 108 in Rathgar and the Horse and Hound in Cabinteely. Eva visited relatives and friends in the surrounding area. She enjoyed dancing. She did not have a boyfriend at the time she disappeared. The familiar geography should have made her easy to find. Instead, it reduced her final movements to an impossibly small area. Rathdown Park. The streets towards Rathgar. Madison House. Somewhere along that short route, or shortly after completing it, Eva vanished. 2 days passed. Eva did not return to her parents' home. Her father went to her apartment to look for her. There was no answer. Inside, the jacket Eva had worn when leaving Rathdown Park was found among her belongings. Its presence suggested she had reached the apartment after walking away from the family lunch. The apartment did not appear to have been disturbed. There were no publicly reported signs of a struggle. No obvious damage indicated that someone had forced entry. Nothing immediately explained why Eva had taken off her jacket and then disappeared. She had apparently made it home. After that, the trail ended. The jacket changed the possible shape of the case. Had Eva vanished while walking from her parents' house, someone might have seen her on the road. She might have accepted a lift, encountered a stranger, or suffered an accident before reaching Rathgar. If she returned to Madison House, the critical events occurred later. She may have left again voluntarily. Someone may have called at the apartment. She may have arranged to meet a person whose name was never discovered. She may have stepped outside expecting to return within minutes. The red shoulder bag listed in Garda appeals was not accounted for in the apartment. Nor was the watch she had been wearing. The object she carried out of Rathdown Park became the few identifying details available to the investigation. A red leatherette bag, approximately 8 inches by 10. Keys and personal documents. A gold-colored man's watch with a brown leather strap. A pink tracksuit. Details intended to trigger a stranger's memory. Eva's disappearance attracted little of the urgency that had surrounded Annie McCarrick's case. Annie was a young American woman living abroad. Her parents had crossed the Atlantic to search for her. Reported sightings sent volunteers into the Dublin and Wicklow Mountains. Newspapers could trace an uncertain journey through buses, villages, and a famous pub. Eva's story appeared quieter. She had left a family lunch after a minor disagreement. She was believed to have returned to her apartment. There was no dramatic last telephone call, and no compelling witness account placing her with an unknown man. There was only absence. To her family, it was immediate and inexplicable. To the wider public, it was easier to overlook. Eva's relatives would later describe her as one of Ireland's forgotten missing women. They believed the disappearance had received inadequate attention from both investigators and the press. The first assumptions surrounding a missing adult can shape everything that follows. Someone who leaves after an argument may be treated as having chosen time alone. A person with a history of emotional difficulty may be assumed to have harmed herself. An adult living independently may be thought capable of traveling without informing relatives. Each explanation is possible. None is evidence. The longer an investigation waits for a missing person to return voluntarily, the longer potential evidence remains unsecured. Memories fade. Witnesses forget which day they saw a particular person. Buildings are cleaned. Rubbish is collected. Visitors come and go. In Eva's case, there was no confirmed crime scene to preserve. There was only an apartment in which her jacket remained. Eva had experienced depression. After she vanished, that part of her life became one of the possible explanations considered by others. Her sister did not accept that Eva had taken her own life. Colette acknowledged that Eva had struggled, but said she was not taking medication when she disappeared and appeared content in the life she had built. More fundamentally, suicide did not explain why no trace of Eva had ever been found. A person could leave home intending to die. The disappearance of the body, clothing, and belongings required further explanation. Ireland contains long coastlines, rivers, canals, mountains, and isolated land. People can remain missing after accidents or deliberate acts without another person being responsible. But Eva did not live beside a wilderness. She disappeared from a densely inhabited area of Dublin. She had walked out of one family home and apparently returned to her own. No confirmed sighting placed her near the sea, a river, or remote countryside. No farewell note was reported. No remains were recovered. Her family came to believe that someone else knew what had happened. The physical description repeated in appeals did not change. 5 feet 7 inches tall. Slim build. Blue eyes. Short, mid-brown hair. The photograph of Eva showed an attractive woman who appeared younger than her age. The image remained fixed while her family grew older around it. Descriptions of missing people are written for recognition, reducing a life to observable characteristics. Height, hair, clothing, possessions. The form cannot record the way a person laughed, the subjects she avoided, the habits that irritated her siblings, or the small acts through which a family knew she was present. Eva was the third eldest of 7 children. Her family was close enough that lunch at her parents' home was not an occasion. It was routine. She occupied herself among relatives, friends, and the businesses around which much of the family's life revolved. Her disappearance removed one person from that network while leaving every connection behind. The family continued to meet. The pubs continued to open. Meals were prepared. Birthdays arrived. Each ordinary gathering contained an unanswered absence. As other women disappeared, Eva's case acquired a new context. In January 1994, 22-year-old Imelda Keenan vanished from a street in Waterford. In November 1995, Joe Dullard disappeared while hitchhiking home through County Kildare. Fiona Pender vanished from Tullamore in August 1996. Sierra Breen disappeared from her mother's home in Dundalk in February 1997. Fiona Sinnott was last seen in County Wexford in February 1998. Deirdre Jacob disappeared near her home in Newbridge 5 months later. The circumstances were different. Eva had not been hitchhiking. She was not a teenager leaving through a bedroom window. She was not returning from town or believed to have traveled into the mountains. She disappeared in a residential part of Dublin after apparently reaching her own apartment. Yet she shared the defining feature of the other cases. She had vanished without a body, an established crime scene, or sufficient evidence to explain what had happened. When Gardaí created Operation Trace in 1998 to examine possible links among the disappearances and murders of women, Eva's case was eventually included in its expanded remit. The review offered a possibility that had been largely absent from the early investigation, that her disappearance might be understood alongside other unresolved cases. It also created a danger. Once separate women were grouped together, the search for a shared offender could obscure the individual circumstances of each case. A serial killer was a compelling theory. It offered a single explanation for a growing national unease. But Eva's last day did not require an unknown predator traveling the roads of Leinster. If another person was responsible, the answer could have been much closer to home. There was no public evidence establishing either possibility. Davy Brennan continued to hope for an answer. For years after his daughter disappeared, he lived with the possibility that she might be found. Hope in a long-term missing person case changes with time. It begins with the expectation of a telephone call or knock at the door. Later, it becomes the belief that a witness will finally speak. Eventually, hope may narrow to the recovery of remains. Davy developed stomach cancer. He died in February 2001 at the age of 81, without learning what had happened to Eva. His daughter Colette found comfort in imagining that Eva had come for him at the end. The belief could not answer the investigation's questions. It answered a different need. A father who had searched for his missing daughter did not have to leave the world alone. The 9th anniversary of Eva's disappearance brought renewed publicity in 2002. By then, Colette no longer expected her sister to return alive. She wanted the person she believed responsible to understand the damage extending beyond the loss of one woman. Eva's absence had entered the lives of her parents, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, and friends. The family continued living because there was no alternative. That did not mean the loss had become smaller. There had been no funeral, no confirmed death, no place where Eva's family could stand and know that she was there. A missing person leaves grief without boundaries. The family cannot complete the rituals associated with death because death has not been formally established. Nor can they behave as though the person is still living without confronting years of silence. Eva's 40th birthday passed 9 days after she vanished. Her 50th passed. Then her 60th. Public appeals continued to describe her as she had been in July 1993. 39 years old, or 40 in the official shorthand. Short brown hair. Pink tracksuit. Red bag. Gold watch. The description did not age because the investigation had nowhere else to take it. On the 20th anniversary, Gardaí and Eva's family again appealed for information. The public was asked to remember a Sunday 2 decades earlier. Anyone who had seen Eva at Rathdown Park, around Rathgar, or elsewhere in Dublin was urged to come forward. The request depended upon memory surviving across years in which the city itself had changed. Another 10 years passed. In July 2023, Gardaí issued a 30th anniversary appeal. The official statement remained brief. Eva Brennan had last been seen at Rathdown Park on July 25, 1993. She was described again by her height, build, hair, clothing, bag, and watch. There was no announcement of a suspect. No search operation was disclosed. No new witness account was revealed. The investigation remained a missing person case. For the family, the appeal confirmed that Eva had not been removed entirely from official memory. It also exposed how little could be said after 30 years. Annie McCarrick's disappearance had been reclassified as murder 4 months before the renewed appeal for Eva. Annie's case had received a dedicated investigation team, extensive publicity, and a clear change in status. Eva's family saw the difference. The 2 women had disappeared in the same year, from areas of South Dublin separated by only a few kilometers. Annie vanished in March. Eva vanished in July. Both were independent women living in their own apartments. Both left belongings and plans behind. Neither was ever found. But the investigations did not advance together. Public attention is not distributed according to the depth of a family's loss. Some cases possess features that attract enduring interest. An international connection, an apparent journey, a mysterious companion, or a photograph that becomes nationally recognizable. Eva's case resisted easy narration. Her final known day contained no dramatic sequence. She went to lunch. She became annoyed. She left. Her jacket later appeared in her apartment. Then she was gone. The simplicity made the disappearance no less disturbing. It made the point at which danger entered her life impossible to identify. There were questions the apartment could not answer. When did Eva return? Did anyone see her enter Madison House? How long did she remain there? Why did she remove her jacket, but apparently keep her shoulder bag? Did the keys in that bag include the key to her apartment? Did someone telephone or call at the door? Was she expected somewhere that evening? Had another person known she would be alone? The public record contains no verified answers. The absence of disturbance could suggest that Eva left willingly. It could also suggest that she opened the door to someone she knew or encountered no immediate threat inside the apartment. Nothing established that violence occurred there. Nothing established that it did not. Every interpretation begins at the same point. A jacket left behind. More than 3 decades after Eva disappeared, her case remains open. She has not been declared found. No person has been charged with causing her disappearance. No court has determined that a crime occurred. Her name remains on the Garda missing person register. That legal and investigative uncertainty must coexist with the conviction held by members of her family. Eva did not choose to leave everyone she knew, and she did not remove every trace of herself without assistance. Someone, they believe, has carried the answer through the years. Perhaps the person once spoke about it. Perhaps another individual noticed behaviour that seemed unimportant at the time. Perhaps a vehicle was parked near Madison House. Perhaps Eva's red bag or gold watch was seen after July 25, 1993. Perhaps the relevant information was never recognized as evidence. In an investigation with so few established facts, even the smallest detail could alter the final timeline. The most important evidence may not be hidden in a remote landscape. It may exist in someone's memory of a residential Dublin street. Eva's disappearance did not begin with a journey into darkness. It began on a Sunday afternoon, inside a family home. A meal was cooking. An argument ended with the door closing. Eva walked away wearing a jacket she would later remove in her own apartment. Whatever happened next left no public trail. No witness has described it with certainty. No body has been found. The woman who disappeared quietly became one of the longest missing people in Ireland. 9 days after Eva vanished, her family marked her 40th birthday without her. Before another 6 months had passed, a young woman would step out of a Waterford flat and begin walking towards the city centre. Her name was Imelda Keenan. Chapter 3. Imelda. At 1:30 on the afternoon of Monday, January 3, 1994, Imelda Keenan left the apartment she shared with her boyfriend in Waterford. The Christmas season had ended. The city was returning to routine, shops reopening, offices resuming work, families dismantling the remains of the holidays. The first Monday of the year carried the usual business of beginning again. Imelda was 22 years old. She had told her boyfriend that she was going into town. Early accounts said she intended to visit the post office to collect a social welfare payment. Whatever the purpose of the journey, she did not expect to be gone for long. The centre of Waterford was close. Imelda stepped out onto William Street and began walking towards Lombard Street. She was 5 feet 3 inches tall and slim, with long brown hair and blue eyes. Descriptions issued after her disappearance said she had been wearing leopard print leggings, a white jumper, a denim jacket, and black shoes. The clothing was distinctive. Someone should have remembered her. Someone did. Near the corner of Lombard Street and the Tower Hotel, Imelda crossed the road. She was seen by a woman who knew her. It was the final confirmed sighting. The distance Imelda had traveled could be walked in minutes. She had not entered an isolated landscape or disappeared on a rural road. She was in a city during the afternoon, surrounded by buildings, traffic, and people beginning the first working week of the year. After she crossed the street, she vanished. Imelda had grown up in Mountmellick, County Laois. Waterford offered something different. Her older brother Jerry had settled there years earlier. Imelda visited as a teenager and became attached to the city. Its streets descending towards the river Suir, its proximity to the coast, and the possibility of creating a life beyond the town in which she had grown up. She later moved to Waterford herself. Imelda was interested in computers at a time when personal computing was only beginning to enter ordinary homes and workplaces. Her brother remembered her enthusiasm for technology and two-way radios. She pursued studies and worked part-time, building towards a future she intended to spend in the city. She was quiet but not detached. She loved music. She remained closely connected to her family. In photographs, Imelda appeared with dark hair, framing a pale face and a direct, bright expression. Her family called her Mel. She had met a man in Waterford, become engaged and moved into rented accommodation with him. The apartment placed her close to the city centre and within a short walk of the places she needed to visit. Nothing about the arrangement suggested that leaving for the post office required preparation. She did not pack. She did not tell her family that she planned to travel. There was no public indication that she intended to leave Waterford permanently. She walked out as though she would return. The person who saw Imelda near the Tower Hotel knew her well enough for the sighting to be treated as reliable. This mattered. Missing person investigations often become crowded with uncertain identifications. Once a photograph appears in newspapers, people begin comparing it with strangers seen on buses, roads, and in shops. The human mind is skilled at recognizing patterns and equally capable of finding resemblance where none exists. The sighting on Lombard Street was different. It placed Imelda within the expected route from her apartment towards the center of town. The timing was consistent with her departure. The witness was not merely identifying a similar-looking woman after seeing a public appeal. Imelda had apparently left the apartment when reported. She had walked down William Street. She had reached Lombard Street. Then the reliable trail stopped. No confirmed witness saw her enter the post office. No documented transaction established that she collected a payment. No shop receipt, ticket, or telephone call placed her elsewhere later that day. There was no confirmed sighting of her leaving Waterford. The short walk created a narrow timeline, but not an answer. A person can disappear from a city in several ways. She can enter a vehicle voluntarily. She can visit a person whose connection to her is unknown to family. She can change direction after being seen. She can encounter someone by arrangement or by chance. She can suffer an accident in a place that is not properly searched. She can be harmed inside a building while the street outside continues as normal. Every possibility required evidence. In Imelda's case, the evidence ended at a road crossing. She did not return to the apartment. At first, the passage of time may not have appeared extraordinary. A trip into town could expand. Imelda might have met someone, visited a shop, or changed her plans without having a convenient way to telephone home. Mobile phones were not ordinary possessions in January 1994. There was no simple method of checking where she was. No message could be sent asking whether she was delayed. No location data recorded the route she had taken after Lombard Street. Her absence became alarming only as the day continued without contact. Her boyfriend notified her family that she had not returned. The following day, Imelda's brother Edward reported her missing. The investigation began with a route that appeared almost too small to contain a disappearance. The apartment, William Street, Lombard Street, the Tower Hotel, the post office she may have intended to visit. Gardaí circulated Imelda's photograph and description. Local and national newspapers carried appeals. People were asked to recall whether they had seen the young woman in the denim jacket and patterned leggings. The city had been busy enough to contain potential witnesses. It had also been ordinary enough for them not to realize they were witnessing anything important. A person passing Imelda on January 3rd had no reason to remember her. The significance of the moment became apparent only after it had ended. By then, the details may already have begun to fade. Searches produced no public breakthrough. No clothing belonging to Imelda was found. No body was recovered. No scene was identified where violence could be shown to have occurred. There was no confirmed evidence that she had boarded a bus or train. No individual was charged with causing her disappearance. The possibility that Imelda had left voluntarily could not be eliminated simply because her family rejected it. She was an adult and legally free to begin another life. But voluntary disappearance required its own sequence of events. Imelda would have needed to travel without leaving a confirmed trail. She would have needed to abandon her family, studies, relationship, and possessions. She would have needed to avoid official systems capable of revealing her identity over the following decades. She would have needed to remain silent while her relatives made repeated public appeals. For those who knew her, the idea did not resemble the woman who had left the apartment that afternoon. They believed she had been prevented from returning. The Keenan family's understanding of the case would become increasingly separate from its official classification. Gardaí continued to investigate Imelda as a missing person. Her family came to believe she had been murdered. The difference was not merely one of language. A missing person investigation asks where someone has gone and whether she may still be alive. A murder investigation begins from the position that another person caused her death. It can create a different investigative structure, bring additional specialist resources, and change the way old evidence is considered. The absence of a body does not prevent a murder investigation. Other Irish cases would eventually be reclassified without remains being found. Annie McCarrick's disappearance became a murder investigation 30 years after she vanished. Joe Dillard's case was reclassified after 25 years. Deirdre Jacobs' disappearance was treated as murder after a cold case review. Imelda's family watched those developments and asked why the same conclusion had not been reached in her case. The official answer lay in evidence. Investigators could not classify a disappearance as murder solely because many years had passed or because a family believed a crime had occurred. There needed to be an evidential basis for concluding that Imelda had been killed. The family believed the passage of more than 3 decades without a confirmed sighting was itself impossible to ignore. Between those positions lay years of frustration. Imelda's disappearance was later examined as part of Operation Trace, the Garda review established to consider whether several disappearances and murders of women might be connected. By then, a disturbing pattern had emerged across Ireland. Annie McCarrick had disappeared in March 1993. Eva Brennan vanished 4 months later. Imelda disappeared in January 1994. Jojo Dullard would vanish the following year. More women would follow. The cases became associated through time, geography, and the absence of recovered bodies. Journalists and members of the public began speaking of a triangle across Leinster, within which women appeared to disappear. Waterford sat at the southern edge of that imagined map. Yet Imelda's circumstances did not neatly match the theory. She was not hitchhiking. She was not known to have traveled into the countryside. She was not last seen in darkness. She vanished in broad daylight from a populated part of a city. If she was the victim of a stranger, that person had found an opportunity within minutes of her leaving home. If she knew the person responsible, the answer may never have been located on the street at all. Operation Trace could compare names, vehicles, witness accounts, and the movements of known offenders. It could look for recurring details overlooked when each case was investigated separately. It could not create evidence that had never been collected. Nor could it prove that women who disappeared in the same era shared an offender. The grouping created a tension. It also risked turning Imelda into one point on a map rather than a woman whose life had ended, or been interrupted, somewhere between William Street and the rest of Waterford. The years passed without a confirmed sighting. Imelda's parents died without learning what happened to their daughter. Other members of the family took on the work of keeping her name before the public. Jerry returned repeatedly to Waterford, to interviews, anniversary appeals, and the place where Imelda was last seen. Every Christmas, he renewed the request for information. The family did not ask publicly for punishment before recovery. They asked to be told where Imelda was. Their hope was no longer that she had built another life and might one day walk back through the door. They wanted to recover her remains and bury her alongside relatives in County Laois. That wish carried its own conclusion. To ask for a burial is to acknowledge what the investigation has not formally declared. The family believed Imelda was dead. They believed someone knew where she had been placed. A memorial plaque was installed near William Street Bridge, close to the last confirmed point in Imelda's journey. It gave her family a place to visit. It was not a grave. Jerry described it as the nearest thing he had to a headstone. The distinction marked the peculiar cruelty of disappearance. A memorial can acknowledge that someone is absent, but it cannot establish where she lies. Flowers and prayers can be placed near the site of the last sighting, while the missing person may be kilometers away. The plaque fixed Imelda to the city she had chosen. People passed it on the same streets she had once walked. Traffic continued over the road. Buildings changed ownership. Businesses opened and closed. The city moved forward around a point that remained unresolved. On January 3, 2024, 30 years after the disappearance, Imelda's relatives and members of the public gathered at the memorial. Red balloons rose above the street. Family members carried photographs. A priest blessed the stone. The vigil transformed the site from a point in an investigative timeline into a place of collective witness. 3 decades had passed, yet Imelda's family still had to stand before the public and explain that they did not know where she was. They said new information had come to light. They called for every available lead to be examined. Imelda's niece, Gina Carey, asked Gardaí to upgrade the case to a murder inquiry and question every relevant person. The family's appeal was directed not only towards investigators. It was directed towards whoever had remained silent. 30 years is enough time for relationships to break down, for old loyalties to weaken, and for fear to change its form. Someone who protected another person in 1994 might no longer feel the same obligation. A person who dismissed something as unimportant may recognize its significance after seeing the case renewed. The family said they were not seeking revenge. They wanted Imelda brought home. Later that year, relatives met the Garda team overseeing the investigation. They had hoped the case would be reclassified as murder. It was not. The decision devastated them. From the investigators' perspective, an unresolved disappearance and a suspected murder were not automatically the same thing. However compelling the family's belief, the available material had not led Gardaí to make the formal change. From the family's perspective, the refusal left Imelda behind while other missing women's cases progressed into murder investigations. The disagreement continued into 2025, when local representatives asked the Minister for Justice to clarify whether national guidance existed for reclassifying long-term missing person cases. There was no simple threshold. 10 years missing did not equal murder. 20 years did not. 30 years did not. The passage of time strengthened the family certainty, while doing little to resolve the evidentiary problem. Imelda remained missing in official records. On the 32nd anniversary, in January 2026, Gardaí issued another appeal. The essential facts were the same. Imelda had left her apartment at 1:30 p.m. She had walked down William Street and onto Lombard Street. She had been seen crossing near the Tower Hotel. Her brother Edward reported her missing the next day. There had been no further confirmed sighting. The appeal added brief details about the person behind the description. Imelda was remembered for her quiet nature, her love of music, and her strong family ties. After 32 years, those qualities had become part of the official request for information. She was not only 5 feet 3 inches tall. She was not only thin, blue-eyed, and brown-haired. She had loved music. She had been close to her family. She had been studying. She had chosen Waterford as the place where she hoped to build her future. The appeal asked the public to bridge the distance between the woman and the missing person notice. The final confirmed sighting creates an illusion of proximity. The witness saw Imelda crossing the road. For a few seconds, her position was known. Had the witness followed her with her eyes for another minute, the investigation might have gained a direction. Had a shopkeeper remember her entering a business, there might have been another point on the timeline. Had a driver later come forward, there might have been a vehicle to examine. Instead, the city closed behind her. Every route remained possible. Towards the post office, towards the river, into a shop, into a car, into a house or flat belonging to someone she knew, back towards William Street by another path. The place where Imelda ceased to be visible was not necessarily the place where she was harmed. It was simply where the surviving evidence ended. That evidence lasted only a few minutes after she left home. There is a tendency to imagine disappearances as moments of sudden erasure. A person is present, and then she is not. In reality, the disappearance is recognized gradually by those left behind. A delayed return becomes concern. Concern becomes a telephone call. The call becomes a report. A photograph becomes an appeal. The appeal becomes an anniversary. The anniversary becomes a plaque. By then, an ordinary journey has hardened into the defining event of a life. Imelda Keenan became known nationally for the few minutes she spent walking through Waterford on January 3, 1994. The rest of her life was longer. She was a daughter from Mount Mellick, a sister, a student fascinated by computers and radios, a young woman who loved music and wanted to live near the sea. She was engaged and planning a future. None of those facts explained why she disappeared. They established why she should have returned. Imelda's family continues to believe that the answer is held by another person. Perhaps more than one. A person may know where she went after crossing Lombard Street. Someone may have seen her enter a vehicle. Someone may remember a friend or relative returning home unusually late, behaving differently, or offering an explanation that did not make sense. An individual may possess information that seems too incomplete to matter. In a case with no body and no established crime scene, incomplete information may be all that exists. The silence surrounding Imelda has survived longer than some of the people who first searched for her. It has survived investigative reviews, public vigils, and repeated appeals. It has survived the transformation of the city where she disappeared. The silence has not become evidence of any particular theory. It remains the absence around which every theory has formed. At 1:30 p.m., Imelda left her apartment. She walked down William Street. She turned onto Lombard Street. Near the Tower Hotel, a woman who knew her saw her cross the road. There was no warning in the scene. No darkness. No isolated road. No stranger publicly identified beside her. Imelda simply passed through the city and out of the confirmed record. 3 women had now disappeared within 10 months. Annie from Dublin. Eva from Rathgar. Imelda from Waterford. No bodies had been found. No person had been convicted. The cases were not yet known collectively. There was no triangle and no national theory connecting them. There were only 3 families, each learning that a person could leave behind an entire life and still become impossible to find. For almost 2 years, no further disappearance would join their names. Then, on a cold November night, a young woman trying to reach County Kilkenny would make a telephone call from a village in Kildare. A car would stop beside her. Her name was Jo Dullard. Chapter 4. Jo. Before the telephone box became a memorial, it was simply a place from which to make a call. It stood beside the road in Moon, a small village in County Kildare. Cars passed through on their way south. People entered the box, lifted the receiver, and disappeared again into their ordinary lives. At 11:37 on the night of Thursday, November 9, 1995, JoJo Dullard used the telephone to tell a friend that she was trying to get home. The call would become the most closely examined conversation of her life. Every minute before it could be traced. Almost nothing after it could. Josephine Dullard was born in Callan, County Kilkenny, on January 25, 1974. Her father, John, died before she was born. Her mother, Nora, died from cancer in 1983, when JoJo was 9. She was the youngest of 5 children. There were 3 older sisters, Mary, Nora, and Kathleen, and a brother, Thomas. By the time JoJo reached adulthood, loss was already part of the family's history. That did not make the family prepared for another kind of loss. Death has rituals. There is a body, a funeral, and a grave. People gather. Condolences are offered. The finality is painful, but it is recognized. Disappearance provides none of those things. JoJo would become absent without being returned to her family, declared dead without a recovered body, and remembered through a final journey whose destination remained unknown. She was 21 years old in November 1995. The photographs later used in appeal showed dark hair, a direct gaze, and a face still carrying the softness of youth. Garda descriptions reduced her to the measurements required for recognition. 5 feet 4 inches tall, medium build, dark hair to her shoulders. Her family remembered a person. The investigation recorded a missing woman. On the morning of November 9th, JoJo left Callan for Dublin. A later Garda account stated that she travelled to collect a final social welfare payment from a post office in Harold's Cross. Whatever other business brought her to the city, the journey was meant to end with her return to County Kilkenny that night. She met friends at Bruxelles, a pub on Harry Street near Grafton Street. The afternoon extended into evening. There was nothing ominous in the decision to remain with friends. JoJo was in the centre of Dublin, surrounded by people and within reach of regular transport home. The danger entered the day through something ordinary. She missed her bus. At approximately 10 o'clock that night, JoJo reached the point at which her direct route to Callan was no longer available. She could remain in Dublin, seek accommodation, find someone she knew, or travel as far as public transport would take her and make the rest of the journey by another means. She chose the last option. JoJo boarded a bus to Nos. She was not heading away from home. She was attempting to move closer to it. Ireland in 1995 did not provide the same margin of safety that would later become ordinary. A mobile telephone was not an expected possession. There was no transport application showing the next service. No rideshare account recorded the identity of a driver. No friend could watch a marker move along a map. Once JoJo left the bus in Nos, her journey depended upon other people. Hitchhiking was familiar. Workers, students, and travelers stood beside roads and accepted lifts because public transport did not always connect the places they needed to reach. The practice involved risk, but it was not generally treated as reckless. For many people, it was a practical response to distance and limited services. JoJo found a lift from Nos. The motorist drove her to Kilcullen and dropped her near the motorway slip road. The driver later came forward, providing investigators with a confirmed segment of the route. JoJo had reached Kilcullen. She had traveled safely with one stranger. She still had many kilometers to go. At approximately 11:15 p.m., another vehicle stopped. The second driver took her to Moon. That journey, too, would be traced. JoJo was dropped in the village at approximately 11:35. She had moved south in stages. Dublin, Nos, Kilcullen, Moon. Callan remained beyond Castledermot, Carlow, and the roads leading into County Kilkenny. The final distance was manageable if another person agreed to help her. JoJo entered the telephone box and called her friend Mary Cullinan. She explained that she had missed the bus and was hitchhiking home. During the call, JoJo's attention shifted from the conversation to something outside the box. A car had stopped. The precise wording has been repeated in different forms across years of reporting, but the meaning remained consistent. JoJo told Mary that she had secured another lift. The call ended. The driver had arrived at exactly the moment JoJo was speaking with someone who knew her. Yet Mary could not see the vehicle. She could not identify the registration number, color, or make. She could not see the driver. She could not know whether anyone else was inside. A telephone call placed JoJo beside the road at a precise time. It did not reveal the person waiting outside. JoJo stepped away from the only confirmed witness to her final moments. She was never heard from again. Later sightings appeared to extend the route beyond Moon. A woman resembling JoJo was reportedly seen near a dark-colored car, described in appeals as similar to a Toyota Carina. Accounts also placed a woman matching her description around Castledermot close to midnight. The reports were important, but they did not provide certainty. A roadside sighting at night can be affected by distance, poor light, and the briefness of the encounter. A vehicle's make can be mistaken. A person seen from behind or through glass can resemble someone else. Investigators had to decide whether the sightings represented JoJo continuing towards home or another woman whose presence coincidentally matched the developing timeline. If the Castledermot sightings were accurate, JoJo had traveled south after the call. If they were mistaken, her trail ended in Moon. The difference widened the search area and altered the possible route taken by the unknown driver. What remained beyond dispute was the call. At 11:37 p.m., JoJo was alive. A car had stopped for her. She intended to take the lift. Friday morning arrived without JoJo. She had not returned home. There was no message explaining a change of plans. No friend reported that she had stayed the night. No hospital had admitted her under circumstances that accounted for the silence. Her sister Kathleen reported her missing on November 10th. The investigation began with an unusual advantage and an enormous limitation. Gardaí knew the sequence that had brought JoJo to Moon. They did not know the identity of the final driver. The first two motorists had carried her safely and allowed the journey to be reconstructed. The person who collected her from Moon did not come forward to say where she had been taken. That absence could mean several things. The driver might not have recognized the significance of the passenger. The person might have failed to see the appeals. JoJo might have left that vehicle and entered another. Or the driver might have known precisely why the journey needed to remain hidden. The investigation could not begin by assuming which explanation was true. It needed witnesses, vehicles, and physical evidence. Searches were organized. Roads and surrounding land were examined. Gardaí appealed to people who had traveled through Moon and Castledermot on the night JoJo disappeared. They sought the drivers who had seen or transported hitchhikers. Her photograph was circulated. So was the description of a possession she had carried that day. A Sanyo stereo cassette player, model MGP-21. The machine belonged to an era before music libraries traveled invisibly inside telephones. A portable cassette player was a recognizable object. It could be carried, sold, given away, or discovered among another person's belongings. If the cassette player appeared after JoJo vanished, it might connect a person or place to her final journey. Gardaí would continue asking about it 30 years later. Had someone seen the player after November 9, 1995? Had someone received one from a person unable to explain where it came from? The question transformed an everyday possession into possible evidence. The cassette player was never publicly recovered. Neither was JoJo's body. The initial days became weeks. Weeks became months. A missing person case is most visible at the beginning, when photographs are new and the public can imagine that the person may still be found alive. Attention changes as time passes. The appeal becomes familiar. The face on the poster no longer creates the same shock. Other news replaces it. For families, the urgency does not decline. JoJo's sisters and brother did not experience her disappearance as an event ending when the searches became less visible. It entered every day that followed. The telephone could still ring. A reported sighting could still bring hope. A rumor could force the family to imagine a new version of JoJo's final hours. The absence of a body left open the possibility that she had survived. The absence of contact made that possibility harder to defend. Families of missing people often become investigators by necessity. They collect reports, remember names, and compare details because the case is not one file among many to them. It is the organizing fact of their lives. Mary Phelan became the most publicly recognized face of the family's campaign. She appeared in interviews, attended commemorations, and maintained pressure for the search to continue. Near the telephone box in Moon, a memorial stone marked the place from which JoJo made her final call. The stone did not mark where JoJo had died. It marked the last place her voice could be located. Mary carried the campaign for more than 20 years. Public work can disguise the private nature of grief. A family member appears before cameras, repeats the timeline, and asks for information. The performance may look controlled because it has been rehearsed by necessity. Afterwards, the person returns home to the same uncertainty. Mary died from cancer in April 2018. She was 67. She had outlived JoJo's final known moment by more than 22 years and died without learning where her sister was. At Mary's funeral, Mourners were told the search would continue. The promise had become part of the family's inheritance. When one person could no longer carry it, another would. Jojo's brother Thomas also died without an answer. The family diminished while the investigation remained open. Their mother had died years before Jojo disappeared. Their father had never seen his youngest daughter born. Mary and Thomas were later buried while Jojo still had no grave. For the surviving sisters, bringing Jojo home came to mean something different from the hope held in the earliest days. They no longer expected her to walk through a door. They wanted her remains recovered. They wanted to place her beside the parents and siblings from whom she had been separated. The request was modest in its wording and immense in what it required. Someone had to reveal a location, or investigators had to find one without being told. As the years passed, Jojo's disappearance became associated with other cases. Annie McCarrick had vanished in 1993. Eva Brennan disappeared later that year. Imelda Keenan vanished in January 1994. After Jojo, more women would disappear. Fiona Pender, Sierra Breen, Fiona Sinnott, and Deirdre Jacob. The cases were placed within the media construction known as the Vanishing Triangle. Jojo's disappearance appeared to fit the emerging pattern more easily than some of the others. She was a young woman traveling alone. She vanished along a road. No body was found. There was reason to suspect that she had entered a car with a stranger. The theory of a single offender gained power because it gave structure to fear. Separate disappearances became the possible work of one man moving through a defined landscape. But similarity is not proof. A woman hitchhiking at night faced different circumstances from a woman disappearing from her apartment, a pregnant woman vanishing from home, or a teenager leaving through a window. The grouping produced public attention and encouraged cases to be reviewed together. It also risked replacing the specific questions of Jojo's case with a larger mystery. The essential question remained narrow. Who stopped at the telephone box? In 2020, 25 years after Jojo disappeared, Gardaí announced that the case had been reclassified as a murder investigation. Investigators said they were satisfied that serious harm had come to her on or about the night she vanished. The decision did not rest upon the discovery of a body. None had been found. It reflected the assessment of the evidence accumulated across years. Jojo had not remained missing through choice. Someone had caused her death. For the family, the announcement confirmed publicly what they had long believed. It also changed the language surrounding the case. Jojo was no longer only a missing person. She was the victim of a murder for which no person had been brought to justice. The reclassification created new momentum. The Serious Crime Review team examined the case. Old statements and earlier lines of inquiry were reconsidered. Fresh appeals were directed not only at people who had never spoken, but at those who had withheld part of what they knew. That wording recognized an uncomfortable possibility. The answer might not depend upon discovering a previously unknown witness. It might depend upon someone deciding to tell the complete truth. On November 11, 2024, Gardaí arrested a man in his 50s on suspicion of Jojo's murder. It was the first publicly announced arrest in the case. At the same time, investigators began searching land near Grangecon in County Wicklow. The developments brought Jojo's face back to front pages and news broadcasts. After 29 years, the case appeared to be moving in a way that could produce an answer. The arrested man was released without charge the following day. That outcome had to be given the same prominence as the arrest. Suspicion is not proof. Arrest is not conviction. A person may be detained for questioning because investigators believe the step is necessary without possessing evidence sufficient for prosecution. The search continued for several weeks. Excavators cut into the ground. Trenches were opened. Soil was examined for remains, personal possessions, or any evidence establishing that Jojo had been taken there. The location offered the possibility of an end to the family's uncertainty. It also exposed them to another period of waiting. Searches in long unsolved murder cases carry two opposing hopes. The family wants investigators to find the missing person. They also understand what finding her will mean. The Grangecon search concluded without any public announcement that Jojo's remains had been recovered. Gardaí said promising leads had been developed. The case remained open. By the 30th anniversary in November 2025, the investigation had generated nearly 800 recommendations. The number represented the scale of a modern review applied to an old case. Each recommendation could involve re-examining a statement, checking a name, tracing a vehicle, conducting an interview, reviewing a location, or comparing information with another investigation. 800 recommendations did not mean 800 suspects. Nor did the figure mean that a solution was close. It showed how much material had accumulated around a journey lasting little more than an hour. The public appeal returned to the details that had survived from the beginning. Bruxelles. The bus to Nos. Kilcullen. Moon. The call at 11:37. The cassette player. Gardaí asked people who had hitchhiked in the Moon area during the weeks around Jojo's disappearance to speak with them. They asked motorists who had given lifts to hitchhikers to make contact. The request extended beyond the specific night. Investigators were trying to understand patterns. Who regularly traveled those roads? Who routinely stopped for women hitchhiking alone? Who had access to certain vehicles? Who behaved differently after Jojo vanished? The passage of time made those questions harder to answer. It also changed the relationships surrounding anyone who might possess information. A person protected in 1995 might no longer be protected in 2025. A frightened witness might feel less vulnerable. Someone nearing the end of life might decide that silence had lasted long enough. The family marked the 30th anniversary at the National Missing Persons Monument in Kilkenny. Those who gathered were told that Jojo's disappearance had created a silence that words could not fill. The phrase captured something beyond the absence of information. Jojo's family had spent 3 decades speaking publicly because the person at the center of the case could no longer speak for herself. Every appeal was an attempt to force an answer into that silence. The surviving family thanked the people who continued to remember her. They also remembered Imelda Keenan. The cases have become connected not only through investigations and theories, but through the experience of families gathering year after year without remains to bury. Jojo's name belonged to a national mystery. To her sisters, she remained the youngest child in a family that had already lost too much. In February 2026, Gardaí began searching land near the Wicklow, Kildare border in connection with the separate murder investigations into Jojo and Deirdre Jacob. The decision to examine the same site in relation to both women immediately intensified public speculation. The cases had been associated for years by geography and the vanishing triangle theory. A joint search appeared to offer something more tangible. Gardaí were careful to describe them as separate investigations. The search phase concluded later that month, although assessment of the site continued. No result was publicly disclosed that resolved either case. In June, investigators returned to open ground in the same general border region. The Defense Forces assisted with a technical ground survey. Excavation and forensic examinations followed. Once again, the families were informed. Once again, the ground became the focus of hope. The search concluded on July 2, 2026. Gardaí stated that the results would not be released for operational reasons. The wording left open several interpretations. It did not mean that human remains had been found. It did not mean that the search had produced nothing. It meant the investigation was continuing, and the public would not be told what, if anything, had been recovered or excluded. After more than 30 years, Jojo's family was again required to live inside information that could not yet be made public. A cold case search is an act of reconstruction. Investigators begin with a modern landscape and attempt to locate a crime committed in another time. Roads have been altered. Land may have been cultivated, filled, excavated, or redeveloped. Trees grow. Buildings disappear. Vehicles rust or are destroyed. The people who once occupied nearby houses move away or die. The ground remains, but it does not preserve every event equally. A body concealed in 1995 may leave recoverable evidence decades later. A personal object may survive. So may a fragment too small to be recognized without knowing precisely where to look. The challenge is not only excavation. It is identifying the correct ground. The case continues to return to vehicles. The unknown car at Moon. The reported Toyota Carina-type vehicle. Cars associated with people later examined by investigators. Vehicles that may have been sold, scrapped, or altered long before the case became a murder inquiry. A car provides privacy in public. A person can enter beside a road and disappear from the sight of everyone nearby within seconds. The vehicle can travel through several counties before anyone realizes that the passenger is missing. For Jojo, the car represented progress. It was a way to move closer to home. For the investigation, it became the boundary between what was known and what could only be inferred. The driver may have spoken to Jojo before she entered. The person may have told her a destination, recognized her accent, or asked where she was going. Jojo may have judged the lift safe because of the driver's appearance, age, manner, or the presence of another passenger. None of those details survived the call. Mary knew only that a car had stopped and Jojo intended to accept the lift. The person responsible, whether the driver or someone Jojo encountered later, had advantages created by the era. There was no mobile signal to follow. No dashboard camera recorded the road. No network of automatic number plate recognition systems mapped the movement of vehicles. Petrol purchases were commonly made in cash. A driver could pass through towns without creating a digital record. The investigation relied upon human memory, and memory requires a person to recognize that a moment matters. A motorist who passed through Moon shortly before midnight may have noticed a car near the telephone box without remembering its significance the next day. A passenger may have heard a story that seemed implausible, but not criminal. A friend may have noticed scratches, mud, a missing item, or a sudden change in behavior. The relevant detail may have appeared ordinary until it was too late to retrieve it clearly. JoJo would have turned 52 in January 2026. The age is difficult to attach to the photographs. Missing person images deny the passage of time. The person remains the age at which she disappeared, even as younger relatives become older than she ever was. JoJo is still shown at 21. Her sisters have lived 30 additional years. Mary and Thomas did not. The family has had to imagine every version of the woman JoJo might have become. The work she may have done. The relationships she might have formed. The ordinary arguments, illnesses, celebrations, and disappointments that make up a life. Those are the secondary losses within an unsolved murder. The crime removes not only the person who existed, but every future self she was prevented from becoming. There is no publicly established account of what happened after JoJo left the telephone box. A narrative can trace her through Dublin and along the roads towards Callan. It can place her beside the phone at 11:37 p.m. It can describe the investigations, arrests, and excavations that followed. It cannot truthfully enter the car. To do so would require invention. The identity of the driver remains unknown to the public. The route taken after Moon is unconfirmed. The place where JoJo was killed has not been established. Her remains have not been recovered. No person has been convicted. The blank space is not a failure of storytelling. It is the central fact of the case. For 30 years, people have asked whether a single offender connected JoJo with other missing women. The possibility cannot be dismissed merely because it is dramatic. Nor can it be accepted because the geography appears suggestive. Investigators must work from evidence capable of surviving scrutiny, not from the emotional force of a pattern. The Vanishing Triangle gave the public a way to speak about multiple disappearances. It did not identify JoJo's murderer. That answer remains attached to a person, a vehicle, and a journey made after 11:37 p.m. Perhaps someone has known it from the beginning. Perhaps the complete truth is divided among several people, each holding one apparently insignificant part. A car scene leaving Moon. A late arrival. A cassette player that appeared without explanation. A patch of disturbed ground. A confession dismissed as bravado. A name not given to Gardai. Individually, the details may appear insufficient. Together, they may complete the route. JoJo spent the last confirmed hour of her life moving towards home. She did not vanish because she had abandoned her family. She did not disappear into an unfamiliar country. She was traveling through places connected by roads she understood, making practical decisions after missing a bus. The journey almost succeeded. She reached Nos. She reached Kilcullen. She reached Moon. Each driver reduced the distance. The final driver erased it. For JoJo's surviving family, home is no longer the place she was trying to reach that night. It is the grave beside her parents where they hope one day to lay her. Until then, the journey remains unfinished. Chapter 5. The shape of a pattern. The lines were drawn afterwards. They did not appear on any official map. There were no marked borders, no roads crossing into a district where women were known to disappear. The shape emerged only when separate cases were placed beside one another. Dublin, Wicklow, Kildare, Offaly, Louth, Wexford. A broad section of Eastern Ireland became the boundary of an imagined triangle. Inside it, young women had vanished from streets, homes, and roads. None had been found. The name given to that landscape was simple enough to endure. The Vanishing Triangle. It transformed individual disappearances into a single national mystery. It also threatened to obscure what remained unknown. In the first years, there had been no pattern. There had been only families. The McCarrick searching for Annie. The Brennans wondering how Eva could have disappeared after returning to her apartment. The Keenans retracing Imelda's brief walk through Waterford. The Dullards waiting for the driver who collected JoJo in Moon to come forward. Each case belonged to a different Garda district. Each produced its own statements, witness accounts, and theories. Investigators worked from circumstances immediately before them. There was no reason, at the beginning, to assume that a woman missing from Sandymount was connected to a woman who had left a family lunch in Rathgar. There was no evidence that either disappearance had anything to do with Imelda Keenan crossing a Waterford street. JoJo's case appeared different again. Her final journey had placed her in the vehicle of an unknown person late at night. The cases shared an outcome. They did not necessarily share a cause. That distinction became harder to maintain as the number of missing women increased. A pattern can be discovered. It can also be created. When two events resemble each other, the similarities attract attention. When a third is added, the differences begin to appear less important. Each new case can strengthen the impression that the same hidden force is at work. The women were young or comparatively young. They disappeared suddenly. Most were last known to be alone. Their bodies were not recovered. Their lives appear to have stopped without the financial, personal, or practical preparations expected of someone choosing to leave permanently. They had vanished within a relatively small country during a period of little more than 5 years. Those similarities were real. They were also broad enough to include disappearances produced by very different circumstances. A woman harmed by a partner might leave behind no body. So might a woman abducted by a stranger. A person who died by suicide in an unrecovered location could disappear just as completely. An accidental death might remain undiscovered. A woman could voluntarily abandon her life, although sustaining that disappearance over decades would become increasingly difficult. The result, absence, did not reveal the mechanism that created it. By the middle of the 1990s, the disappearances had begun to generate a particular kind of fear. The roads between Irish towns were ordinary places. Women used them to travel to work, return from nights out, and move between family homes. Hitchhiking remained common enough that accepting a lift did not automatically appear dangerous. JoJo Dullard's disappearance altered the meaning of that ordinary act. She had entered a car while speaking to a friend. The driver had remained unidentified. The vehicle had carried her out of the confirmed record. The case contained the elements from which public fear is built: a young woman alone at night, an unknown motorist, and a road stretching into darkness. The danger had no face that allowed it to take any form. A vehicle slowing beside the road could be the car from Moon. A man offering assistance could be the unknown driver. A woman waiting for a lift could be the next name added to the list. The fear extended beyond the facts of JoJo's disappearance because no facts existed to limit it. The word triangle suggested a contained hunting ground. It implied that the disappearances occurred within boundaries understood by whoever was responsible. Roads, towns, and rural land became part of a single territory. But the geography was never precise. The points changed depending upon which cases were included. Waterford stretched the shape south. Dundalk pulled it north. Tullamore extended it west. Dublin contained several starting points, while Wicklow's mountains provided the landscape most readily associated with concealment. The triangle could be drawn because Ireland's eastern counties were connected by roads and relatively short distances. It could also be drawn because a triangle is flexible. Almost any three outer points can contain whatever lies between them. The label made the cases memorable. It gave journalists a phrase capable of holding several complicated investigations together. It also carried an assumption. Women were not merely missing within the triangle. They had been taken by something moving through it. Serial offenders offer a seductive explanation for unresolved crimes. One person can account for multiple victims, multiple locations, and years of unanswered questions. The theory replaces coincidence with intention. It transforms apparently random disappearances into the work of a single intelligence. The offender becomes the hidden figure moving between chapters. For investigators, the possibility could not be ignored. If one person was responsible for more than one disappearance, evidence held in separate districts might acquire meaning only when compared. A vehicle description in one file could resemble a vehicle mentioned in another. A name considered peripheral in one inquiry might appear elsewhere. An offender's known movements could place him near several locations. Failing to compare the cases could allow a genuine connection to remain invisible. Assuming a connection carried its own risks. Investigators could spend years pursuing a shared offender while overlooking the person closest to an individual woman. Evidence might be forced into a pattern it did not fit. Differences could be treated as deliberate variations rather than indications of separate crimes. The theory was worth testing. It was not a conclusion. In August 1996, Fiona Pender disappeared from her flat in Tullamore. She was 25 years old and 7 months pregnant. 6 months later, 17-year-old Sierra Breen vanished from her home in Dundalk. In February 1998, 19-year-old Fiona Sinnott disappeared in County Wexford. 5 months after that, 18-year-old Deirdre Jacob vanished while walking towards her family home outside Newbridge. By then, the question could no longer be kept within a single Garda district. Were the cases connected? The answer required more than placing photographs on the same page. In October 1998, Garda Commissioner Pat Byrne established Operation Trace. The name described its purpose. Investigators were to trace, review, and collate the evidence contained in the separate files. The original operation examined 6 women who had disappeared in Leinster between 1993 and 1998. Annie McCarrick, Jo Dullard, Fiona Pender, Ciara Breen, Fiona Sinnott, Deirdre Jacob. Their cases were not merged into one investigation. Each remained separate. Operation Trace existed above them, looking across the files for a common denominator. The team faced a problem unlike an ordinary murder inquiry. In some of the cases, investigators could not prove that a crime had occurred. There were no bodies. There were few confirmed final movements. Several of the women had been legally free to go wherever they chose. The evidence that they had been murdered was circumstantial. The lives abandoned, the complete absence of contact, the passage of time, and the implausibility of sustained voluntary disappearance. A murder investigation begins with a death. Operation Trace often began with an empty space. The files had been created under different circumstances. Some investigations began too quickly. Others were affected by assumptions that the missing woman would return. One case might contain extensive search records and hundreds of witness statements. Another could be thinner, reflecting the attention it received when first reported. Terminology varied. A sighting described as reliable in one document might be treated more cautiously in a later review. Statements could contain times recalled days or weeks after an event. Names might be spelt differently. Addresses changed. Witnesses moved. Before investigators could search for links, they had to understand what each file actually established. The work was slow and largely invisible. There were no excavators cutting into fields and no suspects being led into Garda stations. There were boxes, statements, maps, and chronologies. The task was to separate 3 kinds of information. What was confirmed? What was reported? What had become accepted through repetition? In an old missing person case, those categories can drift together. Annie McCarrick's supposed route into the Wicklow Mountains demonstrated the problem. Reported sightings had placed her on a bus, in Enniskerry, and at Johnny Fox's pub. Together, the accounts created a persuasive final journey. But persuasion was not verification. If one sighting was wrong, the sightings that followed might belong to an entirely different woman. An investigation could spend years searching the end of a route Annie had never taken. JoJo's case contained a stronger final point. Her telephone call from Moon was confirmed. The vehicle that stopped was not. Later sightings towards Castledermot appeared to continue her journey, but their reliability could not be assumed. Every file contained a boundary between evidence and interpretation. Operation Trace had to find it. The team examined whether the women shared contacts. It considered places, vehicles, and known offenders. Investigators looked backwards as well as across, expanding attention beyond the original 6 cases. The disappearances of Eva Brennan and Imelda Keenan were later included in the review. Older cases were also examined. The purpose was not to declare that every missing or murdered woman in Eastern Ireland had been killed by the same person. It was to test whether details repeated in ways chance could not easily explain. The expansion made the operation more comprehensive. It also made the possible pattern increasingly difficult to define. Eva had apparently returned to her apartment. Imelda disappeared during a short daytime walk. JoJo was hitchhiking late at night. Fiona Pender vanished from her home while pregnant. Ciara Breen was 17 and appeared to have left through a window. Fiona Sinnott's final known hours involved people familiar to her. Deirdre Jacob disappeared in daylight, close to her parents' house. The circumstances did not present one clear method. A single offender would have needed to approach women in markedly different situations, across different counties and times of day, without leaving a body or sufficient physical evidence in any case. That was possible. It was not the only explanation. The public did not experience the cases through evidentiary categories. It experienced photographs. 8 women appeared in newspaper features and television reports, their faces arranged together as though they had occupied the same story from the beginning. The images were taken at different times and for different reasons. A family photograph. A passport-style image. A picture from a night out. A portrait chosen because it showed the missing woman clearly. Placed beside one another, the photographs produced an immediate emotional argument. Too many women were gone. The absence of answers appeared unlikely to be accidental. The women became familiar, even to people who had never met them. Their names could be recited as part of a grim sequence. Annie, Joe, Fiona, Sierra, Fiona, Deirdre, Eva, and Imelda were added in some accounts and omitted in others. Additional murdered women were sometimes placed within the triangle. The number changed according to the theory being presented. The instability of the list revealed the instability of the pattern. There was no universally agreed membership. There was only a shared sense that Ireland had failed to explain the disappearance of too many women. The phrase vanishing triangle did something Operation Trace could not. It provided certainty of connection without requiring proof. A police operation asks whether cases are linked. A name like the Vanishing Triangle implies that they are. Once the phrase entered public use, every later development could be interpreted through it. A suspect in one case became a potential suspect in all. A search of woodland appeared relevant to the entire group. A violent offender living or traveling within the broad region became a possible solution to several mysteries at once. The theory gained strength from repetition. A newspaper article referred to the triangle. A television program displayed a map. Another report repeated the same group of names. Eventually, the phrase appeared to describe an established event rather than an unresolved hypothesis. The map became more familiar than the evidence beneath it. For the families, collective attention brought advantages. A single missing person case can fade from public memory. A group of disappearances presented as a national mystery is harder to ignore. The women's photographs returned to front pages. Anniversary appeals received coverage. Political questions were asked. Investigations that might otherwise have remained local were subjected to national review. Families met others living with the same absence. They understood the rituals of repeated appeals, uncertain searches, and telephone calls that could reopen hope without providing an answer. The grouping also imposed a story upon them. A family might believe that the person responsible was known to the missing woman. The triangle shifted attention towards a stranger moving across counties. A case with distinctive circumstances could be reduced to a few similarities shared with the others. The woman herself became a triangle victim before anyone had established that the triangle existed. Collective remembrance preserved her name. Collective theory could distort her case. Both things could be true. Operation Trace did not produce a serial killer. It did not recover the 6 missing women. No common offender was charged with their disappearances. That outcome did not prove the cases were unrelated. It meant the review had not found evidence capable of establishing the connection and identifying a person responsible. The operation was wound down in 2003. Its work was absorbed back into the National Bureau of Criminal Investigation. The files did not close. Individual investigations continued. Later cold case reviews would reclassify several disappearances as murders. New searches would be conducted. Men would be arrested in some cases and released without charge. The central question survived the operation created to answer it. One offender. Several offenders. People known to individual women. Accident, suicide, or voluntary disappearance in some cases. A mixture of all of them. The available evidence allowed more than one possibility to remain alive. The absence of a proven connection created an unusual imbalance. The vanishing triangle became culturally real even if it remained evidentially uncertain. Books, documentaries, articles, and later television dramas returned to it. Each retelling strengthened the idea that Ireland had experienced a defined series of linked disappearances. The phrase offered atmosphere immediately. Dark roads, mountain land, women traveling alone, a predator whose identity remained unknown. The reality was less orderly. The disappearances occurred in bedrooms, flats, city streets, and rural villages. Some women were last seen at night. Others vanished in daylight. Some may have encountered strangers. Others may have been with people they trusted. The cases did not form a clean triangle. They formed a scatter of unfinished journeys. The most responsible question was not whether the triangle was real. The question was what the label helped people see, and what it encouraged them to overlook. It revealed a period in which women could disappear without leaving the kinds of digital evidence now taken for granted. It revealed the limitations of investigations divided by geography and conducted before information could be compared easily across centralized systems. It revealed how quickly assumptions about an adult woman's choices could affect the earliest response to her absence. It revealed families forced to maintain public attention for decades. It also created a faceless serial offender who could absorb suspicion that might otherwise have remained closer to individual cases. A single predator was frightening. Multiple men harming women within homes, relationships, and familiar communities presented a different kind of fear. The first could be imagined as an outsider. The second could not. No map could explain why Annie's groceries remained unpacked. No triangle identified the person who knew Eva returned to her apartment. It did not reveal where Imelda went after crossing Lombard Street. It did not name the driver waiting outside the phone box in Moon. The label connected the absences. It did not solve them. Before Operation Trace could be established, 3 more women would disappear. The first was preparing for the birth of her child. On the evening of August 22, 1996, Fiona Pender was at home in Tullamore. Baby clothes had been purchased. Her family expected the pregnancy to end with the arrival of a grandson. By the following day, Fiona was gone. So was the child she had been carrying. Nothing inside the flat could explain how 2 lives had disappeared from it. Chapter 6. Fiona. The baby clothes were bought on Thursday. Fiona Pender and her mother, Josephine, spent part of August 22, 1996 shopping in Tullamore. Fiona was 7 months pregnant. The child would be her first. There was no attempt to conceal the pregnancy or the plans forming around it. Fiona was described as being in good spirits and looking forward to the birth. The clothes were evidence of expectation. Small garments selected for a child who would soon need them, carried home and placed among the preparations for the months ahead. By the following morning, Fiona was gone. So was the baby she had been preparing to meet. Fiona was 25 years old. She had long blonde hair and stood approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. She had worked as a hairdresser and part-time model. In photographs, she appeared poised before the camera, sometimes smiling broadly, sometimes looking past it with an expression more difficult to read. Her public description would later include bright clothing and white leggings. Those details were repeated because someone might remember them. A woman in the street. A passenger in a vehicle. A person walking out of Tullamore. The clothing offered a possibility that Fiona had been seen after she disappeared from her flat. It did not establish that she had left the building wearing it. Nothing publicly confirmed how she departed. That absence distinguished Fiona's case from those of the women who had vanished before her. Annie McCarrick was believed to have travelled through Dublin. Eva Brennan had walked away from her parents' home. Imelda Keenan had been seen crossing a Waterford street. Jojo Dullard had telephoned from Moon while a vehicle waited nearby. Fiona's final confirmed location was inside her own home. The flat stood on Church Street in the centre of Tullamore. It should have been among the safest places in Fiona's life. A familiar building in her hometown, surrounded by streets she knew and people who recognized her. She was last seen there at approximately 6 o'clock on the morning of Friday, August 23, 1996. After 6, no confirmed sighting placed her anywhere. She did not arrive at her mother's house. She did not contact friends. She did not appear at a hospital or maternity unit. No public transport record or reliable witness established that she had left Tullamore. No possession belonging to her was found along a road, riverbank, or railway line. She simply ceased to be present. The flat could establish where Fiona had been. It could not explain how a woman 7 months pregnant had left without anyone seeing her go. A heavily pregnant woman does not move through the world invisibly. Her pace may be slower. Her shape is distinctive. People notice, particularly in a town where she is known. If Fiona had walked a significant distance through central Tullamore, there should have been opportunities for witnesses to see her. If she had boarded a bus or train, another passenger might have remembered her. If she had accepted a lift, someone had driven her. If she had intended to leave permanently, she would have needed somewhere to go and some means of supporting herself through the final months of pregnancy and the birth that followed. No evidence of such preparation was found. The previous day's shopping pointed in the opposite direction. Fiona had been preparing to remain within her life. The first hours would have carried the ordinary explanations applied to any unexpected absence. She might have gone to visit someone. She might have changed her plans. She might have left after an argument and intended to return when tempers had settled. Adults were entitled to privacy. A woman did not become the subject of an emergency investigation merely because relatives could not immediately locate her. But Fiona's pregnancy altered the urgency. There were medical appointments to keep and practical arrangements to complete. She was close to her mother. Those who knew her did not believe she would disappear voluntarily without contact. As the day passed, the possible explanations narrowed. Fiona had not taken herself to hospital. She had not traveled to relatives. She had not telephoned to ask for help. By the time her disappearance was reported, the most important period in the investigation had already begun to recede. Every hour allowed a vehicle to travel farther. Every hour allowed a scene to be cleaned or altered. Every hour placed more distance between Fiona and the people trying to find her. The searches extended beyond Church Street. Gardaí examined waterways and land surrounding Tullamore. Appeals were circulated nationally. Because Fiona was pregnant, maternity hospitals in Ireland and Britain were alerted to the possibility that she might arrive under another name or in circumstances requiring assistance. Nothing connected her to another hospital. No baby matching the expected circumstances was identified. No trace emerged of Fiona beginning a life elsewhere. The pregnancy made disappearance more difficult. It also made concealment more urgent for anyone who had harmed her. Within weeks, Fiona's body would have changed. Within months, a child would have been born. If she remained alive, she could not continue indefinitely without coming into contact with medical staff, neighbors, officials, or people who would recognize the national appeals. Yet neither mother nor child appeared. The Pender family had already experienced loss. Fiona's brother Mark had died in a motorcycle accident the previous year. The family was still carrying that grief when Fiona vanished. The expected baby offered a future beyond it. Josephine had shopped with her daughter for the child only hours before Fiona's final confirmed sighting. The disappearance removed both the daughter she knew and the grandchild she had not yet met. There was no body for either. No cause of death. No grave. The family could not even be certain whether the child had survived long enough to be born. The investigation had to consider Fiona as an adult missing person. Her family experienced the loss as two lives removed at once. Early publicity emphasized her pregnancy. It was the detail most likely to remain in the public mind. A 25-year-old woman could be mistaken for many others. A woman 7 months pregnant, with long blonde hair and brightly colored clothing, should have been more recognizable. But recognition depends upon knowing when to look. People who passed Fiona before the public appeals had no reason to memorize her face. By the time newspapers and television reports circulated her photograph, an encounter from the previous morning might already have blurred into countless others. Witness memory does not preserve events according to their later importance. It preserves fragments. A vehicle parked in an unusual place. Someone carrying an object. A person traveling at an unexpected time. Mud on clothing. A remark made carelessly. A change in behaviour. The fragments may mean nothing to the person holding them until another fact gives them shape. Garda appeals would repeatedly return to those who possessed information but had not recognized, or admitted, its significance. Fiona's disappearance became one of the cases considered under Operation Trace. On a map, Tullamore lay west of the disappearances that had already occurred in Dublin, Waterford, and Kildare. The geography extended the supposed triangle towards the Midlands. Her case supplied another young woman, another unrecovered body, and another investigation without a publicly identified crime scene. But Fiona did not fit the image of a stranger selecting women from roads. She had disappeared from a flat. If someone had entered, Fiona may have known that person well enough to open the door. If she had left willingly, she may have gone with someone she trusted. Pregnancy is usually treated as a condition requiring care and protection. It can also increase a woman's vulnerability, particularly where another person fears the responsibilities, exposure, or permanent connection created by a child. That did not prove what happened to Fiona. It meant the investigation could not be contained within the theory of a predator roaming Irish roads. The answer might lie inside a relationship rather than a triangle. The investigation produced arrests. People were questioned. Land was searched. Information was received from individuals who believed they knew where Fiona had been placed. Each development created the same cycle. A new lead emerged. The family was informed. Search teams arrived. Ground was opened. Hope returned in its most painful form. For the family, a successful search would confirm Fiona's death. An unsuccessful one would return them to uncertainty. The search for a missing person is one of the few human endeavors in which finding a body can be described as good news. Not because the death is welcomed. Because uncertainty has finally surrendered something. In December 2014, Gardaí searched land near the foot of the Slieve Blue Mountains in County Laois. The area was examined after information was received concerning the possible location of Fiona's remains. Search teams worked across the ground. The operation ended without recovering her. The mountains had appeared repeatedly in speculation surrounding the case. Their rural roads, wooded slopes and isolated land offered places in which a body might remain undiscovered. But a plausible landscape is not the same as a burial site. Ireland contains thousands of fields, forests, bogs and stretches of private land. Searching requires more than a belief that Fiona was taken somewhere remote. Investigators need a location narrow enough to examine. A search based on inaccurate or malicious information can consume days of specialist work. It can also harm a family already prepared for the discovery of remains. When the ground gives nothing back, the search does not return the case to its earlier state. It adds another place where Fiona was not found. Josephine continued campaigning. She appeared in public appeals and spoke about her daughter as someone who had been rooted in her family and expected to return to it. She wanted information more than theories. The passing years altered the practical meaning of hope. In 1996, hope might have meant Fiona surviving somewhere beyond reach. Later, it meant finding where she had been concealed. Josephine died in 2017. She had spent 21 years waiting for her daughter and grandchild to be returned. Fiona's father, Sean, had died in 2000 without learning what happened. Garda accounts have acknowledged the profound effect the disappearance had upon the family. The loss continued to pass through generations. Parents who had searched for their daughter were buried before her. The family grave existed. Fiona's place within it remained empty. Her brother John inherited the public search. He had been the younger brother in a family already altered by Mark's death. He became the surviving immediate relative responsible for speaking about Fiona decades later. The role required him to describe the most painful event in his life repeatedly and clearly. Dates, times, clothing, the pregnancy, the shopping trip, the last sighting, the lack of a body. A family member appearing in a true crime story is often treated as a source of emotion. In reality, relatives become custodians of evidence. They notice errors in reports. They remember which claims were confirmed and which grew through repetition. They understand that a careless sentence can become part of the accepted account. John was not only mourning Fiona. He was protecting her from being absorbed entirely into the mythology surrounding the Vanishing Triangle. A memorial was created beside the Grand Canal in Tullamore. The sculpture became part of a walking route known as Fiona's Way. John helped design it. Without a grave, the site offered a place where relatives and members of the community could leave flowers and acknowledge Fiona's absence. John described it as the nearest thing the family had to a graveside. The memorial did not mark where Fiona was last seen. It did not mark where investigators believed she had died. It represented something more difficult to locate, the space she continued to occupy in the town. People walked and ran along the canal. Seasons changed. The image of Fiona remained fixed at 25, 7 months pregnant and preparing for a child who would have grown into adulthood. The baby would have been older than Fiona had been when she disappeared. By 2025, the investigation contained thousands of documents and reports. More than 300 evidential statements had been taken. A number of exhibits had been retained. 5 people had been arrested and detained during the life of the inquiry. None had been convicted of causing Fiona's disappearance. The quantity of material illustrated the difference between information and proof. An investigation can possess boxes of documents without having the one piece of evidence capable of bringing a case to court. A witness may provide suspicion, but not direct knowledge. A statement may contradict another without revealing which is true. A search may identify disturbed ground, but no remains. An arrest permits questioning. It does not establish guilt. For almost 29 years, the case remained officially rooted in disappearance, even while Garda appeals referred openly to justice and the recovery of Fiona's body. Then the language changed. On May 26, 2025, and Garda Síochána formally confirmed that Fiona's case had been reclassified as a murder investigation. The decision was based on the totality of information available to the investigation team. Fiona was no longer being sought publicly as a woman who might have chosen to remain missing. Gardaí were investigating her killing. The announcement came as officers began searching open ground in County Offaly. The area was excavated and subjected to technical and forensic examination. The search concluded the following day. Gardaí did not release the results, citing operational reasons. Within a day, another search began. This time, the location was in County Laois, near Clonaslee and the Slieve Blue Mountains. The operation continued overnight. A road was closed while investigators examined the site. It ended on May 29th. Again, no findings were made public. The silence surrounding the results did not permit a conclusion. It could not truthfully be said that nothing had been found. It could not be said that evidence had been recovered. The family was updated. The investigation continued. For John, the searches reopened an experience the family had already endured. There was reason to hope that the new operations were based upon information considered credible enough to justify excavation. There was also reason to fear another false beginning. Searches attract cameras and headlines. Their conclusion is often quieter. The machinery leaves, the barriers are removed, and the land returns to its ordinary appearance. The family remains with whatever investigators are able or unable to tell them. A search that finds no remains can still assist an investigation by excluding a location. That knowledge has professional value. It provides little comfort to a brother who wants to bury his sister. In August 2025, relatives, friends and members of the Tullamore community walked in Fiona's memory. 29 years had passed since she disappeared. The gathering was not evidence that the case had gone cold. It was evidence that the town had refused to allow the absence to become invisible. Memorial events serve several purposes. They honor the missing woman. They support the surviving family. They remind potential witnesses that the investigation continues. They also speak, indirectly, to the person or people who know what happened. Time has passed. Circumstances have changed. Old relationships may no longer exist. A loyalty maintained in 1996 may feel different 3 decades later. The person who once feared becoming involved may now recognize that silence has protected the wrong individual. Gardaí have repeatedly appealed to people who previously provided only part of what they knew. That wording matters. It suggests the investigation may not be waiting for an entirely new witness. It may be waiting for an old witness to finish speaking. Fiona's pregnancy makes it tempting to write her primarily as a mother. She should not be reduced to the child she was carrying. Before the pregnancy, she was a daughter, sister, hairdresser, friend, and young woman with an identity separate from the family she was preparing to create. But the baby cannot be removed from the case. The child was physically present during Fiona's final months and disappeared with her. Every possible account must include both. If Fiona was transported, she was transported while heavily pregnant. If she was killed, the pregnancy was part of the circumstances. If another person concealed her body, that person knew a baby would also be denied recovery and burial. The investigation has one named victim. The family lost 2 futures. The vanishing triangle encouraged the women to be viewed collectively. Fiona's case resisted that shape. Her disappearance did not begin on an empty road. There was no public telephone call to an unseen driver and no uncertain walk through the mountains. She vanished from a home where baby clothes waited. The location concentrated suspicion rather than scattering it. The answer was unlikely to depend upon every violent offender who had traveled through Leinster. It depended upon understanding who had access to Fiona, who knew her plans and who could move through Church Street without appearing out of place. A stranger would have needed opportunity. A familiar person would already possess it. No court has determined which occurred. No living person should be described as Fiona's killer without a conviction. The narrative must stop where the evidence stops. At 6 o'clock in the morning, inside the flat, the final scene was not dramatic. There was no confirmed cry for help. No witness publicly described Fiona being forced into a vehicle. No blood-stained room was identified. No object was recovered that established the method of her death. She was present at approximately 6. Later, she was not. That simplicity is what makes the case so difficult. Something significant happened, but the surviving public record does not contain the moment itself. It contains what came before. A day with her mother. Baby clothes. Plans for the birth. A woman described as happy and looking forward. Then it contains what came after. Searches. Arrests. Excavated ground. Deaths within the family. A memorial beside the canal. A murder investigation without remains. Between them lies the event someone succeeded in hiding. Fiona would have turned 55 in July 2026. The child she was carrying would have been approaching 30. Those ages do not appear on the missing person notices. Fiona remains 25. The baby remains unborn. Time stopped for them while continuing for everyone who loved them. Her parents died. Her surviving brother grew older than the sister he remembered. Tullamore changed around the flat, the canal and the roads searched by Gardaí. The photographs did not. The morning Fiona disappeared, there were no lines on a map connecting her to Annie, Eva, Imelda, or Jojo. There was only a family expecting a child. By evening, 2 places had become important. The flat where Fiona had last been seen, and wherever someone had taken her. The first was known immediately. The second has remained hidden for almost 30 years. 6 months later, a mother in Dundalk would wake during the night and discover that her teenage daughter was no longer in the house. A bedroom window was open. Ciara Breen was 17 years old. She had left behind almost everything she owned. Chapter 7. The Open Window. The window was left open for her return. Shortly after midnight on Thursday, February 13, 1997, Ciara Breen sat with her mother on the edge of Bernadette's bed. They had spent the evening together, eating at a cafe in Dundalk, before returning to their home on Bachelor's Walk to watch television. The next day was already waiting heavily for them. Bernadette was due to receive the results of a biopsy. Ciara knew her mother was frightened. Before going to their separate rooms, they spoke for a few minutes about what the morning might bring. Then the house became quiet. Ciara was 17 years old. Just before 2 o'clock, Bernadette woke. She went to check on her daughter. Ciara's bed was empty. Bernadette moved through the house and looked outside towards the road. There was no sign of her. The front window was open. It appeared that Ciara had climbed out and left the window unsecured so she could return the same way without waking her mother. She had not abandoned the house. She had left herself a way back in. Ciara never used it. The open window suggested a short absence. A teenager intending to leave permanently would not need to preserve a quiet route home. She would not need to prevent a door from locking behind her or avoid disturbing a sleeping parent. Ciara appeared to expect that she would return before morning. Whatever drew her outside seemed temporary. A conversation. A meeting. Someone waiting nearby. The plan may have felt private rather than dangerous. At 17, secrecy could be part of ordinary independence. A way of keeping a friendship, romance, or disagreement beyond apparent scrutiny. There was no reason to assume that Ciara understood she was walking toward harm. The open window argued that she did not. Bachelor's Walk stood close to the center of Dundalk. Ciara was not leaving an isolated rural house. Streets, homes, and businesses surrounded her. The border with Northern Ireland lay only a short distance away, but the immediate geography was urban and familiar. A person could walk from the house and quickly disappear among adjoining roads. A vehicle could collect someone and leave the town before her absence was recognized. The time mattered. Shortly before 2 in the morning, most windows were dark. People who might have noticed Ciara during the day were asleep. Passing traffic was sparse enough to attract attention, but only if someone happened to be looking. No mobile telephone recorded whom Ciara had contacted. No messages preserved an arrangement. No location data traced her route after she climbed through the window. The house contained the beginning of the journey. The street absorbed everything after it. Ciara was born on March 31, 1979. She was weeks away from her 18th birthday when she disappeared. Official descriptions varied slightly in later records, placing her height at approximately 5 feet 4 or 5 feet 5. She was slim, with long dark brown or black hair, blue eyes, and a sallow complexion. Her clothing was unusually specific. A black leather jacket, dark blue jeans, a wine-colored sweatshirt, a white t-shirt printed with an image of a girl surrounded by lifeguards, with Ciara's own face superimposed upon it. On her wrist was a black leather watch with a square face and green background. The t-shirt should have made her memorable. It carried her face before her face appeared on missing person posters. Anyone who saw the shirt closely might have noticed its joke or novelty. Anyone who saw Ciara from a distance may have registered only another teenager in jeans and a jacket. Distinctive clothing assists an investigation only when a witness understands that the person wearing it is important. During the hours when Ciara might have been seen, no one yet knew to remember her. Bernadette waited. The open window told her that Ciara intended to return, and for a time that intention offered reassurance. Her daughter might be nearby. She might have gone to meet a friend and misjudged the hour. She might appear on the footpath at any moment, embarrassed or defiant, expecting an argument. A parent can be frightened and angry at the same time. The anger imagines the child walking back through the door. As the night passed, that possibility weakened. The window remained open. Ciara did not come home. The morning brought 2 crises into the same family. Bernadette was awaiting medical news. Ciara was missing. Later accounts would record that Bernadette was diagnosed with cancer. The illness became entwined with the search for her daughter, dividing the years that followed between treatment and appeals, fear for her own life, and the hope that Ciara might still be found. The 2 events had begun within hours of one another. On the last night Bernadette saw her daughter, Ciara had been worried about her. By the next morning, the mother was searching for the child. A missing teenager can be burdened by assumptions that do not attach as quickly to a missing adult. Teenagers argue. They test rules. They stay with friends and conceal relationships. They leave home impulsively and return when money, anger, or excitement runs out. Those facts can make voluntary absence appear more likely. They can also create dangerous delay. A teenager may leave willingly and still encounter someone who does not intend to let her return. Consent to a meeting is not consent to violence. Climbing out of a window does not make what happens afterwards the child's fault. Sierra's departure may have been voluntary. Her continuing disappearance almost certainly was not. There was no confirmed contact with family or friends. No later sighting was established. No new identity, employment, medical history, or ordinary adult life emerged. The 17-year-old who had been concerned about her mother vanished before she could learn how the biopsy results would shape their future. The earliest investigation had to determine why Sierra left. Had she arranged to meet someone? Had another person come to the house? Was she running from a conflict inside the home, or towards a relationship outside it? Had she left on foot? Was a vehicle waiting? The open window answered none of those questions. It showed only that Sierra intended to return. Investigators spoke with friends and people who knew her. They examined relationships and rumors circulating around the town. As in many investigations involving a teenager, the distinction between what Sierra had said, what friends believed, and what adults later inferred was difficult to preserve. A young person may tell different versions of a relationship to different people. A friend may know a nickname without knowing an address. An encounter dismissed as adolescent gossip can assume an entirely different significance after a disappearance. The investigation needed to reconstruct a social life, partly hidden from the adults closest to her. Attention eventually focused on the possibility that Sierra had gone outside to meet a man. That possibility did not establish who the man was. It did not prove that a planned meeting occurred. It did not establish that the person she intended to meet was the person who ultimately harmed her. A teenager might expect one person and encounter another. She might enter a vehicle containing more than one occupant. She might walk to one location before traveling elsewhere. Every step after the window remained unconfirmed. Over time, particular individuals attracted suspicion. Their names circulated through Dundalk, in newspaper reports and later documentaries. Suspicion is not conviction. No person was prosecuted for Sierra's disappearance. Any account of the case had to preserve that boundary, however strongly investigators or members of the public came to believe that a particular theory was correct. The legal record remained empty. Sierra remained missing. The investigation joined the cases reviewed under Operation Trace. At first glance, Sierra appeared to fit the developing pattern. She was young. She disappeared suddenly. No body was found. Her last known movements took place in the eastern half of Ireland during the same period as the disappearances of Annie McCarrick, Jojo Dullard, and Fiona Pender. But Sierra's case differed in an important way. She was a child living with her mother. She had not been hitchhiking or traveling between towns. She had not vanished from an isolated road. She appeared to have slipped outside for a meeting she expected to survive. If a man had arranged to meet her, the opportunity may have been created through familiarity rather than chance. The threat would not have been a stranger searching roads for an unknown woman. It would have been someone who knew where Sierra lived, how to contact her, and when she could leave the house unnoticed. That possibility placed the danger within her social world. The triangle could not explain it. Years passed. Sierra's photograph continued to show a 17-year-old girl with dark hair falling across her forehead. The image did not change. Bernadette did. A parent searching for a missing child ages in public. Each anniversary places the parent beside the same photograph, creating a visible measurement of time. At first, the appeal asks whether anyone saw a girl on a particular night. Later, it asks whether someone remembers a conversation from years earlier. Eventually, it asks whether a person who has carried a secret for decades is prepared to die with it. Sierra's 18th birthday arrived without her. Then her 21st. Her 30th. The milestones belonged to a woman no one had seen grow older. Age progression images attempted to bridge that distance. Artists and computer specialists produced estimates of how Sierra might look as an adult. Her face was lengthened and matured. The hair was altered. The familiar teenager became a hypothetical woman. Such images preserve two possibilities. The first is hope. The missing person survived and may be recognized under another name. The second is investigative necessity. Even when police suspect death, they cannot ignore the possibility of life without evidence resolving the question. An age-progressed face is not a portrait. It is an informed guess about years that may never have occurred. For Sierra's family, the image offered a version of someone they had been prevented from knowing. In 2014, the case moved. A renewed media appeal brought forward two potential witnesses. An anonymous letter was also sent to investigators. The contents were not publicly released. Gardaí appealed directly to the author to identify themselves and speak with the investigation team. An anonymous letter creates information without accountability. Its author may know something important. The writer may be frightened, protecting another person, or testing whether investigators have already discovered the truth. The letter may also contain rumor, speculation, or deliberate misdirection. Until its author is identified and the claims can be tested, the information remains difficult to assess. For Bernadette, the renewed activity meant that someone outside the family was still thinking about the night Sierra disappeared. Whether that person held the answer was another question. On April 21, 2015, Gardaí arrested a man in his 50s in connection with the investigation. He was detained and questioned. The arrest created the appearance of movement after 18 years. A person was no longer being discussed only in private statements or public rumors. Investigators had taken the formal step of depriving a man of his liberty while they questioned him. He was released without charge the following morning. A file was prepared for the Director of Public Prosecutions. The release did not prove that the investigation's suspicions were misplaced. It established that no charge was brought. The distinction is essential. An arrest allows questions to be asked under controlled conditions. It does not supply the evidence required for prosecution. In an old case without a body, forensic scene, or confirmed final witness, suspicion may be strong while admissible proof remains weak. No court heard evidence against the man. No jury reached a verdict. Sierra was not found. 4 months later, search teams entered Balmer's Bog on the southwestern side of Dundalk. The search began on August 18, 2015 after fresh information was received. The area was marshy and difficult. Gardaí were assisted at different stages by specialist units and members of the defense forces. Vegetation and waterlogged ground complicated the work. A bog can preserve what is placed within it. It can also resist those trying to search it. Mud closes over disturbed ground. Water shifts. Rubbish and rubble accumulate. The landscape that exists 18 years after an event may bear little resemblance to the one a witness remembers. Searchers worked through sections of the site. Equipment was brought in. The operation continued for weeks. During the search, soldiers discovered bomb component parts. An army bomb disposal team was called to make the area safe before the work could proceed. The discovery had no established connection to Sierra. It demonstrated the hazards hidden within the ground investigators were trying to examine. Each day at Balmer's Bog carried the possibility that Sierra would be found. For Bernadette, that possibility could not be described simply as hope. Finding remains would confirm that her daughter had been dead throughout the years she had waited. Finding nothing would leave Sierra unburied and the case unresolved. Families in such circumstances are required to desire the evidence of the event that destroyed them. A bone, a piece of clothing, the watch with the square green face. An object capable of returning the missing person to the world, even in death. The Balmer's Bog search ended on September 11th. No publicly announced discovery located Sierra. The land was added to the list of places examined without bringing her home. An unsuccessful search does not necessarily mean the information behind it was false. A location may be approximately right, but insufficiently precise. The landscape may have changed. Remains may have been moved. Search conditions may prevent complete recovery. The original witness may have misunderstood what was seen. Each explanation preserves the possibility that the answer remains nearby. It also prevents the investigation from moving cleanly beyond the site. Balmer's Bog became attached permanently to Sierra's case. The association was strong enough that retired investigators later continued to express belief that her remains might still lie there. Belief is not evidence. It is the conclusion of people who spent years examining evidence that has never been fully released to the public. Without recovery, the ground remains silent. Bernadette survived her cancer diagnosis and continued searching. She appeared in appeals and asked anyone with information to come forward. She lived long enough to see fresh witnesses interviewed, an arrest made, and Balmer's Bog searched. None of it returned her daughter. Bernadette died in June 2018. She had spent more than 21 years without knowing what happened after Sierra climbed through the window. The last conversation between them had centered on the mother's health. Sierra had worried that Bernadette might be seriously ill. She could not have known that her own disappearance would become the defining sorrow of the life her mother fought to preserve. Bernadette died without a grave to visit for her daughter. Without remains, there was nowhere to place them together. The death of a campaigning parent changes a missing person case. The person who remembers the missing child most intimately is no longer available to correct mistakes, identify belongings, or explain family relationships. Responsibility moves outward. Siblings, uncles, cousins, and community members become the keepers of the story. They repeat the clothes, the window, the final conversation, the search. They inherit questions formed before some of them were old enough to understand the case. The public sees a new relative beside the same photograph. The appeal continues, but another direct connection to the missing person has been lost. By 2026, almost 30 years had passed. Sierra's name remained on the Garda missing person register. Original and age progression photographs continued to be displayed. Public reporting increasingly referred to the investigation as one concerning her suspected murder, while the official online entry continued to describe her as missing from home. The difference reflected the unresolved position at the center of the case. Investigators may believe Sierra was killed. Her family may regard that conclusion as unavoidable. But without recovered remains, a prosecution, or a complete official account, the missing person record continues to carry the formal uncertainty. Sierra has not been found alive. She has not been returned dead. The two statements coexist. In Dundalk, calls grew for a permanent memorial. The family had no grave and no confirmed site connected with Sierra's death. The house on Bachelor's Walk marked where she began her final journey, but it could not serve as a public place of remembrance. A memorial would not solve the case. It would provide somewhere to place flowers. Somewhere to gather on February 13th. Somewhere to acknowledge that Sierra belonged to the town before she became one of its mysteries. The need for such a place revealed what nearly 3 decades of investigation had failed to provide. A location. The clothes listed in Garda appeals have remained unchanged since 1997. The black leather jacket, the jeans, the wine-colored sweatshirt, the shirt carrying Sierra's face, the wristwatch. Objects survive in investigations because they may still be recognized after memory of the person has faded. Someone may have seen the jacket discarded. Someone may have noticed the unusual t-shirt in a vehicle or house. A person may know where the watch went. Yet clothing can also create a misleading final image. There is no publicly available photograph of Sierra leaving the house that night. The description depends upon what investigators established or believed she was wearing. The last confirmed image remains inside the home. Sierra speaking with her mother. A worried daughter before bedtime. Everything beyond that scene has been reconstructed. The open window has become the central symbol of the disappearance because it contains intention. Sierra expected to come back. She did not lock herself out. She did not leave in a way designed to announce departure. She slipped into the night and preserved her route home. The person she intended to meet may have understood that she had only a limited time. That person may have known Bernadette was inside. Sierra may have said she needed to return before her mother woke. If so, someone heard the plan and prevented it. No verified account of that conversation survives. No one has admitted waiting for her. The case poses a question different from those created by the women who vanished on roads. Who could persuade a 17-year-old girl to leave her mother shortly before 2 a.m? The answer need not be a stranger. A teenager does not usually climb through a window for someone she has no desire to see. She may do so for a person she trusts, admires, fears disappointing, or believes she loves. The balance of power within that relationship may be invisible to her. Attention can feel like affection. Secrecy can feel like intimacy. An adult's interest can appear flattering to a child who does not yet understand the purpose behind it. None of those observations establishes who Sierra met. They explain why leaving voluntarily does not make the encounter safe. The vanishing triangle placed Sierra beside women who disappeared while traveling through other parts of Ireland. The grouping brought attention to her case. It also risked directing the story towards an unknown serial offender when the most important relationships may have existed within Dundalk. Sierra did not need to be selected from a road. She may have been called from her home. The distinction changes the search. Instead of asking who happened to pass through town, it asks who knew the girl behind the photograph, who knew when her mother went to bed, who knew how to reach Sierra without leaving a record investigators could recover, who expected her to keep the meeting secret, who had access to a vehicle or a place where she could be concealed, who behaved differently after February 13th, 1997. The circle is narrower than a triangle. It has still not produced a conviction. Sierra would have turned 47 in March 2026. The calculation bears little relationship to the face preserved in the official photograph. The girl in that image did not reach 18 in any life known to her family. She did not attend her mother's later medical appointments. She did not grow older beside the people searching for her. An age-progressed photograph can suggest lines around the eyes and changes in the shape of a face. It cannot create the intervening life. The night began with dinner. A mother and daughter returned home and watched television. They spoke in a bedroom about a biopsy. Sierra went to bed. Sometime before 2, she dressed and climbed through the front window. She left it open behind her. That detail separates Sierra's disappearance from a planned escape. It preserves the expectation that the house would still be there when she returned. Bernadette was there. For 21 years, she remained. Sierra did not. The answer may exist in a statement already taken. It may lie in an anonymous letter whose author never came forward. It may depend upon a witness who saw a vehicle but doubted the memory. It may remain in ground searched incompletely or in another location never examined. It may be held by someone who protected a living person and now protects only the dead. The investigation has accumulated suspicions. What it has never recovered is Sierra. The window was not an exit from her life. It was meant to be a temporary passage into the night. Sierra left it open so she could come home. Almost a year later, another young woman would spend an evening in a pub in a small County Wexford village. She was 19 years old and the mother of an infant daughter. By the following day, Fiona Sinnott would also be missing. This time, several people had seen the woman during her final night. Their accounts would not agree on what happened next. Chapter 8. The 4 people at Kisha Cross. Fiona Sinnott had a birthday party to organize. Her daughter was 11 months old and would turn 1 at the end of February. Fiona had also been looking forward to her sister Diane's 21st birthday. The month ahead contained cake, family, photographs, and the ordinary commotion of celebrations in a large family. On Sunday, February 8, 1998, Fiona was 19 years old. Before the night ended, she would walk out of a village pub. She would never be seen by her family again. Fiona lived with her infant daughter in rented accommodation at Ballyhit, near Broadway in South County Wexford. The area lay between the coast and the network of villages surrounding Bridgetown, Kilmore Quay, and Roslar. It was rural country, crossed by narrow roads and bordered by fields, scattered houses and stretches of open ground. Fiona's family lived roughly 16 kilometers away. Before mobile phones became ordinary, a young adult could pass several days without speaking to every member of her family. Fiona remained in regular contact with her parents and older siblings, but her independence meant that a brief silence did not immediately signal danger. Her daughter was the fixed point in her life. A woman of 19 might leave town suddenly. She might travel, stay with friends, or decide she needed distance from her family. Leaving an 11-month-old baby was different. It required either a plan for the child's care or a willingness to abandon her. Fiona's family believed neither explanation fitted her. She was preparing for the baby's first birthday. She was not preparing to disappear. On the afternoon of February 8th, friends called at Fiona's home. They went together to Butler's pub in Broadway, arriving at approximately 5 o'clock. Fiona remained there throughout the evening, talking and socializing with people she knew. The setting was local. This was not a nightclub in a large city filled with anonymous crowds. Broadway was small enough that regular patrons knew one another, and strangers were more likely to be noticed. Fiona was among friends. During the evening, she telephoned her family home and asked whether one of her siblings would come to the pub. Her brother declined because he had work commitments. The call would later carry the weight attached to every final contact. At the time, it was ordinary. Fiona wanted company. Her brother could not come. The family expected there would be another conversation. At approximately midnight, Fiona left Butler's. The departure is the last confirmed sighting recognized by Gardaí. The official chronology does not publicly establish every detail of who left with her, whether she intended to walk the entire distance home, or whether someone had offered her transport. It establishes only that she had been inside the pub and at around midnight, she left. Broadway was quiet at that hour. A Sunday night had passed into Monday morning. Public transport offered no obvious route out of the area. The roads led through a rural landscape in which a pedestrian or stopped vehicle might be noticed by the few motorists passing through. Somewhere beyond the pub lay Fiona's cottage. Inside it was her baby daughter. Fiona did not reach her, or, if she did, no reliable public evidence has established what happened afterwards. Between midnight and 12:30, a motorist approached Kisha Cross. The witness saw a man and a woman on the roadway. They appeared to be involved in a dispute or argument. 2 other young men, believed to be in their late teens or early 20s, were standing nearby. 4 people. 1 woman. 3 men. a road junction close to the time and place of Fiona's disappearance. The sighting appeared capable of transforming the case. If the woman was Fiona, the motorist may have witnessed part of her final known encounter. If she was not, for unidentified people had occupied the wrong stretch of road at precisely the time investigators needed to understand it. None of them came forward. The male and female at Kisha Cross have never been publicly identified. Neither have the two young men reportedly standing nearby. Gardaí have appealed repeatedly for all four to contact investigators, along with anyone else who was in the area but did not, or felt unable to, speak at the time. The request leaves several questions unanswered. Did the four know one another? Were the two men observing the argument or participating in it? Had they been inside Butler's earlier? Was a vehicle parked nearby? Was the woman Fiona? The description of a dispute is itself an interpretation. A motorist passing at night might see gestures or body positions that suggested an argument without hearing any words. A conversation could look confrontational. An argument could look harmless. The witness had only moments to observe the group. Those moments became part of an investigation lasting decades. If the woman was Fiona, she was not alone after leaving the pub. That fact would shift the center of the case away from the image of a young woman disappearing while walking through empty countryside. Someone had been with her. Other people had been close enough to witness at least part of the interaction. If the group was unrelated to Fiona, her trail ended at Butler's door. Both possibilities leave an uncomfortable conclusion. Either four people possess information about Fiona's final movements, or the only identified witnesses to the roadside scene have never realized that they saw someone else. The investigation cannot force the sighting to become more certain than it is. It can only continue asking the four people to identify themselves. No alarm was raised immediately. Fiona was young and lived independently. Her contact with her family was regular, but not constant. A week could pass without creating the kind of fear that would arise today from unanswered mobile calls and unread messages. The family usually met for coffee in Wexford town on Fridays. When Fiona missed the first gathering, there could still have been ordinary explanations. When she missed the next, the silence became harder to accept. Her father, Pat, reported her missing on February 18th. 10 days had passed since she left Butler's. Those 10 days became one of the most consequential facts in the case. Vehicles had moved. Clothing could have been destroyed. Ground could have been disturbed and covered. Witnesses had continued through ordinary routines without knowing they should preserve their memories. Anyone responsible had been given time. The delay was not evidence that Fiona's family cared less. It reflected the way a 19-year-old woman's independence could conceal danger until absence became impossible to explain. When Gardaí began examining Fiona's disappearance, they encountered a case with no confirmed crime scene. The pub was the last place she had unquestionably been seen. Kisha Cross offered a potentially important but unidentified group. The cottage at Ballyhit was her home, but the publicly available record did not establish whether Fiona returned there after midnight. Searches and inquiries began. The investigation had to account for a woman, her movements, and the life she had apparently left behind. It also had to account for a child. Fiona's daughter remained. Whatever had happened was not a plan in which mother and baby began a new life together. The first theory available in many adult missing person cases is voluntary departure. Fiona might have traveled to Britain. She might have left Wexford with someone she knew. She might have felt trapped by motherhood, a relationship, or the expectations of her family. Each possibility had to be examined. None produced a confirmed trace. No travel record established that Fiona left Ireland. No reliable sighting placed her in Britain. No later employment, medical contact, or official record revealed a 19-year-old mother living under another identity. Fiona's family rejected the idea that she had abandoned her daughter. The investigation eventually moved in the same direction. The days after Fiona vanished contained events she had expected to attend. Her sister Diane turned 21 on February 27th. Fiona's daughter turned 1 the following day. The dates arrived without Fiona. A first birthday is ordinarily preserved in photographs. A child before a cake, adults leaning into the frame, a candle extinguished with assistance. For Fiona's family, the celebration became inseparable from the mother's absence. The child could not understand why Fiona was missing. The adults could not explain it. They did not yet know whether they were waiting for Fiona to return or beginning a grief that would have no funeral. The absence of a body allowed theories to multiply. Fiona might have left voluntarily. She might have suffered an accident. She might have been killed close to the pub. She might have returned to the cottage and been harmed there. She might have entered a vehicle and been taken elsewhere. The countryside offered many places in which remains could be concealed. Fields, lakes, coastal water, disused ground, outbuildings and private land. A broad search area is not an advantage. It is an expression of how little is known. In June 1998, Our Lady's Island Lake was drained during the search for Fiona. Gardaí maintained a round-the-clock, floodlit watch as the water level fell. No trace of her was found. The operation demonstrated the scale of the investigation and the desperation created by uncertainty. A lake could conceal a body. It could also be searched at enormous effort and reveal nothing connected with the case. Every failed search eliminated one possibility while leaving hundreds of others intact. The ground and water around South Wexford were not a single location. They were a landscape. Fiona's case became part of Operation Trace. Her age, disappearance and unrecovered body placed her within the series of missing women already attracting national attention. Yet her circumstances pointed away from the image of a lone predator moving invisibly through Leinster. Fiona had spent the evening among people she knew. The possible roadside encounter involved several people. Gardaí would later state that they believed individuals in the Broadway area possessed information vital to the investigation. That was a different kind of mystery. The answer was not necessarily hidden with a stranger. It might be held within a community. Small communities are often described as places where everyone knows everyone else's business. The phrase is comforting until a serious crime remains unsolved. Then it becomes an accusation. If people knew who was arguing at Kisha Cross, why they remained silent? If Fiona had been harmed by someone local, who noticed the person's behavior afterwards, who heard a confession, threat, or explanation, who protected someone, who was afraid. Knowledge within a community is rarely distributed evenly. One person may know an argument occurred. Another may know who drove a particular car. A third may suspect where someone went after midnight. None may possess the full account. Silence can arise from fear, loyalty, shame, disbelief, or the assumption that someone else will speak. Over time, silence becomes harder to break because the person must also explain why it lasted. In 2005, the investigation changed formally. Gardaí arrested a man on suspicion of Fiona's murder. At the same time, 5 other people, 3 women and 2 men, were detained in connection with the investigation. All 6 were later released without charge. No person has been prosecuted for Fiona's murder. The arrest showed that Gardaí no longer regarded voluntary disappearance as the likely explanation. Fiona's case was upgraded to a murder inquiry. She was also legally classified as dead. The change supplied a legal conclusion without recovering her body. Fiona had not abandoned her daughter. Investigators believed she had been killed. The person responsible remained free. Arrests create a public impression of certainty. Several people are brought to Garda stations. Questioning takes place. News reports describe a major development. Then those detained are released. Without charges, the investigation returns to its unresolved state. The public may assume Gardaí know exactly what happened, but cannot prove it. That may or may not be true. Investigators can possess strong suspicion while lacking admissible evidence. They may believe a witness is lying without being able to demonstrate the truth. One person may blame another. Accounts may conflict. Physical evidence may be absent, contaminated, or too weak to support a prosecution. A murder without a body can be prosecuted. It cannot be prosecuted on conviction alone. Fiona's home was subjected to renewed forensic examination years after she disappeared. Advances in DNA recovery allowed investigators to search for traces that could not have been detected using the methods available in 1998. The cottage had once been a place where Fiona fed her daughter, slept, and prepared for birthdays. It became a potential crime scene long after ordinary life had passed through it. A delayed examination faces obvious limits. Surfaces are cleaned. Occupants change. Objects are moved or discarded. The building itself may be altered. Forensic science can reveal microscopic traces. It cannot restore evidence that no longer exists. Later reporting disclosed a disturbing part of Fiona's history. Medical records examined by her family for a television documentary recorded injuries consistent with physical abuse. The documents reportedly described incidents beginning when Fiona was 15, including being kicked and punched in the head and suffering bite injuries while pregnant. In one incident, she was brought to hospital by Gardaí but declined to make a statement. Those records do not identify Fiona's murderer. They do establish that violence was not merely an abstract risk in her life. She had experienced harm before she disappeared. The knowledge changes how her story is understood. The 19-year-old in Butlers was not simply a carefree young mother who encountered danger without warning. She had already lived within circumstances in which injury and silence existed together. Victims of abuse do not always disclose what has happened. They may fear retaliation. They may depend financially or emotionally upon the person responsible. They may believe the violence will stop. They may feel ashamed, blame themselves, or distrust the response they will receive. A refusal to make a statement does not mean an assault did not occur. It means the victim was not prepared or able to enter the criminal process at that moment. Fiona reportedly told medical staff that she would inform her family. Her relatives later said they had not known the extent of the violence recorded in her files. The records became another form of evidence discovered too late to protect her. Domestic and relationship violence complicates the mythology of missing women. The vanishing triangle suggests an unknown predator stalking roads and selecting strangers. Abuse directs attention towards people already inside a woman's life. Someone who knows her routine does not need to hunt for an opportunity. He knows where she lives. He knows whom she trusts. He knows when she is alone. He may know how frightened she is of reporting him. None of this proves who killed Fiona. It does show why an unsolved disappearance should not automatically be folded into a stranger abduction theory. The threat may have had a familiar face. Fiona's family became increasingly public about their belief that local people knew what happened. Her sister Diane said the family believed one or two other people held crucial information and might have remained silent through fear. The family's certainty about a suspected individual was their own stated belief. It was not a finding made by a court. That legal distinction cannot be blurred. No person has been convicted. No living person should be named as Fiona's murderer on the basis of family belief, journalistic suspicion, or an arrest followed by release. A responsible account can describe the family's conviction. It cannot turn conviction into verdict. The unanswered question is not merely who the family suspects. It is what evidence can prove. Fiona's father, Pat, continued searching for his daughter. He died in 2004. According to the family, he asked relatives near the end of his life not to stop looking for her. Another family member had died without an answer. Fiona's sister Caroline later died as well. The task of maintaining the search passed to those who remained. Every death narrowed the family circle that remembered Fiona directly. It also enlarged the list of people denied the chance to bury her. A memorial plaque was erected near the area where Fiona was last seen. Before a planned ceremony marking the 10th anniversary of her disappearance, the plaque was stolen. The act was small compared with murder. Its cruelty was not. The family had no remains and no grave. The plaque was intended to provide a place at which Fiona could be remembered. Someone removed even that. A replacement memorial was later established near Kilmore Quay, where the family continued to gather on anniversaries. Memorials for the missing perform the work ordinarily done by graves. They provide a location for grief when the person responsible has denied the family the true one. By 2017, investigators had conducted hundreds of inquiries and taken hundreds of statements. The official appeal returned to the 4 unidentified people near Kisha Cross. The man and woman apparently arguing. The 2 young men nearby. Gardaí also asked about Fiona's movements during the days before she disappeared. The wording suggested that the investigation was not confined to the moment after she left the pub. Events earlier in the week might explain what happened on Sunday night. Who had she spoken to? Who had she met? Was anyone angry with her? Had she disclosed fear, plans, or a dispute? Had another person known where she would be? The last confirmed sighting is not always where a murder begins. The conditions leading to it may have been developing for days or years. The family organized and supported searches of its own. Information arrived from people claiming to know where Fiona had been buried. Land was examined. Hope rose and fell with each location. Nothing returned her. The family's objective became painfully specific. They did not expect Fiona to be found alive. They wanted her body recovered. They wanted a funeral. They wanted her placed somewhere her daughter and siblings could visit. The request did not depend upon a conviction. It depended upon one person deciding that Fiona had been hidden long enough. Her daughter grew up. The baby whose first birthday Fiona had been planning became older than her mother had been when she disappeared. The Sinnott family also experienced separation from the child following Fiona's disappearance, creating another layer of loss that extended beyond the murder itself. The photograph of Fiona holding her daughter became one of the case's most recognizable images. A teenage mother looks towards the camera. The child rests in her arms. The photograph preserves their physical closeness, while the years that followed were defined by separation. True crime often focuses upon the moment of violence. The damage continues far beyond it. On the 25th anniversary in 2023, Gardaí stated publicly that they believed people in the Broadway area possessed information vital to the investigation. They appealed not only to those who had never spoken, but to people who had previously withheld part of what they knew. The distinction was deliberate. Someone may already have given a statement. The statement may have been technically true, but incomplete. A person may have omitted a name, vehicle, conversation, or location. Someone may have supplied an alibi knowing it was false. Another may have repeated a version of events created collectively within a family or group. After 25 years, investigators were asking whether the loyalties supporting those accounts still existed. On July 31, 2025, Gardaí began searching open ground in County Wexford. The location was excavated and subjected to technical and forensic examination. Roads were closed while investigators worked at the site. By then, the investigation had accumulated thousands of reports, more than 500 evidential statements, retained exhibits, and 6 arrests. Fiona's family gathered nearby. Diane said they had been told about the planned operation, but had not initially been given its precise location. Diggers and drones were visible as the work proceeded. The family allowed themselves to hope. Hope during a search is not hope that nothing will be found. It is hope that the ground contains a murdered sister. That is what decades without a body do to a family. The search ended later that day. Gardaí said the results would not be released for operational reasons, and that Fiona's family had been updated. RT reported that family members said nothing of evidential value had been found. The machinery left. The land remained. The investigation continued. Another location had briefly appeared capable of ending the search. It had not brought Fiona home. A murder investigation can survive without a body. A family is asked to survive without one. For Gardaí, Fiona's remains would be evidence. For her relatives, they would be Fiona. The difference explains why every new dig is experienced so intensely. Investigators must remain controlled. They assess intelligence, search conditions, and forensic results. A sister sees a chance to recover the person missing from every family photograph taken since 1998. When the excavation ends, both return to the same unresolved case. Only one returns to the same unresolved grief. The 4 figures at Kisha Cross remain near the center of the public appeal. They may possess the final independent account of Fiona alive. They may be unrelated strangers whose silence has allowed suspicion to settle upon them. They may be people who were frightened in 1998 and remain frightened now. Or they may know nothing more than what the motorist saw. Until they identify themselves, the scene cannot be tested properly. A man, a woman, 2 young men nearby. A road junction after midnight. The image has endured because so little else has been confirmed. The person who killed Fiona did more than end her life. That person separated a baby from her mother. He denied a family a body. He allowed suspicion to circulate through a small community for decades. He watched searches begin and end. He may have heard the family's appeals and known that the information they wanted could be supplied in a sentence. A location. That knowledge, if still held by someone living, has been protected longer than Fiona was alive. Fiona was 5 feet 2 inches tall, slight, with shoulder-length auburn hair and brown eyes. Official descriptions list the physical details required to identify her. They cannot contain the person her sister remembered as bubbly and fun-loving. They cannot show Fiona preparing for birthdays or asking a brother to join her at the pub. They cannot show the child waiting at Ballyhit. The missing person entry records that Fiona disappeared in February 1998. The murder investigation records everything that followed. Between them lies the final walkout of Butlers. The question once asked was whether Fiona had chosen to leave. That question has been answered by the classification of the case and the decades without contact. The questions now are narrower. Who was with her after midnight? Was Fiona the woman seen at Kisha Cross? Why have the 4 people never come forward? Where was she taken? Who helped conceal what happened? Which statements are incomplete? Where is her body? No single theory can be presented as established fact. No suspect has been convicted. The medical records demonstrate earlier violence, but not the identity of Fiona's killer. The arrests demonstrate investigative suspicion, but not guilt. The family's beliefs are sincere and important, but they are not a court judgment. The evidence available publicly permits only one firm conclusion. Fiona Sinnott was murdered. Someone has succeeded in keeping the place where she lies secret. The night she vanished, Fiona's daughter was approaching her 1st birthday. The child was too young to remember waiting for her mother to come home. The family remembers for her. They remember Fiona at 19. The telephone call from the pub. The celebrations she expected to attend. The 4 people on the road. The searches that found nothing. The years in which local knowledge failed to become evidence. The mother in the photograph remains 19. Her daughter has lived almost 3 decades beyond the night Fiona left Butler's. 5 months after Fiona disappeared, another young woman traveled into Newbridge to complete an ordinary series of errands. She was home from college in London for the summer. The afternoon was bright. Witnesses saw her walking along the road towards her parents' house. She came within a short distance of the gate. Then Deirdre Jacob vanished in daylight. Unlike Fiona's final night, there appeared to be no argument. No pub closing. No 4 unidentified people standing beside the road. Only an 18-year-old girl walking home. And a journey that ended almost at her front door. Chapter 9. The Gateway. Deirdre Jacob came close enough to home to see the gate. Shortly after 3 o'clock on the afternoon of Tuesday, July 28, 1998, the 18-year-old was walking along the road towards Rosebery, outside Newbridge in County Kildare. She had completed the business that brought her into town and was returning to the house where she had grown up. Several people had seen her along the way. The final witness saw Deirdre crossing the road near the entrance to her family home. The remaining distance could be measured in steps. She never reached the door. Deirdre had spent the previous academic year in England. She was studying to become a teacher at St. Mary's College in Strawberry Hill, near Twickenham, and had returned to Newbridge for the summer before beginning her second year. Her life was divided temporarily between the 2 places. In London, there were college friends, studies, and accommodation to arrange. In Kildare, there were her parents, Michael and Bernadette, her younger sister Sierra, her grandmother, and the familiar roads of home. She was not preparing to leave one life behind for the other. She was moving between them in the ordinary way of a student beginning adulthood. On July 28th, when the practical details of that future needed attention, Deirdre had to obtain a bank draft and send it to a college friend in London as a deposit towards their accommodation. The errand was small. It concerned rent, friendship, and the term ahead. Nothing about it suggested that the afternoon would become the final confirmed day of her life. Deirdre spent the morning at home. Her mother telephoned several times from work. During their final call, shortly before 1 o'clock, Deirdre said she intended to walk into Newbridge. The journey took approximately 20 minutes. At around 1:30, she reached the sweet and toy shop operated by her grandmother on Main Street. She prepared lunch for her before leaving to complete her errands. Deirdre visited financial institutions on Main Street, obtained the draft, and then went to the post office to send it. She returned briefly to her grandmother's shop. She said she was going home. Then she began walking towards Rosebery. There was no unexplained detour in the known timeline. No sudden change of plans. No missed bus forcing her to rely upon a stranger. No late-night meeting or journey through isolated countryside. Deirdre had walked into town in daylight and completed exactly what she had intended to do. She was walking back along a route connecting her grandmother's business to her parents' house. The journey should have ended within the hour. Deirdre was approximately 5 feet 3 inches tall, with a slim build and dark hair cut to her chin. She wore a navy V-neck top with white trim, dark jeans, and blue Nike runners. Over her shoulder, she carried a distinctive black satchel. The word cat appeared on its side in large yellow capital letters. The bag contained the ordinary possessions of an 18-year-old completing errands in town. Its unusual branding made it easier to describe than most missing belongings. It has never been found. The satchel mattered because objects can continue traveling after the person carrying them has disappeared. A bag can be discarded, hidden, burned, given away, stored in a house, vehicle, shed, or attic by someone who assumes no one else will recognize its significance. Garda appeals would return repeatedly to the same question. Had anyone seen the black cat bag after the afternoon of July 28th? Had it appeared among another person's possessions? Had someone been asked to destroy it? In the absence of Deirdre's body, the bag remained one of the few physical objects capable of connecting another person to her final journey. Newbridge was busy enough for Deirdre to be seen. Witnesses remembered her along the route home. A young woman walking through town during the afternoon did not appear to require assistance. She was not visibly fleeing anyone. No confirmed witness reported seeing her forced into a vehicle. Each sighting moved Deirdre closer to Rosebery. Then, at approximately 3 o'clock, she reached the road outside her home. The final sighting did not place her miles away. It placed her at the gateway. The closeness created an enduring illusion. Had someone inside the house looked towards the road at the right moment, Deirdre might have been seen. Had a vehicle arrived a few seconds later, its driver might have been identified. Had she walked slightly faster, she might have passed through the gate before whatever happened could occur. None of those possibilities can be known. The final witness saw Deirdre near home. No one publicly confirmed seeing what happened next. The road was familiar. That did not make it safe. People associate danger with unfamiliar environments, dark streets, isolated paths, strangers' cars, and places where no one knows where to search. Deirdre disappeared in the opposite circumstances. She was in daylight. She was close to her family. She was walking along a road she knew. Her disappearance suggested that the decisive encounter did not need time or distance. A vehicle could stop for less than a minute. A familiar person could call her name. Someone asking for directions or assistance could create a momentary distraction. A woman might willingly approach a driver she recognized, never imagining that the interaction would prevent her from reaching the house only steps away. The public record does not establish that Deirdre entered a vehicle. It does not establish whether the person responsible was known to her. It establishes only that the short final distance was never completed. At first, her absence had to be recognized. Deirdre was 18 and capable of changing plans without immediately notifying her parents. She had friends in Newbridge. She might have stopped to visit someone or accepted a lift elsewhere. But she had told her grandmother that she was heading home. She had no reason to abandon the arrangements she had been making for college. The draft had been obtained and posted. She was expected at Roseberry. As the afternoon passed without her arrival, the explanations became less convincing. Michael and Bernadette contacted relatives and friends. No one knew where Deirdre was. Her disappearance was reported to Gardaí, and a full-scale investigation began. The searches started with the area closest to the final sighting. Roads, fields, ditches, buildings, and open ground. Search teams examined the places a person might have reached on foot. But if Deirdre had entered a vehicle, the possible area expanded with every passing minute. A car could carry her beyond Newbridge before anyone understood that she was missing. The gateway showed where the evidence ended. It did not show where the search should end. There was no obvious crime scene. No publicly disclosed physical evidence established that Deirdre had been attacked beside the road. No possession was recovered there. No confirmed witness described a struggle. The absence of visible violence allowed multiple possibilities to remain open. Deirdre might have accepted a lift. She might have approached someone voluntarily. She might have been confronted too quickly for passing motorists or nearby residents to notice. She might have traveled elsewhere before being harmed. The person responsible could have relied upon trust rather than force. That uncertainty complicated the earliest investigation. Gardaí had a highly specific last known location, but no established event to investigate at it. The timing produced another difficulty. The important moment may have lasted only seconds. A witness driving past might remember Deirdre, but fail to notice a parked car further along the road. Another person might recall a vehicle without connecting it to the young woman walking nearby. Someone may have seen a brief interaction and interpreted it as harmless. Once newspaper and television appeals began, those ordinary observations had to be retrieved from memory. What color was the vehicle? Which direction was it facing? Was anyone standing beside it? Was the woman carrying a black satchel? What time had the witness passed the gate? The questions arrived after the moment had lost its original context. What had seemed meaningless on Tuesday afternoon had become potentially crucial by Tuesday night. Deirdre's disappearance entered the public consciousness quickly. Her age and the circumstances were difficult to reconcile. She had not vanished after leaving a nightclub. She had not secretly packed clothing. She had not withdrawn money or taken a passport. She had not told anyone she was unhappy or intended to leave. She had completed an errand related to the future she expected to have. The black satchel became part of every appeal. So did the gateway. Photographs of Michael and Bernadette standing outside the family home made the final location visible to the public. The road was not hidden. The entrance was not remote. The family continued to use it every day. Each journey into or out of the property required them to pass the place where Deirdre had almost arrived. A family home is ordinarily the place to which a missing person is expected to return. For the Jacobs, it also became the final confirmed point in the investigation. The contradiction was unavoidable. The house offered continuity. Deirdre's parents remained there, kept her memory present, and maintained contact with investigators. It also forced the disappearance into their daily landscape. They did not need to travel to a memorial to remember where the trail ended. They opened the gate. They drove along the road. They looked towards the point where Deirdre had last been seen. Michael would later describe the case as having failed to advance beyond 2 or 3 minutes after 3 o'clock on that July afternoon. 27 years of investigation existed beyond that time. The known story did not. Deirdre's disappearance added another case to the series' already unsettling Ireland. Annie McCarrick had vanished in 1993. Eva Brennan and Imelda Keenan disappeared within the following year. Jojo Dullard vanished in 1995. Fiona Pender disappeared in 1996. Sierra Breen and Fiona Sinnott followed. Now an 18-year-old had vanished almost outside her own home. The circumstances appeared both connected and contradictory. Like the others, Deirdre was young, disappeared abruptly, and left no recovered body. Unlike Jojo, she was not hitchhiking at night. Unlike Fiona Pender, she did not vanish from inside a flat. Unlike Sierra, she had not slipped out secretly to meet someone. She had been visible throughout the afternoon. The disappearance moved the imagined danger into daylight. When Operation Trace was established later in 1998, Deirdre's case was among the 6 initially examined for possible links. Her disappearance offered investigators a narrow timeline and a well-documented route, but very little information about the transition between walking home and becoming missing. The lack of an identified crime scene meant any connection with the other cases had to be established indirectly. A shared name, a vehicle, a geographic overlap, the movements of a known violent offender, a witness account that became meaningful only when compared with another file. The same absence that made the cases appear connected made the connection difficult to prove. No body meant no postmortem findings. No postmortem meant no confirmed cause or method of death. Without those details, investigators could not compare how the women had been killed. They could compare only how they disappeared. Public attention increasingly turned towards men already known to have committed violence against women. That attention was understandable. A convicted offender whose movements overlapped with the disappearances presented a more concrete theory than an unknown person leaving no trace. But a theory is not a prosecution. The name of a violent man can dominate an unresolved case even when the available evidence does not establish that he harmed the missing woman. Repetition can create a form of public conviction without a trial. In Deirdre's case, no person has been convicted of abducting or murdering her. No living individual should be placed inside the final scene merely because journalists, retired investigators, or members of the public consider him suspicious. The gateway remains empty in the verified account. To insert a particular man into it would be to replace evidence with narrative convenience. The investigation continued through anniversary appeals, renewed interviews, and case reviews. Witnesses were asked again about the afternoon. Investigators reconsidered the route through Newbridge, the people in the bank and post office, and anyone who may have interacted with Deirdre. The passage of time weakened some evidence while changing the conditions surrounding potential witnesses. Relationships ended. Old loyalty shifted. People who had feared another person in 1998 might no longer feel the same fear. Someone who had provided a partial account might become willing to complete it. The investigation did not require every person to solve the case independently. It required each person to disclose whatever fragment they possessed. A vehicle, a conversation, an unexplained absence, a bag, a location. In August 2018, 20 years after Deirdre vanished, Gardaí announced that the case had been reclassified as a murder investigation. The decision followed a cold case review and the receipt of new information. An incident room was established at Kildare Garda Station, and the Serious Crime Review team supported the investigation. Gardaí said they were following a number of lines of inquiry. The reclassification altered the official meaning of Deirdre's absence. Investigators were no longer publicly entertaining the possibility that she had voluntarily built a life elsewhere. They believed she had been killed. That conclusion offered the family recognition, but not resolution. No body was recovered. No suspect was charged. The murder investigation began at the same point where the missing person inquiry had stalled. Near the gate. Shortly after 3 o'clock. A murder inquiry without remains lacks some of the basic evidence available in most homicide cases. There is no post-mortem examination. No scientifically established cause of death. No confirmed place where the killing occurred. No opportunity to recover trace evidence directly from the victim's body or clothing. The prosecution must instead be built from circumstances. The person's plans. Her complete and sustained absence. Witness movements. False accounts. Admissions. Digital or financial evidence, although little of that existed in 1998. Physical objects connected to the disappearance. Evidence that a suspect had opportunity and behaved in a way consistent with guilt. The burden does not become lower because a person successfully concealed a body. the evidence must still prove the charge beyond reasonable doubt. In October 2021, Gardaí conducted a search of an isolated wooded area near Newbridge after new material emerged from the review of the case. Drones were used to examine the site, and specialist resources assisted with the operation. The search brought Deirdre's case back to the physical landscape of Kildare. Once again, ground was treated as a possible repository of the answer. No public announcement confirmed that Deirdre's remains had been found. A search can be valuable even when it does not recover a body. It can eliminate a location, test information, or reveal whether a witness's account is geographically possible. For a family, those investigative benefits are abstract. The practical question is simpler. Did they find her? The answer remained no. By the 25th anniversary in July 2023, the investigation had accumulated more than 5,000 documents and reports, more than 300 evidential statements, and a number of retained exhibits. A file had been submitted to the Director of Public Prosecutions. No prosecution had been directed. An incident room remained active at Kildare Garda Station, and a family liaison officer continued to update Michael, Bernadette, and their family. The scale of the file did not reflect a lack of effort. It reflected the difference between knowing much and being able to prove enough. Thousands of pages can document a mystery without resolving it. Statements may establish where Deirdre walked but not who intercepted her. Reports may examine suspects without placing one beside the road. Exhibits may be preserved without yielding a profile, fingerprint, or other result capable of sustaining a charge. The case did not need more paper. It needed the detail that connected the final sighting to what happened next. Gardaí appealed to every person who had been inside the post office while Deirdre was there. Images of the queue were revisited. Investigators asked those present to recognize themselves and make contact, even if they believed they had nothing important to add. They also appealed to anyone who had spoken with Deirdre that day or who knew anything about the missing cat satchel. The focus on the queue reflected a cold case principle. People often exclude themselves from an investigation because they do not believe they witnessed a crime. A customer in the post office may remember who entered or left behind Deirdre. Someone may have overheard a name. A person may recall another customer watching her. The memory may appear too uncertain to report. Investigators, not witnesses, must decide whether it has value. Michael and Bernadette continued their appeals. They did not need to manufacture urgency. Their daughter remained missing. The gap in family photographs widened each year. Celebrations occurred without Deirdre. Her younger sister passed the age Deirdre had been when she vanished. The parents' voices aged while the photograph used in appeals did not. Deirdre remained 18. Dark bobbed hair. A slight build. The young woman preparing to return to college. Her family had to imagine every later version of her. A graduate. A teacher. A woman in middle age. The lives of hypothetical children. The ordinary future removed alongside her. In October 2025, the family and Gardaí again appealed publicly for information. The official chronology remained starkly unchanged. Deirdre walked into Newbridge. She obtained the draft. She visited the post office and her grandmother. She walked towards Roseberry. She was seen near the gate shortly after 3. The satchel had never been located. The case remained active as a murder investigation. The repetition did not indicate that the investigation had nothing else. Active murder inquiries often contain information that cannot be disclosed without alerting a suspect, contaminating witness accounts, or damaging a possible prosecution. But the public appeal must operate with facts that can safely be released. After 27 years, those facts still ended at the gateway. In February 2026, the investigation entered another search phase. Gardaí, examining the separate murders of Deirdre Jacob and Joe Dullard, began excavating open ground near the Wicklow, Kildare border. The operation was led by the Serious Crime Review team and supported by technical and local Garda resources. The families of both women were kept informed. The fact that the same ground was being examined in connection with both women immediately strengthened public speculation that their disappearances were connected. Garda statements preserved an important distinction. They remained separate murder investigations. Searching one location in relation to 2 cases did not establish a common offender. It established that investigators considered the ground relevant enough to examine. The search phase concluded on February 25, although further assessment of the site continued. No public result resolved either murder. In June, investigators returned to open ground in the same border region. The defense forces assisted by carrying out a technical survey before excavation and forensic examinations began on June 15. The searches continued until early July. Deirdre's family and JoJo's family were updated. Gardaí announced that the results would not be released for operational reasons. The refusal to disclose the outcome prevented any reliable public conclusion. It did not prove that remains or significant evidence had been found. It did not prove that the operation had failed. The only defensible statement was the official one. The searches had concluded. The results were being withheld. The investigations remained active. For the Jacob family, every search created a conflict no family should be required to manage. They wanted Deirdre found. They understood that finding her in excavated ground would confirm the violence already acknowledged by the murder investigation. The discovery would end one uncertainty and establish another set of facts too painful to desire. Where had she been taken? How had she died? How long had she remained there? Who had concealed her? Could the surviving evidence identify the person responsible? A recovered body might provide answers. It could also reveal how efficiently the passing years had destroyed them. The search for Deirdre has always contained two landscapes. The first is visible and exact. Newbridge Main Street. Her grandmother's shop. The bank. The post office. The road to Roseberry. The family gateway. The second is unknown. The vehicle, room, field, woodland, or other place to which she may have been taken. Investigators can walk the first route. They can measure it, interview witnesses, and compare the timing. The second landscape can only be reached through information. Someone must identify it. Someone may already have done so, imperfectly. Someone else may recognize the location from an account they were told years ago. A person may know where a vehicle traveled that afternoon without knowing why. The route beyond the gate may exist in fragments across several memories. The black satchel remains part of that unknown landscape. It was visible while Deirdre walked through town. If she entered a vehicle, it may have entered with her. If she was attacked near the house, it may have fallen or been removed. Whoever concealed Deirdre had to decide what to do with the bag. The yellow cat lettering made it dangerous to retain. Destroying it required another action. Discarding it created another location. Passing it to someone else created another witness. Objects increase the number of decisions an offender must make. Each decision creates a possibility of evidence. The bag has never publicly reappeared. Deirdre's disappearance is often described as impossible because of where it happened. A person should not be able to vanish in daylight with inside of home. But the word impossible conceals how little time is required. A car door opens. A name is called. A familiar face asks a question. A person stops walking. The road continues around them. Unless someone understands the significance of the interaction, nothing about it appears memorable. By the time the disappearance is recognized, the car is gone. What looks impossible over 28 years may have taken less than a minute. The person responsible may have relied upon that ordinariness. He did not need to overpower Deirdre where witnesses could see. He needed only to move her from the public road into a private space. The first private space may have been a vehicle. It may have been a nearby building. Once Deirdre was no longer visible, the offender controlled the timeline and the location. The family home was close enough to represent safety. It was not close enough to protect her. No verified narrative can describe Deirdre's final conversation. It cannot state whether she recognized the person who stopped. It cannot describe fear on her face or place her inside a particular car. It cannot follow her to the location searched in 2021 or the ground examined in 2026. Those scenes would provide the resolution a true crime narrative appears to demand. They would also be fiction. The evidence permits the story to move only as far as Deirdre moved in public. Along Main Street. Through the post office. Past witnesses. Towards Roseberry. Across the road. Near the gate. Then silence. The gateway remains part of the Jacob family's daily life. It is not preserved behind police tape. Cars enter and leave. People visit. The road carries new generations who may know Deirdre only from the photographs and appeals. The ordinary use of the place continues beside its extraordinary meaning. Michael and Bernadette have never had the distance of visiting a remote last-known location. They live with it. Every arrival repeats the journey Deirdre could not complete. Every departure passes through the point where she disappeared. By July 2026, almost 28 years had passed. Deirdre would have been 46. The student planning her second year in London would have lived most of her adult life. Instead, her biography stops with the rent deposit. The bank draft was sent towards a future she never reached. The cat bag vanished with her. Her parents continued waiting in the house she had been walking towards. The vanishing triangle reached its most unsettling form in Deirdre's case. The danger was no longer limited to a woman hitchhiking at night or traveling through remote countryside. It could appear in daylight. It could act quickly. It could remove someone within steps of her family. Yet the case also demonstrated the weakness of the triangle as an explanation. A line drawn between counties could not identify who was near Roseberry at 3 o'clock. It could not determine whether Deirdre knew that person. It could not locate the satchel or establish why one road became the boundary between her life and her disappearance. The map described where women were lost. It did not reveal who took them. The confirmed sequence lasts little more than 2 hours. Before 1 o'clock, Deirdre spoke to her mother. At 1:30, she reached her grandmother's shop. She prepared lunch. She obtained the draft. She entered the post office. She returned to say she was heading home. Witnesses saw her walking. Shortly after 3, she crossed the road near the gate. Then the record ends. The distance between the final sighting and the front door was almost nothing. It has taken investigators 28 years to search beyond it. They are still searching. Chapter 10. The suspects no one could prove. In February 2000, 2 men hunting in the Wicklow Mountains came upon a car in an isolated place. A woman was inside its boot. She had been abducted, repeatedly raped, and left with a plastic bag over her head. The man responsible had intended that she would not survive. The hunters interrupted him. The woman was rescued. The attacker fled, but the police reached his home before he could successfully separate himself from the crime. His name was Larry Murphy. In May 2001, the Central Criminal Court sentenced Murphy to 15 years imprisonment for abduction, rape, and attempted murder. He had not been convicted on the basis of theory, geographical coincidence, or an uncertain witness identification. A living victim had survived him. There was a crime scene. There were witnesses. There was evidence. For the families of Ireland's missing women, the conviction raised a more difficult question. Had the hunters arrived in time to save only his most recent victim? Murphy was a carpenter from Baltinglass, County Wicklow. His work took him to different houses and locations. He traveled through the same broad landscape within which several young women had disappeared. The crime for which he was convicted possessed features that appeared to echo parts of the unsolved cases. A woman was placed inside a vehicle. She was taken into an isolated rural area. The offender attempted to kill her. Had the hunters not intervened, her body might have been concealed before anyone understood where to search. The similarities were enough to attract immediate Garda attention. On the day Murphy was sentenced, RT reported that Gardaí wanted to question him as part of the investigations into 6 missing women. The timing ensured that his name entered the Vanishing Triangle story almost as soon as it entered the public record. Here was not an imaginary predator created from the shape of a map. Here was a man who had demonstrated that he was capable of abducting a woman, transporting her into the mountains, sexually assaulting her, and attempting to kill her. He lived within the landscape. He used its isolation. He had nearly succeeded. Suspicion followed naturally. Proof did not. The crime answered one question with terrible clarity. A violent offender could operate in the Wicklow countryside without drawing immediate attention. A man driving with a woman in his passenger seat did not appear unusual. A vehicle leaving a main road could disappear among forests, mountain tracks, and sparsely occupied land. The victim might enter the car voluntarily or be forced inside before anyone recognized what had happened. Once the vehicle reached an isolated place, the offender controlled the scene. Murphy's conviction demonstrated possibility. It did not establish history. The fact that a man committed one horrific crime does not legally prove that he committed another. Similarity of method can assist an investigation, but it cannot replace evidence placing the offender with a particular victim. Gardaí had to determine whether Murphy's movements, vehicles, work, relationships, or possessions connected him to any of the missing women. The public required less. The existence of a convicted predator within the triangle seemed to complete the story. For years, the Vanishing Triangle had lacked a central figure. The women were known. The imagined offender was not. He existed only through the negative space left by their disappearances. The driver at Moon, the person outside Sierra Breen's window, the man who may have intercepted Deirdre Jacob near her gate. Murphy gave that absence a face. Newspaper reports placed his photograph beside images of the missing women. Television programs retraced roads near Baltinglass and examined the possible distances between his home, his work, and the last known locations. The geography appeared persuasive. Jojo Dullard had vanished in County Kildare. Deirdre Jacob had disappeared near Newbridge. The violent crime for which Murphy was convicted ended in the Wicklow Mountains. Lines could be drawn between them. But geography can create an illusion of evidentiary weight. Ireland is a small country. A person who worked across Wicklow and Kildare could be shown to have travelled within driving distance of many homes, villages and roads. Being capable of reaching a place is not the same as being there. Being capable of violence is not proof of a particular murder. The stronger the public theory became, the more important that distinction was. The questions directed at Murphy were legitimate. Where had he been on the dates the women disappeared? Which vehicles had he owned or used? Where had he worked? Did he know any of the women or their families? Was he familiar with the locations where they were last seen? Had he ever spoken about them? Did changes in his behaviour coincide with any disappearance? Could physical evidence connect him to a missing person? Those questions belonged inside an investigation. The answers available publicly did not establish that Murphy murdered Annie McCarrick, Jojo Dullard, Fiona Pender, Deirdre Jacob, or any of the other women. He has not been convicted of killing them. He has not been charged with their murders. The absence of a charge does not prove that investigators never suspected him. It means suspicion has not been converted into a case capable of being prosecuted. Murphy served 10.5 years of his 15-year sentence. He was released from Arbor Hill Prison in August 2010. The release produced fear and anger. Members of the public knew what he had done. Many believed there were further crimes for which he had never been held responsible. The law dealt with the conviction before the court. It could not impose punishment for unproved offences. Murphy had received remission for good behaviour in prison. Once the lawful sentence had been served, the state could not continue holding him because of public suspicion. The missing women's families remained where they had been before his conviction. Without bodies. Without prosecutions. Without proof that the man leaving prison had anything to do with their daughters and sisters. A suspect can become more powerful in public imagination after an investigation fails to charge him. Every absence in the evidence becomes part of his supposed skill. No body was found because he knew how to conceal one. No witness identified him because he chose isolated places. No physical evidence survived because he cleaned his vehicle. No confession emerged because he refused to speak. The theory becomes difficult to disprove because every missing fact is treated as proof of competence. That form of reasoning can turn suspicion into certainty without adding evidence. It can also protect the true offender. Once one man dominates several investigations, other possibilities lose attention. A person known to an individual victim may seem less interesting than a convicted predator whose name already connects the cases in the public mind. The serial killer theory promises one answer. Reality may contain several. Deirdre Jacobs' case became especially attached to Murphy. The apparent links were repeated so often that many people came to believe the connection had been established. In 2016, Deirdre's father, Michael Jacob, publicly cautioned that the link was not as strong as people assumed. One detail regularly cited was a piece of paper found among the belongings of Deirdre's grandmother after her death. Murphy's name and telephone number were written on it. The explanation was mundane. Deirdre's grandmother had operated a shop in Newbridge. Murphy made wooden children's toys and had previously left his contact details with her in connection with that work. The note demonstrated contact with the shop. It did not demonstrate contact with Deirdre. It did not place Murphy near Rosebery on July 28, 1998. It did not identify the person who intercepted her near the gateway. A name written on paper can appear ominous after a person becomes notorious. Before the conviction, it may have represented nothing more than a tradesman and a possible supplier. The Jacobs' caution was important. Families do not always accept the theories most attractive to the public. They live closer to the investigation. They hear details that cannot be released and understand which stories have grown through repetition rather than evidence. A theory can injure a family even when it appears to offer an answer. If the theory is wrong, years may be spent emotionally confronting the wrong man. Each new documentary revives certainty unsupported by a prosecution. Every search associated with his name raises hope that the missing woman will finally be found. When the search ends without recovery, the family is left not only with disappointment, but with another theory that cannot be closed. Deirdre's case changed in 2018 when Gardaí reclassified it as a murder investigation following a cold case review and new information. The reclassification intensified attention on Murphy. Media reports described him as a person of interest and referred to information supplied by prisoners and witnesses. Some allegations were striking. They suggested admissions, suspicious conversations, and possible knowledge of Deirdre's disappearance. Such claims can be significant. They can also be extremely difficult to prosecute. A prison witness may possess genuine information unavailable publicly. He may also seek advantage, attention, or revenge. An alleged confession must be examined for details only the offender could know. Investigators must determine whether the witness heard the information directly, obtained it from media reports, or constructed it from rumors already circulating. Credibility is not assessed through drama. It is assessed through corroboration. No public allegation, however compelling, has resulted in Murphy being charged with Deirdre's murder. A file was submitted to the Director of Public Prosecutions during the renewed Deirdre Jacob investigation. No prosecution followed. The decision did not require the public to conclude that nothing suspicious had been found. It meant the available admissible evidence did not justify bringing a criminal charge. A prosecutor must consider more than whether a suspect appears capable of the crime. The evidence must establish a reasonable prospect of conviction. A jury would need to be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt. In a case without a body, identified crime scene, or eyewitness to an abduction, every link becomes crucial. Where was the accused at the relevant time? What connected him directly to Deirdre? What evidence proved death? What evidence proved murder rather than accident or voluntary disappearance? What evidence identified the accused as the person responsible? Suspicion can answer none of those questions by itself. In February 2026, Gardaí searched a disused quarry near the Wicklow, Kildare border as part of the separate murder investigations into Deirdre and Jojo. The official statements did not name Larry Murphy. Media reports stated that investigators were acting on information alleged to relate to him and to activity at the site. That difference matters. An official search can confirm that investigators consider a location relevant. A media report may identify the person believed to have led them there. Neither proves that the underlying information is accurate. The quarry was excavated. Technical and forensic examinations were conducted. The families waited. The search ended without a public announcement that either woman had been recovered. Investigators returned to the wider area in June. Again, Murphy's name appeared prominently in reporting. Again, the official Garda language was more restrained. The operation concerned the separate murder investigations into Jojo Dullard and Deirdre Jacob. The results would not be released for operational reasons. The search could neither publicly confirm nor finally remove the theory that had followed Murphy for 25 years. Murphy was not the only suspect generated by the cases. He was the most recognizable. Each investigation developed its own circle of interest. People close to the missing woman. Partners and former partners. Men seen with her. Drivers who could not be identified. Known violent offenders living within reach of the final location. People whose statements changed. Individuals accused by relatives, prisoners, neighbors, or anonymous writers. The public rarely saw the complete basis upon which a person was investigated. It saw the visible moments. An arrest. A search. A Garda station. A property sealed behind barriers. A man released through a side entrance. The word suspect often remained after the legal power to detain him had ended. In April 2015, Gardaí arrested a man in his 50s in connection with Sierra Breen's disappearance. He was questioned and released without charge. A file was prepared for the Director of Public Prosecutions. Sierra was not found. The release did not eliminate every investigative concern. It meant no charge followed the arrest. The distinction was repeated across the cases. In Fiona Sinnott's investigation, 6 people were arrested in 2005. 1 man was detained on suspicion of murder. 3 women and 2 other men were questioned in connection with the inquiry. All were released without charge. The number of arrests suggested that Gardaí were testing a broader account involving more than one person. It did not prove that the account was correct. No court heard evidence. No verdict identified Fiona's killer or established that another person helped conceal her body. The arrests became part of the case history without becoming a legal resolution. 5 people were arrested during the long investigation into Fiona Penda's murder. None was convicted. The number reflected repeated investigative focus, not 5 established offenders. A person may be arrested more than once as new information emerges. Several people may be questioned because their accounts intersect. An arrest can be necessary to secure evidence, conduct an interview under caution, or prevent witnesses coordinating stories. It remains an investigative act. It is not punishment and should never be written as though it were. In November 2024, Gardaí arrested a man in his 50s on suspicion of Jojo Dullard's murder. Investigators simultaneously searched land near Grangecon in County Wicklow. The combination created an immediate public narrative. A suspect had been identified. A burial site might have been found. After 29 years, Jojo might be coming home. The man was released without charge the following day. The search continued for weeks and did not result in a public announcement that Jojo's remains had been recovered. The arrest had produced headlines. The evidentiary position remained unresolved. In June 2025, a man in his 60s was arrested on suspicion of Annie McCarrick's murder. A residence and garden in Clondalkin were searched. The people then living at the property had no connection with Annie or her disappearance. The man was released without charge the next day. Again, an investigation appeared to move towards an answer and then returned to public silence. The absence of a charge did not make the operation meaningless. Interviews and searches can generate information used later, but a manuscript cannot use the arrest to imply guilt that the state has not proved. The moment must be completed with the outcome. Arrested, questioned, released without charge. True crime has a habit of treating release as an inconvenience. The arrest supplies a suspect, and the narrative wants to keep him. His name fits the vacant role. His history appears suspicious. His behavior may seem strange. Relatives or investigators may believe he is responsible. The absence of a prosecution is described as a technical failure rather than a central fact. That approach is seductive and dangerous. The criminal standard of proof protects more than guilty people who conceal evidence. It protects innocent people from conviction based upon fear, resemblance, and repetition. An unresolved murder does not permit the burden of proof to be lowered. The family's need for an answer cannot transform allegation into fact. Some suspects remain unnamed publicly. That anonymity can frustrate readers. It can also be legally necessary and ethically correct. A man questioned in a murder investigation may never be charged. Publishing his identity can destroy employment, relationships, and safety without giving him any meaningful opportunity to clear his name. The internet does not preserve the difference between arrested and convicted carefully. A search result may attach a person permanently to a woman's murder even after he is released. For the missing woman's family, naming the wrong person creates another injustice without solving the first. Other suspects are dead. Death prevents prosecution and complicates public claims. An investigator may believe a deceased man was responsible but lack evidence capable of proving it. Relatives of the suspect may dispute the allegation. Witnesses can no longer be tested against him. He cannot answer questions or provide an account. The absence of a trial means the theory never passes through the process designed to expose its weaknesses. A dead suspect can become the perfect solution. He cannot sue. He cannot contradict. Every unexplained action can be interpreted as guilt. Every missing piece can be blamed upon the impossibility of questioning him. The case appears closed in public discussion while remaining open officially. The families have lived through every kind of suspect. The unknown driver, the violent offender, the intimate partner, the local man, the person named in an anonymous letter, the prisoner's alleged confessor, the individual arrested and released. Each theory brings a face into the space where the missing woman should be. That face can dominate the case. The women risk becoming supporting characters in stories about dangerous men. Their lives are compressed into the moment they encountered, or may have encountered, the suspect. The true crime narrative begins following him. Where did he live? What car did he drive? What other offenses did he commit? Where is he now? The missing woman recedes again. Larry Murphy occupies that role more than any other person associated publicly with the Vanishing Triangle. He deserves scrutiny because of the crime he committed. His surviving victim deserves recognition for the evidence her survival made possible. The hunters who intervened prevented a murder and allowed a violent offender to be convicted. Those facts are established. The disappearance of Deirdre Jacob is established. The disappearance and presumed murder of Jojo Dullard are established. Murphy's responsibility for either is not. A responsible narrative must hold those statements together even when the result is unsatisfying. The central question is not whether Murphy seems capable. His conviction answered that. The question is whether evidence proves that he encountered a particular woman on a particular day and caused her death. For Annie, there is no publicly established evidence placing him at St. Catherine's Court or with her on March 26, 1993. For Jojo, no publicly established evidence identifies him as the driver at Moon. For Deirdre, no publicly established evidence places him beside the Roseberry Gateway when she disappeared. Media reports, investigative suspicion, and searches may point towards lines of inquiry. They do not complete those missing movements. The desire for one offender is understandable. It would explain why so many families encountered the same silence. It would allow the disappearances to be arranged into a single sequence, the work of one man moving through the same counties and learning from each crime. It would also mean that identifying him could solve several cases at once. One confession, one burial site, one prosecution, one explanation for the map. But the women's final circumstances resist that simplicity. Eva Brennan appears to have returned to her apartment. Imelda Keenan vanished during a short daytime walk in Waterford. Fiona Pender disappeared from her home while pregnant. Sierra Breen left through a window, apparently for a planned meeting. Fiona Sinnott spent her final evening among local people. Deirdre Jacob vanished near her family's gate. One man could theoretically have adapted his method. Several men could more easily account for several different forms of opportunity. The evidence has not established either conclusion. The search for suspects can distract from another possibility. The decisive information may be held by someone who did not kill anyone. A person who supplied an alibi. A passenger who remained silent. A relative who noticed clothing being burned. A friend who heard a confession and dismissed it as drunken boasting. Someone who helped move a vehicle without knowing what it contained. A landowner who granted access to a field. A witness who lied once and has spent decades protecting that lie. The person who solves a murder need not be the murderer. They need only stop protecting the truth. After the arrests end and the names disappear from headlines, the physical problem remains. The women have not been recovered. A suspect can be questioned without revealing a burial place. A theory can dominate public discussion without identifying a single searchable location. Investigators return to the land because the land may contain evidence that human beings refuse to provide. Fields, woodland, bog, quarries, gardens, lakes. Each search begins with information, however incomplete. Each excavation asks the same question of the ground. Was she left here? The next stage of the story would be measured not in suspects, but in trenches. Chapter 11. What the ground keeps. The excavator entered the field on a Monday morning. Its arrival changed the appearance of the land immediately. Open ground near the Wicklow, Kildare border became a controlled search site. Barriers separated investigators from cameras and onlookers. Machinery waited beside Garda vehicles. Every movement suggested that something beneath the surface had become important. On November 11, 2024, Garda began excavating the site as part of the murder investigation into Jojo Dullard. That same morning, a man in his 50s was arrested on suspicion of her murder. He was released without charge the following day. The digging continued. A search can make an old investigation appear suddenly close to resolution. For years, a missing woman exists through photographs, statements, and repeated appeals. Then machinery arrives at a field. Garda erect screens. Soil is lifted from the ground and examined. The case becomes physical again. News reports describe a major development. Families are asked to prepare for information they have spent decades wanting and fearing. Members of the public begin to imagine what may be recovered. A body, clothing, jewelry, a fragment of personal property, evidence linking a person to the site. The arrival of an excavator does not mean investigators know what lies beneath it. It means the information available has become strong enough to justify looking. The land search for Jojo had remained in ordinary use while her murder investigation aged around it. For almost 29 years, seasons had passed across the ground. Vegetation grew and died. Rain entered the soil. Animals crossed it. Vehicles and people may have moved through without knowing investigators would one day examine the earth beneath them. The landscape visible in 2024 was not necessarily the landscape that had existed in 1995. Boundaries could have changed. Tracks might have been widened or abandoned. Material could have been deposited, removed, or disturbed. A witness remembering a location from decades earlier might describe it through landmarks that no longer existed. A tree, a gate, a ruined wall, a view of a road since screened by hedges. The longer a body remains hidden, the more the surrounding world changes. The person responsible may rely upon that change. The Jojo search continued through November. Garda described the work in controlled language. The land would be subjected to excavation, technical examination, and forensic assessment. Updates revealed that the operation was continuing, but did not disclose precisely what investigators were seeking or what information had brought them there. On December 3, Garda announced that the search had been completed. No public statement said that Jojo's remains had been recovered. The machinery left. The investigation remained open. The field had been examined, but the silence surrounding Jojo's final journey had not been broken publicly. For a family, an unsuccessful search is not simply a result. It is an experience. Before the operation begins, investigators may explain that information has been received. The family understands that specialist resources are not deployed casually. The decision to excavate suggests the location has evidential significance. Hope forms despite every effort to control it. The family imagines a funeral, a grave, the end of waiting for the telephone to ring with another rumor. At the same time, they imagine what recovery would confirm. The woman they loved did not survive. She was placed in the ground by another person. She remained there while the family searched elsewhere. The search asks relatives to hope that the worst thing they believe is true can finally be proved. Ground does not surrender evidence evenly. Some soil preserves bone. Other conditions accelerate destruction. Water moves small objects. Roots grow through disturbed areas. Agricultural machinery mixes layers. Construction shifts earth from one place to another. A search conducted decades later cannot restore the scene, as it was on the day a body may have been concealed. Investigators must work with what remains. That work begins before the first trench is opened. A location must be identified. Boundaries must be defined. The site must be secured. Information about past use may need to be compared with maps, photographs, and witness recollections. The visible excavation is only the final expression of decisions already made. In Sierra Breen's case, the ground was wet. On August 18, 2015, Gardaí began searching land at Balmers Bog on the southwestern side of Dundalk. New information received after renewed public appeals had directed investigators towards the area. Sierra had been missing for more than 18 years. The bog offered a possible answer close to the town where she had lived. Searchers entered a landscape capable of concealing both evidence and danger. The work continued for weeks. Members of the defense forces assisted. During the operation, bomb component parts were discovered, and an army bomb disposal team was called to make the area safe. The items were not publicly connected to Sierra's disappearance, but their discovery interrupted the search and demonstrated how much unrelated history the ground could contain. The operation concluded on September 11th. Sierra was not publicly reported as having been found. A bog carries a particular place in stories about hidden bodies. It appears remote even when it lies near a town. Water and vegetation obscure the shape of the surface. A person unfamiliar with the terrain can lose any sense of where solid ground ends. The same qualities that make bogland seem capable of concealment make it difficult to search. The landscape does not provide investigators with a clean surface divided into obvious sections. Water levels change. Growth covers previous disturbance. Waste may have been dumped over years. Objects can settle below what appears to be the relevant layer. Information directing Gardaí towards a bog may be broadly accurate and still insufficient. A witness might know only that a vehicle traveled towards the area. A person may have heard a confession naming the bog, but not the exact location. Someone could remember a path, mound, or boundary that has changed beyond recognition. Balmers Bog describes an area. A search needs a point. For Sierra's mother, Bernadette, the search represented the possibility of learning that her daughter had remained near Dundalk throughout the years she had been missing. That possibility contained another cruelty. Bernadette had lived, worked, and received cancer treatment while the place believed capable of concealing Sierra existed nearby. If the information was right, ordinary life had continued around the body of a 17-year-old girl. If it was wrong, the search was another detour created by rumor, fear, or incomplete knowledge. The operation ended without returning Sierra to her mother. Bernadette died less than 3 years later. The search for Fiona Pender crossed county boundaries. In December 2014, Gardaí examined land near the Slieve Bloom Mountains after receiving information about a possible burial location. Fiona was not recovered. More than a decade later, investigators returned to open ground. On May 26, 2025, Gardaí began a search at a site in County Offaly. The land was excavated and subjected to technical and forensic examination. The operation concluded the following day. On May 28, a second operation began in County Laois. The search continued overnight and concluded on May 29. No public announcement stated that Fiona's remains had been found. The results were not disclosed. Fiona had disappeared from a flat in Tullamore while 7 months pregnant. Any successful search would be seeking evidence of 2 lives. The physical reality of that fact rarely appeared in the careful language of official updates. Gardaí referred to open ground, excavation, and forensic examination. The wording protected the investigation. It also protected the public from imagining what the family could not avoid. If Fiona had been buried while pregnant, the recovery might include remains associated with the unborn child she had been preparing to meet. The baby clothes purchased before her disappearance had survived in the family's memory. The child had not been given a grave. Fiona's parents died before the 2025 searches began. They were spared the immediate strain of watching another site opened. They were also denied the possibility that it might finally return their daughter. The responsibility fell to her surviving brother and the wider family. By then, they understood the rhythm of a search. Information, preparation, restricted access, machinery, waiting, an update delivered privately before the public statement. Then the carefully chosen words confirming only that the operation had ended. The family could learn more than the public and still not receive the answer it needed. The decision not to publish search results can appear evasive to outsiders. An active investigation may require silence. Evidence found at a site could be known only to the offender and investigators. Revealing it might allow a suspect to adjust an account or influence a witness. A negative result may also need to remain confidential if the search forms part of a wider investigative strategy. Public statements therefore reveal little. The search has commenced. The search is continuing. The search has concluded. The family has been updated. The results will not be disclosed for operational reasons. Between those sentences lies everything the public wants to know. A month after the Fiona Pender operations, another family watched Gardaí search a home rather than open land. On June 12, 2025, a man in his 60s was arrested on suspicion of Annie McCarrick's murder. Investigators began searching a residence and garden in Clondalkin. Gardaí explicitly stated that the people then living at the property had no connection with Annie or her disappearance. The clarification was necessary. A search can cast suspicion upon a location and everyone associated with it, even when current occupants arrived years after the events under investigation. The arrested man was released without charge the following day. The search continued, supported by a cadaver dog brought in from an external agency. It concluded on June 24. No public statement announced the recovery of Annie's remains. A domestic property presents different problems from a field. Homes accumulate layers of occupation. Floors are replaced. Gardens are landscaped. Extensions are built. Sheds appear and disappear. Trees are planted, cut down, or allowed to grow. A space that looks permanent to the current resident may have been altered many times over 30 years. Investigators must search not only what exists, but what once existed. A patch of garden may previously have held a structure. A wall might have been moved. Old photographs, planning records, and the memories of former occupants can become part of understanding where to look. The property itself may have no outward connection to the missing woman. Its importance may depend entirely upon the history of a person who once had access to it. For the current residents, the search brought an old murder investigation into their private lives. Their house became a news location. Cameras waited outside. The garden was examined for evidence connected to a woman who vanished before the occupants had any relationship with the property. Gardaí remained after the search formally ended, so the site could be returned to them. The restoration could repair disturbed ground. It could not fully remove the association. A house searched in a murder inquiry carries the story afterwards, regardless of whether anything was found. On July 31, 2025, Gardaí began searching open ground in County Wexford for Fiona Sinnott. The operation involved excavation, technical assessment, and forensic examination. It concluded later the same day. The results were withheld for operational reasons. The brevity of a search does not reveal its importance. A small, precisely defined area may be examined quickly. Investigators may be testing one detail supplied by a witness. The purpose may be to recover an object rather than a body. Nothing in the public statement explained what had directed Gardaí to the land or what they expected to find. Fiona's family was updated. The investigation continued. For the family, every new location competes with the one they have imagined. Relatives of missing women often develop private maps. Places mentioned by witnesses. Roads associated with a suspect. Land searched previously. Areas repeatedly named in rumors. A new operation can validate one theory and destroy another. It can also add a further site to the list without clarifying which, if any, contains the truth. The map grows. The woman remains missing. By February 2026, the search ground connected two separate murder investigations. Gardaí began excavating a site near the Wicklow, Kildare border in connection with Jojo Dullard and Deirdre Jacob. The same ground was being assessed for evidence relating to two women who had disappeared almost 3 years apart. Gardai emphasized that the cases remained separate and that investigators continued to keep an open mind. The operation immediately strengthened public belief that the women shared an offender. The conclusion was understandable. It was not established. A site can become relevant to two cases for several reasons. Information may refer to more than one woman. Investigators may be testing competing accounts. The geography may intersect with the movements of people considered in both inquiries. Searching the same land does not prove the same person committed both murders. It proves only that the land had become relevant enough to examine. The February search phase concluded on February 25. Further assessment continued. The families were kept informed, and Gardai acknowledged the cooperation of the landowner. The landowner's position was easily overlooked. A person may suddenly learn that private property has become part of a murder investigation because of events alleged to have occurred decades earlier. The owner may have no connection to the crime. Livestock, crops, access, and ordinary work can be disrupted. The land becomes the subject of public speculation. Cooperation is necessary, but it comes at a cost that receives little attention beside the magnitude of the search. Investigators returned to open ground in the border region in June. Before excavation began, the defense forces assisted Gardai with a technical survey of the area under aid to civil power arrangements. On June 15, the site was opened for further search and forensic examination. The operation continued for more than 2 weeks. On July 2, Gardai announced that the search had concluded. The families of Jojo and Deirdre had been updated. The results would not be released for operational reasons. The statement gave the public no basis for deciding whether the operation had produced evidence. The silence was deliberate. It preserved whatever value the search had created. It also left the families carrying knowledge they could not necessarily share. A search site produces its own temporary community. Investigators, forensic specialists, machinery operators, defense forces personnel, family liaison officers, landowners, journalists waiting beyond the perimeter. Each group experiences the operation differently. For investigators, the site is an evidential problem divided into sections. For journalists, it is a developing story measured through visible activity. For the landowner, it is property altered by an investigation. For the family, it may be the place where a daughter or sister has waited for decades. Only one of those perspectives continues unchanged after the barriers are removed. The families are rarely permitted to approach the excavation. They wait elsewhere. Updates may come through liaison officers, protecting them from the scene while ensuring they do not learn important developments through news reports. The distance is necessary. It is also unnatural. Parents and siblings have spent years searching mentally through every possible landscape. When the physical search finally begins, they are kept away from the ground that may contain the person they love. They must trust strangers to recognize her. A fragment of clothing, a watch, a bag, a piece of jewelry. The remains of a woman whose face is known nationally, but whose body may no longer resemble anything the family could identify. The machinery creates an impression of force. Buckets lift tons of soil. Vegetation is cleared. Trenches expose layers hidden from view. The actual search depends upon restraint. Evidence can be damaged by the same equipment needed to reach it. The closer investigators move towards a possible area of interest, the more controlled the excavation must become. A machine can remove overburden. It cannot decide whether a small object matters. That requires eyes, hands, and context. An object found in soil is not automatically evidence of a murder. A button may have belonged to a farm worker. A fragment of fabric may be recent waste. Bone may be animal. Every item must be considered against the history of the site. The ground contains more than the event being investigated. An offender who conceals a body makes decisions under circumstances that may not be known publicly. The location may be chosen because it is remote. It may be chosen because the offender has legitimate access and can appear there without suspicion. The ground may already be disturbed through farming, construction, or dumping. The person may select a place near home because traveling farther creates greater risk. He may choose land connected with someone else so suspicion falls away from him. The location can reveal planning. It can also reveal panic. Without finding the body, investigators cannot know which occurred. A burial place is not always selected to hide a body forever. It may need to remain undiscovered only long enough for immediate evidence to disappear. Vehicles can be cleaned. Clothing can be destroyed. Witness memories can weaken. A suspect can establish routines and prepare an account. The offender may never expect the case to remain active for 30 years. He may not anticipate technological advances or renewed searches. He may assume investigators will accept that the missing woman left voluntarily. Time becomes part of the concealment. The longer the body remains hidden, the more the absence itself appears impossible to solve. The land preserves another kind of evidence. Behaviour. A person who reacts strongly to a search may draw attention. Someone may contact investigators with information just before an excavation reaches a particular area. A witness may revise an old statement after learning that guards are examining a site. Relatives and former partners may recognize the location and remember remarks once dismissed. A public search is therefore more than the examination of soil. It applies pressure. The offender, any accomplice, and those who protected them must watch investigators approach the place where they believe the truth is hidden. Even when nothing is recovered, that pressure may produce movement elsewhere in the case. Searches also generate false certainty. Members of the public see machinery and assume guards possess a confession or precise burial map. When the operation ends, the absence of a publicly announced recovery is treated as failure. The reality may be more complicated. A search can disprove a witness account. It can establish that a feature did not exist when alleged. It can recover material requiring months of testing. It can narrow a larger site. It can confirm that someone had detailed knowledge of the land, even if the body is no longer there. Investigative value is not always visible. For families, however, the essential measure remains unchanged. Was she found? The answer for Annie was no. For Sierra, no. For Fiona Pender, no. For Fiona Sinnott, no. For Jojo and Deirdre, the public position remained undisclosed beyond the fact that neither woman had been announced as recovered. The ground had been opened repeatedly. It had not yet provided a grave. The language used around these searches remains careful because the women are more than evidence. Human remains are not a solution in themselves. They are the physical return of a person whose absence has shaped a family. Recovery permits a funeral. It may provide a cause of death. It may reveal injuries, clothing, or trace evidence. It may identify the place of concealment and connect an offender to land or property. It may also provide almost nothing beyond identity. Time can reduce a body to evidence too limited to establish how the person died. A family may finally bury her and still never see anyone prosecuted. Finding the missing woman and solving her murder are connected goals. They are not the same goal. For some families, recovery has become the more urgent one. Parents have died. Siblings are aging. Witnesses are disappearing. The possibility of a trial grows less certain with each passing year. A burial remains achievable even when justice does not. The person who knows the location may believe there is no reason to speak if prosecution is unlikely. The family would disagree. A grave has value independent of a courtroom. It ends the search for the body. It returns the woman to her name. It places her among the dead rather than leaving her suspended between death and disappearance. Land is often described as silent. It is not. It records disturbance, decay, and the passage of material through layers. The difficulty lies in finding the correct place and interpreting what survives. Human beings create the deeper silence. The person who chose the field. The witness who recognized the vehicle. The friend who heard an admission. The relative who suspected where the late-night journey ended. The land cannot direct investigators towards itself. Someone must point. Every excavation begins because information has crossed a threshold. A rumor becomes a statement. A statement is compared with maps and timelines. A location is assessed. Resources are approved. The family is contacted. Then the machines arrive. The process may take years to reach the surface. To the public, the search appears sudden. To investigators, it may be the final stage of a lead followed through hundreds of quiet steps. When the site is restored, little may remain to show what happened there. The trenches are filled. Machinery, tracks fade. Grass returns. The field becomes ordinary again. For the family, it never does. Another place has been added to the geography of the missing woman. A place where she might have been. A place where investigators searched. A place where hope was raised and then controlled by a statement saying only that the operation had concluded. The women disappeared from different landscapes. A city apartment. A Waterford street. A phone box beside a road. A flat in Tullamore. A bedroom window. A village pub. A gateway near Newbridge. The searches led elsewhere. Bogs. Gardens. Woodland. Mountain ground. Fields. A quarry near a county border. The distance between the last known place and the search site represented the part of the crime no witness had publicly explained. Someone had moved the woman, or had knowledge suggesting that she was moved. That journey remained hidden until the ground became a suspect of its own. The excavator's bucket cannot ask why. It can only remove the soil. The explanation remains with the living. Until one of them speaks, the searches will continue to begin in the same way. A barrier will be erected. The family will receive a call. Machines will enter land that looked ordinary the day before. Investigators will kneel beside the exposed ground and examine what time is left behind. Beyond the perimeter, relatives will wait to learn whether the place everyone feared has finally become a grave. Chapter 12. Families without funerals. The first night is different from every night that follows. The missing woman may still return. A key may turn in the front door. A telephone may ring. A friend may call with an explanation so ordinary that the hours of fear immediately seem excessive. The family waits without yet understanding that waiting will become permanent. Coats remain where they were left. Beds are not changed. Meals are kept warm and then placed in the refrigerator. Someone stays awake because returning to an empty, sleeping house might frighten the person who has gone missing. The first night contains panic. It also contains hope in its most complete form. No confirmed death has occurred. Every possibility remains open. By the second day, hope changes. Hospitals have been contacted. Friends have been questioned. Routes have been checked. A report has been made to Gardai. The family begins repeating the same details to different people. What was she wearing? Did she carry a bag? Did she mention meeting anyone? Was she upset? Had she ever disappeared before? Did she take money? Did she have her passport? Was there anyone she feared? The questions force relatives to examine the missing woman's life for secrets. A private disagreement becomes potentially significant. A new friendship becomes suspicious. A delay in answering a telephone call becomes evidence of something that may never have happened. The family is required to investigate the person it loves while defending her from the assumptions of others. She would not leave her child. She would not disappear before her mother arrived. She would not abandon her studies. She would not remain silent while everyone searched. The statements become part of every appeal, because voluntary disappearance is the first explanation families must defeat. A missing person occupies an unstable position. She is absent, but not officially dead. The law may continue recognizing her as living long after her family believes she has been killed. Financial, legal, and administrative decisions may be delayed because no death certificate exists. Personal possessions cannot be treated in quite the same way as those of someone whose death has been confirmed. The family also hesitates. Clothing may be needed when she returns. A bedroom may still belong to her. Letters, photographs, and small objects cannot be discarded because each one is connected to the life that may resume. Years later, the same belongings remain. The reason for keeping them has changed. At first, they were preserved for the missing person. Later, they are preserved because they are all the family has left. The photographs become public property. A face once held within family albums appears on posters, television screens, and newspaper pages. It is reproduced at anniversaries and placed beside the faces of other missing women. The family chooses the clearest image. The photograph must show the hair, eyes, and shape of the face. It must allow strangers to recognize the woman in a street, vehicle, or shop. The best identification photograph is not always the one the family loves most. A candid image may capture a laugh, but obscure the features. A formal photograph may show the face clearly while revealing almost nothing of the person. Once selected, the image becomes fixed. Annie remains in her 20s. Eva remains 39. Imelda remains 22. Jojo remains 21. Fiona Pender remains 25 and pregnant. Sierra remains 17. Fiona Sinnott remains 19. Deirdre remains 18. Their relatives age beside them. The photographs do not. In the earliest appeals, family members often speak of the missing woman in the present tense. She is a loving daughter. She enjoys music. She is close to her family. She is looking forward to her baby. The language protects hope. Years later, the verbs become harder to choose. To speak in the past tense can feel like abandoning the possibility of survival. To speak in the present tense can feel dishonest when the family believes murder is the only remaining explanation. Some relatives move between both forms within the same conversation. She was 21 when she disappeared. She is the youngest sister. She loved music. She is still missing. Grammar becomes another expression of unresolved grief. A funeral gives death a structure. The body is prepared. Relatives gather. Stories are told. A coffin is carried. The dead person is placed somewhere known. The days immediately after a funeral are painful, but they move in a recognized direction. There is an event before which the person was alive and after which the family begins mourning openly. The families of the missing have no such boundary. They may believe the woman is dead for years before investigators are willing to classify the case as murder. They grieve privately while speaking publicly of hope. They attend searches wanting remains to be found. They imagine funerals while asking witnesses to come forward. The absence of a body prevents grief from reaching a recognized conclusion. There is no final viewing, no grave, no certainty that the person being mourned is no longer suffering. Nancy McCarrick traveled from New York expecting to visit her daughter. Instead, she entered an investigation. The journey itself changed meaning before it ended. Ireland had been the country Annie loved and chose. It became the country in which her mother searched for her. John and Nancy appeared before cameras and asked people to remember a young American woman whose groceries remained unpacked in a Sandymount apartment. The questions repeated for decades. Had Annie traveled into the mountains? Was she the woman seen in Enniskerry? Had she entered Johnny Fox's pub? Did someone see her closer to home? Each theory created a different final version of Annie. Nancy had to imagine them all. John died without learning what had happened. Nancy remained. By the time Gardaí classified the case as murder, public hope that Annie had survived had largely disappeared. The mother's hope became more limited and more terrible. She wanted her daughter's remains. The request acknowledged death while refusing disappearance. Annie could not be brought home alive. She could still be brought home. For Jojo Dullard's sisters, the telephone call from Moon divided time. Before 11:37 p.m., Jojo was traveling home. Afterwards, she belonged to the unknown driver. Her family knew the point from which she disappeared, but not the direction in which she was taken. The phone box became the closest thing the case possessed to a final location. A memorial was placed there because Jojo had no grave. Mary Phelan carried the campaign publicly for years. She described the route, repeated the appeal, asked the driver to come forward, asked anyone who had seen the cassette player to speak, asked people who had withheld information to reconsider. The responsibility became part of her life. Mary died without receiving the answer she had spent decades seeking. Her death did not end the campaign. It transferred it. This is one of the quiet cruelties within a long unsolved case. The search outlives the people who began it. Parents die. Siblings die. The next generation inherits photographs, documents and questions about an aunt they may barely remember or never met. The disappearance becomes family history without becoming solved history. Imelda Keenan's relatives placed a plaque near the place where she was last seen. The memorial did not identify where she had died. It marked the boundary of knowledge. Imelda crossed a Waterford road and disappeared from the confirmed record. The plaque gave her family somewhere to gather because the investigation had not provided anywhere else. Her brother described it as the nearest thing to a headstone. The words revealed the difference between a memorial and a grave. A headstone marks where the dead person lies. A plaque for the missing marks where the living ran out of information. Flowers can be placed there. Prayers can be said. The family can stand together. But the person being remembered may be anywhere. The public often speaks of closure. The word suggests that a final answer shuts the door upon grief. Families rarely describe the reality so neatly. Finding a body would not restore the missing woman. A conviction would not recover the years lost to searching. A confession could answer some questions while creating others. Why her? Why that place? Why did no one speak earlier? How long did she live after the final sighting? Did she know she was in danger? Was she alone? Closure can sound like an instruction to finish grieving once the criminal process is finished. The family seeks something more concrete. Truth, recovery, burial, accountability, the right to stop searching the faces of strangers. Fiona Pender's disappearance created two absences. Her parents lost a daughter. They also lost the grandchild she had been carrying. There was no separate photograph of the baby, no name in the public appeals. The child existed within Fiona's pregnancy and within the clothes bought before she vanished. The family could not know whether the baby survived long enough to be born. There was no body for either. Fiona's father died without an answer. Her mother died after spending more than 2 decades campaigning for the recovery of her daughter. The parents who had prepared to welcome a child were buried while Fiona remained missing. Her brother inherited the role of speaking publicly. He helped create a memorial near the canal in Tullamore because the family needed a place that belonged to Fiona. The memorial was not where she disappeared. It was not where investigators believed she had been buried. It was where the family could acknowledge her in the absence of both. The search for a body changes the relationship between a family and the landscape. A field is no longer only a field. A bog is not merely wet ground. A forest track, abandoned quarry or private garden can become a place where the missing woman may have remained throughout the years of appeals. When Gardaí begin a search, relatives must imagine her beneath that particular ground. The idea is specific. The depth of the grave. The clothing she may still be wearing. The position in which she was placed. Whether her belongings remained with her. The family cannot prevent those thoughts simply because investigators speak in careful technical language. Excavation. Forensic examination. Area of interest. Human remains. The official words exist to preserve evidence. The family hears the name. A search that finds nothing brings a peculiar disappointment. The family has not learned that the woman is alive. It has learned only that she was not recovered from that location. The absence remains unchanged, but hope has been injured. Before the excavation, the site offered a possible grave. Afterwards, it becomes another place crossed from the map. Unless the search was incomplete. Unless the information was slightly wrong. Unless the remains were moved. Even a negative search may fail to provide certainty. The family cannot always discard the location entirely. It becomes another unanswered question. Sierra Breen's mother, Bernadette, lived with two fears at once. On the night Sierra disappeared, Bernadette was waiting for biopsy results. Her daughter had been worried about her. By morning, the relationship had reversed. The mother who feared illness became the person searching for the child. Bernadette survived cancer. She survived renewed appeals, an arrest, and the weeks-long search of Balmer's Bog. She did not survive long enough to learn where Sierra was. The open window remained one of the last signs of her daughter's intention. Sierra had expected to come home. Bernadette kept waiting. After she died, the case lost the person who had shared Sierra's final evening. The mother who could describe the conversation, the bedroom, and the moment she discovered the empty bed was no longer available to investigators or journalists. Another direct witness to the missing woman's life had been lost. The death of a parent can reduce public attention. A mother or father often becomes the recognizable voice of a case. Journalists contact the same person at each anniversary. The parent knows the details, speaks with emotional authority, and keeps the missing woman visible. When that parent dies, the story risks fading. A sibling may step forward. A cousin. A niece. The replacement is not automatic. Some relatives cannot bear the public role. Others fear saying something that could affect the investigation. Some have spent years protecting children from the case, and do not want to bring it back into family life. The absence of public campaigning does not mean the family has stopped caring. It may mean the disappearance has already taken everything they can safely give it. Fiona Sinnott left behind an infant daughter. The child grew up within a story she could not remember entering. Photographs became evidence of a relationship that had ended before memory formed. Fiona holding the baby. Fiona preparing for the first birthday. Fiona speaking of family celebrations that would occur without her. The daughter became older than her mother had been when she vanished. That point carries particular force in families of the missing. A child reaches the age at which the parent disappeared. A younger sibling becomes older than the missing sister. The family passes through milestones the missing woman was denied. Age reverses the relationships preserved in photographs. The missing woman remains the older sister, though the surviving sibling has lived decades beyond her. She remains the mother, though the daughter is now older than she ever became. For Fiona's family, the absence of a body was compounded by the belief that people in the local community knew more than they had said. This form of uncertainty is different from believing a stranger carried the answer away. The family continues living among possible witnesses. People meet in shops, pubs, and on roads. A person offering sympathy may be protecting information. Someone attending a memorial may know where the body lies. A neighbor may have heard a conversation or noticed a vehicle, but never spoken. The community contains both support and suspicion. Silence becomes visible everywhere without attaching safely to anyone. Deirdre Jacobs' parents continued living beside the point where their daughter disappeared. They did not need a photograph to remember the road. They used the gateway. They drove past the final confirmed sighting. Every arrival at the family home completed the short journey Deirdre had failed to finish. The location remained ordinary enough for daily life and significant enough to define the investigation. Michael and Bernadette did not have the distance of traveling to a remote site once a year. The final place was part of home. When Gardaí searched other locations, the family's attention moved temporarily to woods, fields, and border ground. Then it returned to Roseberry. The gate remained where the known story stopped. Families are often told not to lose hope. The instruction can become burdensome. Hope requires energy. It can make every unidentified body, anonymous letter, and new search feel personal. A telephone call from an unknown number can produce fear before it is answered. A news alert about Garda activity can interrupt sleep. A stranger claiming psychic knowledge can force the family to imagine another burial place. Hope keeps the missing woman present. It also prevents the family from protecting itself against repeated disappointment. Some relatives deliberately stop believing the woman is alive. That choice does not mean they have stopped loving her. It may be the only way to survive. The internet changed the nature of the waiting. Old newspaper stories became permanently accessible. Photographs could be shared instantly. Online groups formed around theories, suspects, and maps. The attention could revive a case and reach witnesses who had moved abroad. It could also expose families to speculation they had never agreed to hear. Strangers debated relationships, named uncharged suspects, analyzed photographs, accused relatives, invented conversations. A family member searching the missing woman's name could encounter claims presented with certainty, but unsupported by evidence. The public treated the case as a mystery. The family encountered it as an intimate violation repeated in digital form. True crime audiences often ask why a relative behaved in a particular way. Why did she not cry? Why did he speak so calmly? Why did the family wait before reporting her missing? Why did they refuse an interview? Why did they continue supporting someone later regarded with suspicion? The questions treat grief as though it has one correct appearance. Families respond differently. Some become highly organized. They learn the details of Garda procedure, media deadlines, and evidence law. Their precision can be mistaken for emotional coldness. Others struggle to recount the same timeline consistently because trauma affects memory. Some cry during every appeal. Others refuse to cry publicly because they do not want the missing woman reduced to tragedy. Behavior after a disappearance cannot reliably prove guilt or innocence. It proves only that a person has been placed inside an event for which ordinary behavior was never designed. The anniversaries accumulate. 10 years, 20, 25, 30. Each one produces a renewed appeal because round numbers attract attention. The family is asked to return to the final day again. What was she wearing? What do you remember most? What would you say to the person responsible? Do you still hope she is alive? The questions may be necessary to keep the case visible. They also require the family to perform grief on schedule. A reporter leaves after the interview. The anniversary continues for the relatives after the cameras have gone. Memorial events serve as substitutes for funerals. People gather. Names are spoken. Photographs are held. Balloons are released or candles lit. A priest may offer prayers. The family thanks those who attend. The ceremony acknowledges death without possessing the evidence of death. No coffin is present. The missing woman cannot be placed within the ritual. The event ends with the same request with which it began. Someone knows something. Please speak. The request becomes more urgent as witnesses age. A person who was 20 in 1993 is now in middle age. Parents who protected adult sons may be dead. Marriages have ended. Friendships have dissolved. People who fear reputational damage may now understand that the family has spent decades without a grave. Investigators appeal to changed loyalties because time does not only destroy evidence. It can weaken silence. The family hopes that conscience grows stronger as fear recedes. That hope is directed towards people who may have heard the appeals hundreds of times already. Some witnesses may believe their information is too small. They did not see a murder. They saw a car. They heard someone return late. They noticed mud on clothing. They remember a person giving away a bag or watch. They heard a remark and assumed it was a joke. They know a statement was incomplete. A family without a body cannot decide which detail will matter. The smallest observation may connect two larger facts. Silence protects the uncertainty, even when it does not protect the offender directly. The families do not all believe the same theory. Some suspect a particular person. Some distrust the idea of a serial offender. Some believe investigators know more than they can prove. Others believe early mistakes permanently damaged the case. The Vanishing Triangle brought them into the same national story without making their experiences identical. Each family possesses its own final conversation, its own missed meal, its own empty room, its own version of the telephone call that never came. Collective remembrance can honor the women together. Grief remains individual. There is no correct point at which a family should stop searching. The decision is repeatedly made for them. A new detective reviews the file. A documentary requests an interview. Gadai receive information. A search begins. An anniversary approaches. The case re-enters public life. Even relatives who have tried to step away may be pulled back towards the missing woman. The investigation operates in phases. The family lives continuously. Recovery would change everything and nothing. The woman would no longer be missing. Her name could be removed from the register. A death certificate could be issued. A funeral could occur. The family would gain a grave. But the years would remain. Parents who died without answers would not return to receive them. Children raised without mothers could not recover the childhoods taken from them. Siblings could not share the decades they had imagined. A body ends the search for location. It does not reverse the crime. Justice may come even later. A suspect may be charged after remains are found. Forensic evidence may survive. A witness may finally speak. A confession may be tested against facts withheld from the public. The trial, if it comes, creates another form of waiting. Families sit through evidence describing the person they love as a victim. They listen to legal arguments about admissibility and doubt. The defense may question witnesses, attack the investigation, and propose alternative explanations. The process is necessary. It is not gentle. A conviction can establish responsibility. It cannot make the courtroom feel like an ending. For many families, the most basic request remains unanswered. Tell us where she is. The sentence does not ask for motive. It does not demand a full confession. It does not begin with punishment. It asks for a location, a field, a garden, a stretch of woodland, a grave dug without a marker. The person who provides the answer may still face consequences. The family cannot promise otherwise. It can only explain that burial matters. The missing woman has been denied it long enough. The women's families have already performed the work normally carried out by a grave. They have preserved names, marked anniversaries, held photographs, told younger relatives who the missing woman was, returned to the last known places, created memorials where no remains exist. They have refused to allow disappearance to become erasure. The missing women continue to occupy space because their families have made space for them. At kitchen tables, in public appeals, beside canals, near bridges, at gateways, outside phone boxes, at monuments bearing names without burial dates. The person responsible for a murder may believe concealment prevented the family from knowing the truth. It did not. Most of the families came to understand death without seeing the body. What concealment prevented was certainty. It denied the woman her funeral. It forced those who loved her to imagine every possible final moment. It transferred the offender's secret into the family's daily life. The punishment extended beyond the victim. It continued through unanswered years. A body is evidence to the state. To a family, it is the missing person returned in the only form still possible. The distinction explains why parents and siblings stand outside search sites hoping investigators will find human remains. They are not hoping for death. Death has already entered their lives. They are hoping for an end to disappearance. The first night contains every possibility. The woman may still return. Decades later, the possibilities have narrowed, but they have not disappeared completely. The family knows what likely happened while lacking the fact that would allow the world to recognize it finally. The light may no longer be left on. The meal is no longer waiting. The bedroom may have changed. The person is still expected in another sense. Expected to be found. Expected to be named. Expected to be buried. Until then, the families remain where the investigations began, waiting for someone to come home. Chapter 13. The women outside the map. The triangle was drawn around the women who became associated with it. Its boundaries were never fixed. Depending upon the account, they stretched north towards Dundalk, west towards Tullamore, and south towards Waterford and Wexford. Towns and roads were joined until the disappearances appeared to occupy one recognizable landscape. Outside those lines, other women were missing. They had also left children, parents, siblings, and ordinary plans behind. Their bodies had not been recovered. Their final movements contained unanswered questions. Some cases were treated as murder. Others remained classified as disappearances or presumed accidents. They did not receive the same collective name. No shape on a map held their stories together. Without that shape, each family had to fight separately against the gradual disappearance of the disappearance itself. Barbara Walsh vanished before the triangle had acquired its first point. On the night of Friday, June 21, 1985, relatives and friends gathered at her home in Rishinamanak, near Carna in County Galway. The house was not empty or isolated. People moved through it. There was conversation, food and drink. Barbara's children were nearby, the youngest still a baby. The gathering continued into the early hours. At approximately 4 o'clock on Saturday morning, one of Barbara's daughters saw her mother lying asleep on a sofa. She placed a pillow beneath Barbara's head and left her there. It was the last confirmed sighting. By morning, Barbara was gone. There had been no observed departure. No witness publicly described Barbara walking away from a house. No confirmed vehicle was seen collecting her. She had not announced an intention to travel, leave her family, or begin another life. The sofa preserved the final, ordinary image. A mother asleep after people had gathered in her home. The danger, if danger had entered the house, was not visible when her daughter left the room. The person who last saw Barbara alive did not know that she was witnessing the end of the confirmed record. She thought her mother was sleeping. Barbara was 33 years old. Her life was inseparable from the children who depended upon her. An adult can choose to leave a marriage, a home, or a community. A mother can decide that circumstances have become impossible and depart without the approval of those around her. But a voluntary departure still requires a destination. Money, transport, clothing, some form of preparation. It also creates the expectation that the person will eventually appear elsewhere. Barbara did not contact her children. She did not establish a confirmed life in another part of Ireland. Later inquiries eliminated a theory that she had emigrated to Australia. Gardaí also determined that a reported sighting of a woman walking near Carna during the early hours was not Barbara. The possible routes out of the case narrowed. The place from which she disappeared remained the family home. Barbara was reported missing a week after she was last seen. That delay became part of the case. A week is enough time for a temporary absence to become alarming. It is also enough time for evidence to disappear. People clean houses. Clothing is washed. Vehicles travel. Rubbish is removed. Memories begin rearranging themselves around later conversations. A witness who saw something unusual may no longer remember whether it occurred on the relevant night or the night before. People discuss what they believe happened, and those discussions can alter what each person thinks they saw independently. The delay did not prove what happened to Barbara. It made the first hours impossible to recover. The initial explanations competed with one another. Barbara may have walked away. She may have traveled abroad. She may have been the woman reportedly seen outside. She may have suffered an accident. She may have been harmed by someone inside or near the home. Each possibility required investigation. 2 were eventually removed from the public account. She had not been identified in Australia, and the woman walking near Carna was not her. No confirmed evidence established the remaining sequence. The family knew where Barbara had been at 4 o'clock. They did not know where she was at 5. Carna is part of the Connemara Gaeltacht, a place where families, language, and local knowledge connect people across generations. Descriptions of close communities often suggest that secrets cannot survive within them. In reality, a community can know many separate fragments without any one person holding the complete truth. Someone may remember an argument. Someone else may recall a vehicle. Another person may know who left a gathering, and when. A relative may have heard an explanation that never seemed convincing. Each detail can remain privately held because the person assumes it is already known, fears becoming involved, or believes the information is too uncertain to matter. Gardaí have repeatedly stated that they believe people within the wider Carna community may have information capable of assisting the investigation. The appeal does not accuse an entire community of conspiracy. It recognizes that someone's small piece of knowledge may belong beside another person's. Barbara's children grew up without her. At first, they were waiting for a mother who might return. Later, there were adults trying to understand an event that had occurred while some of them were too young to remember it. The eldest children could recall Barbara directly. The youngest inherited her through photographs, family accounts, and the continuing investigation. Their father later died without the disappearance being resolved. The parents who might have explained family tensions, routines, and relationships were no longer both available. The children became the custodians of the final night. They had to ask questions about the adults who had been around them when they were young. Who remained in the house? Who left? What had been said? Why had Barbara not been reported missing sooner? The search for a parent required them to reopen their own childhood. In 2015, 30 years after Barbara vanished, Gardaí searched land in County Galway. The operation did not result in a public announcement that she had been found. Renewed inquiries continued. Appeals returned to the same essential facts. Barbara was last seen in her home during the early hours of June 22, 1985, and no confirmed contact occurred afterwards. Her family did not need a theory capable of attracting national fascination. They needed someone to explain how a woman could disappear from a house containing her children and other people. Barbara's case never became part of the Vanishing Triangle. The date placed it too early. The location placed it too far west. The circumstances did not support the image of a roaming offender selecting women from roads in Leinster. Yet the absence contained many of the same features. A final ordinary moment. No recovered body. No established crime scene. A family convinced she did not choose to disappear. A community asked repeatedly to reconsider old knowledge. The triangle did not exclude Barbara because her disappearance was less disturbing. It excluded her because the story had been drawn around different years and a different landscape. 3 years after Barbara disappeared, another woman vanished in County Wicklow. Priscilla Clark's case lay geographically close to the territory later associated with the triangle. It occurred before the sequence had acquired a name. The circumstances also seemed to provide their own explanation. On Tuesday, May 3, 1988, Priscilla went horse riding near Enniskerry with her employer and friend, Linda Kavanagh. Heavy rain had fallen during the preceding days. Linda telephoned her husband during the afternoon and said that she and Priscilla were going out on horseback. When Linda's young son was brought home shortly after 8 that evening, the women had not returned. A search began. 2 days later, Linda's body was recovered from the River Dargle. Priscilla was never found. The recovery of one woman's body appeared to explain the disappearance of the other. 2 riders had entered an area around a swollen river. One had been found dead in the water. The second was missing. The simplest conclusion was that both women had entered the river, and Priscilla's body had been carried away or lodged somewhere beyond the search. That remains the official belief recorded on the Garda missing person entry. Priscilla is presumed to have drowned near the Powerscourt estate. Presumption is not recovery. Priscilla was 25 years old. She came from Edmondstown near Ardee in County Louth and had trained as a nursery nurse. She worked as a live-in nanny for the Kavanagh family and moved with them to Ballyorney House near Enniskerry in late 1987. Her family remembered a lively young woman with auburn hair who loved children. She was also described as a strong swimmer and a certified lifesaver. Those abilities did not make drowning impossible. Fast water does not negotiate with experience. A rider can be injured, trapped, or rendered unconscious. Clothing and boots become heavy. A person attempting to help someone else can be pulled into danger. The family's description did, however, make them resist the ease with which Priscilla could be spoken of as already explained. A likely accident had become accepted. The body remained missing. 2 riders were reportedly seen entering the Charleville estate that afternoon. One was identified as Linda. The other was not positively identified. The distinction left a small opening inside the presumed sequence. Priscilla was known to have intended to ride with Linda. Her absence and Linda's death strongly supported the belief that she had done so. But the public chronology did not contain an unbroken line placing Priscilla in the river. Her missing person file remained open because a presumption, however reasonable, is not the same as finding her. An accidental disappearance creates a different kind of public response from a suspected murder. A murder promises an offender. There is someone to identify, question, and prosecute. An accident appears closed even when the missing person has not been recovered. The water becomes both explanation and suspect. It cannot confess, change its account, or reveal why a particular search failed. The narrative contains no hidden man, no mysterious vehicle, no obvious injustice capable of sustaining outrage. There is only a family waiting for the river to return someone it may no longer contain. The absence can fade because the public believes it understands what happened. The family is left with the part that remains unexplained. Where is she? A cold case review of Priscilla's disappearance began in 2008. Dozens of people were re-interviewed. Fresh information was received, but no development publicly resolved the case. Priscilla remained listed as missing. The review demonstrated that even a presumed accident could not simply be filed away. Investigators still had to consider whether the original reconstruction was correct, whether the searches had been sufficient, and whether information overlooked in 1988 had acquired new significance. The passage of time had damaged what could be recovered. It also made new scientific options possible. For Priscilla's sister Claire, the search expanded beyond the River Dargle. It included unidentified human remains. A body recovered from water or land may be buried without a name when identification methods fail. Families can continue searching while the missing person lies in a grave recorded only by location and physical description. Claire publicly raised concerns that Priscilla might already have been recovered somewhere without being connected to her family. She advocated for clearer records, mandatory inquests, and better access to information about unidentified remains. She also provided DNA in the hope that a future comparison might identify her sister. The search had moved from a river to a database. DNA can restore a name to remains that have been unidentified for decades. It cannot help unless suitable profiles exist and are compared. A relative must provide a sample. Biological material must survive in the remains. The records must be accessible. National systems must communicate with international ones when water, travel, or migration may have carried the person beyond the expected jurisdiction. The technology creates possibility. Families must still ensure that their missing person is included within it. That responsibility can become another form of work transferred from the state to relatives. Priscilla's parents died without burying her. They had lived with a probable explanation, but no physical confirmation. Their daughter may have died in the river on May 3, 1988. She may have been carried far beyond the area searched. Her remains may no longer exist in a recoverable form, or she may lie unidentified somewhere her family has never been told to look. Each possibility ends with the same absence. No funeral. No grave bearing her name. The vanishing triangle would later include another young woman believed to have traveled towards Enniskerry. Annie McCarrick's reported movements in 1993 gave the village and surrounding mountains a darker significance. Priscilla had vanished there 5 years earlier. The proximity could invite connection. The circumstances argued against forcing one. Priscilla disappeared during a horse ride in severe river conditions, and the woman accompanying her was recovered dead from the Dargle. Annie's final confirmed activity occurred in Sandymount. Her later journey towards Enniskerry remained based upon reported sightings. Placing both women on the same map did not establish that the same event had taken them. Geography can preserve memory. It can also manufacture relationships between cases that the evidence does not support. Priscilla's story needed no serial killer to be tragic. The river alone had left enough uncertainty. Sandra Collins disappeared after the period defined by the triangle. She also disappeared far beyond its usual borders. On Monday, December 4, 2000, Sandra left the house she shared with her aunt in Killala, County Mayo. She had helped care for her aunt for years. At approximately 7:30 that evening, she left the house on Courthouse Street. 15 minutes later, she entered a local shop and purchased groceries for her aunt and a neighbor. Among the items was half a pound of sausages. Sandra continued through the village. At around 11 o'clock, she was seen at the Country Kitchen Takeaway on George's Street. That was the final confirmed sighting. 4 days later, her fleece was found on Killala Pier. The sausages were still in its pocket. The fleece appeared to offer a direction. A garment belonging to a missing woman had been found beside the water. The sea could explain an unrecovered body. Sandra might have gone to the pier and entered the water deliberately or accidentally. The jacket could have been removed beforehand or left behind through some unknown sequence. But an object found near water does not prove that its owner entered it. Clothing can be placed. A scene can be created. The sausages inside the pocket preserved the ordinary purpose of Sandra's evening. She had gone out to buy food for other people. She had intended to bring it home. The fleece reached the pier. There was no confirmed evidence that Sandra did. Sandra was 28 years old. She was small and slim, with short brown hair carrying red highlights. On the night she disappeared, she wore black trousers, a maroon polo neck jumper, a beige hooded sleeveless jacket, and black boots. The description made her recognizable in a village where many people already knew her. Killala was not a city in which a person could easily disappear into a crowd. Someone may have seen Sandra after she left the takeaway. Someone may have noticed who approached her, which direction she walked, or whether she entered a vehicle. The final distance in a small town can be as opaque as an isolated road when the people who saw it do not understand, or do not disclose, what mattered. The investigation changed from a missing person inquiry to murder. Gardaí no longer speak publicly as though Sandra may have voluntarily remained absent. Their appeals ask for the location of her remains. They ask who can take investigators from the last sighting at the takeaway to the place where she was left. The wording removes the "C" as an easy conclusion. The fleece on the pier did not answer the case. It became part of the question. A murder investigation, without a recovered body, depends heavily upon people. Physical evidence may be limited. The last known location may have changed. Vehicles and clothing may be gone. The person responsible has had years to construct an account and learn what investigators know publicly. Witnesses become increasingly important. A person may remember Sandra speaking about plans, fears, or a relationship. Someone may know who expected to meet her. Another may have noticed a person returning late, cleaning a vehicle, or behaving differently in the days after she vanished. The information may have been considered insignificant in 2000. It may have been withheld because of loyalty, dependence, or fear. At the 25th anniversary, Gardai again appealed directly to people whose circumstances had changed. Relationships end. Loyalties weaken. A person once feared may no longer hold the same power. The fact that an appeal must rely upon those changes suggests investigators believe human silence, not the absence of knowledge, remains one of the barriers. Sandra's family have not asked only for a conviction. They have asked to bury her. Her brother Patrick has spoken of the disappearance as a form of suffering shared by the entire family. Older relatives died without receiving an answer. Christmas returned each year with Sandra's place unresolved. A murder conviction could provide accountability. The location of her remains would provide something the criminal process cannot. A grave. Sandra's case had many of the features that made the Triangle stories compelling. A young woman. An ordinary journey. A small community. A personal item found near water. A presumed murder without a body. People believed to hold information. Yet the disappearance occurred 2 years after Deirdre Jacob vanished, and on the opposite side of the country from the landscape promoted in books and television. Sandra was not readily added to the existing narrative. The map had already been drawn. Her case required a new one. The Triangle offered the women inside it a form of collective visibility. Every documentary about one could mention the others. A renewed search in JoJo's case could bring Annie, Fiona, or Deirdre back into public discussion. Their photographs could appear together beneath a single headline. Barbara, Priscilla, and Sandra did not benefit from that automatic connection. Their cases returned mainly through anniversaries, local reporting, and family appeals. One belonged to the West Coast in 1985. One was treated largely as a presumed drowning in 1988. One was murdered in Mayo after the Triangle's recognized period had ended. They lacked the shared label that allowed separate disappearances to reinforce one another. Public attention is not a measurement of the seriousness of a case. It depends upon the shape of the story available to tell. A mystery with a possible serial offender offers continuity. Each woman becomes part of a larger investigation. Roads and dates can be compared. Suspects can move between chapters. A presumed accident does not provide the same narrative engine. A mother disappearing from a home after a gathering may raise difficult questions about people known to her, without producing a stranger the public can fear safely. A woman murdered in a small western village may remain a regional story unless a major arrest or search brings national cameras. The difference is not the worth of the women. It is the ease with which their disappearances can be packaged. Certain final moments are visually powerful. A phone box at night. A bedroom window left open. A young woman crossing the road near her parents' gate. They become symbols through which an entire case can be remembered. Barbara's final moment was a woman asleep on a sofa. Priscilla's was a planned horse ride, whose exact beginning was not positively witnessed in full. Sandra's was a visit to a takeaway, followed by a fleece found at the pier. Each contains a haunting image. None was attached to a national label strong enough to keep it permanently before the public. Families understand that attention can affect an investigation. Coverage reaches witnesses. It encourages politicians and senior investigators to review files. It places pressure upon those withholding information. A case discussed nationally is harder to allow into administrative silence. This creates an additional burden for relatives. They must make the disappearance tellable. They must provide photographs and interviews. They must speak on anniversaries even when repeating the story causes pain. They must compete with newer events and more recognizable cases. The work of finding the missing woman becomes partly the work of keeping an audience. Not every family can perform that role. Some relatives are elderly. Some distrust journalists. Some fear that publicity will provoke the person responsible. Some live abroad or struggle with illness, money, and the ordinary demands of survival. A missing woman without a public campaign is not less loved. Her families may simply lack the ability to keep placing her before strangers. When attention depends upon relatives remaining visible, families with fewer resources risk losing more than the person. They risk losing the public memory of her. The Garda Missing Person Register contains names without documentaries. Some entries offer a single photograph and a few lines. Height, hair color, clothing, date last seen. The brevity does not reflect the size of the life missing behind it. It reflects the information suitable for public release. A person can occupy thousands of pages in an investigative file and only one paragraph on the website. To the public, that paragraph may be the entire woman. The triangle created the impression that Ireland's missing women belonged to one period. They did not. Barbara vanished in 1985. Priscilla in 1988. The recognized sequence began in the 1990s. Sandra disappeared in 2000. Women continued to go missing afterwards. The boundaries of a famous mystery can conceal the continuity of the problem. There was no year in which unresolved disappearance became impossible. Technology changed. Mobile telephones, bank records, cameras, and digital communication created new forms of evidence. They did not remove violence, accidents, or the capacity of one person to conceal another. The cases outside the map also weaken the argument that one offender could explain the national pattern. Barbara disappeared from her home in Galway. Priscilla most likely entered a flooded river while riding in Wicklow. Sandra was murdered after completing errands in a Mayo village. Their circumstances did not resemble one another closely enough to support a single cause. They resembled the triangle cases in a different way. The missing woman could not be recovered. The absence outlived the initial search. The family had to continue without a grave. That was the true pattern. Not one offender. Not one territory. A country containing families who knew a woman was gone, but could not establish where she had been taken, or where circumstance had left her. A map can help an investigation. It can reveal overlapping routes, access to land, and the movements of suspects. It can also reduce women to points arranged for visual effect. Barbara's case cannot be understood by measuring the distance from Connacht to Newbridge. Priscilla's disappearance cannot be explained by drawing a line from Enniskerry to Moon. Sandra's murder does not become clearer because Killala falls outside the famous shape. The meaningful geography is smaller. A sofa, a river, a takeaway, a pier. The last places attached firmly to each woman. Barbara's children still need to know what happened after she was seen asleep. Priscilla's family still need to know whether the river carried her beyond every search, or whether unidentified remains may hold the answer. Sandra's siblings still need someone to explain how her fleece reached the pier and where her body was placed. The questions are not less urgent because they belong to different chapters. They are not less painful because no television series gathered them beneath one title. The women inside the triangle were not remembered because their lives mattered more. They were remembered together because a narrative connected them. The women outside it reveal the cost of that connection. Attention gathers around the recognized pattern. Cases that do not fit remain isolated. The phrase vanishing triangle preserved names that might otherwise have faded. It also encouraged the belief that the most important missing women could be contained inside a defined area and period. They could not. Ireland's map of absence was larger. It reached a family house on the Atlantic side of Galway. It followed a flooded river through Wicklow. It entered a takeaway in a Mayo village and ended at a pier where groceries remained inside a discarded fleece. The lines did not form a triangle. They did not form any single shape. They marked the places where families were left behind. Barbara Walsh remains missing. Priscilla Clark remains missing. Sandra Collins is regarded by Gardaí as the victim of murder, but her remains have not been recovered. Their cases have different legal classifications and likely explanations. They should not be forced into a common crime merely because they appear in the same chapter. What connects them is not proof of one offender. It is the unequal way unresolved disappearances survive in national memory. A famous case is not necessarily closer to being solved. A forgotten case is not necessarily without evidence. Public recognition and investigative progress do not always move together. Yet recognition matters. It tells witnesses that the case remains active. It tells families that the missing woman has not been reduced to an old file. It tells the person withholding information that time has not transformed silence into innocence. The map should therefore be redrawn. Not with sharp lines linking selected towns, but with open spaces. Homes from which women disappeared. Water that did not return them. Roads where the confirmed account stopped. Land searched decades later. Memorials standing in place of graves. The shape would cover the entire country. At every point would be a woman whose life was larger than the circumstances by which she became known. Barbara asleep on the sofa. Priscilla preparing to ride. Sandra carrying groceries home. Ordinary women in ordinary moments. None knew that the scene would become final. Their families did not know that the search would last longer than some of the people beginning it. The country did not know which names it would remember nationally, and which would survive mainly through the determination of relatives. The difference was never the value of the woman. It was the story built around her absence. The triangle had a name. These women had only their own. That should have been enough. Chapter 14. What the triangle conceals. The triangle offered an answer before the evidence had produced one. 8 women had disappeared. Their bodies had not been recovered. Their final movements ended across a broad section of Eastern Ireland. A line could be drawn between the places where they were last seen, and within those lines an offender could be imagined. He traveled the roads. He watched women who were alone. He selected them. He placed them inside a vehicle. He carried them into woodland, bog, or mountain ground. He concealed their bodies so effectively that decades of searches failed to recover them. The theory was frightening. It was also strangely reassuring. One man could be caught. One arrest could explain the map. One confession could return several women to their families. The alternative was less orderly. Several women may have been killed by several different men, in different circumstances, for different reasons. Some may have known the person responsible. Some may have trusted him. Some may have lived with warning signs that were recognized only after they disappeared. The triangle promised a monster moving through the landscape. The evidence suggested that danger might also have been waiting inside ordinary lives. Operation Trace was created to test whether a common denominator connected the disappearances. That purpose was precise. Investigators were not told that one offender had killed the women. They were asked to determine whether the separate files contained evidence of one. The original operation reviewed 6 disappearances in Leinster between 1993 and 1998. Other cases were later considered. The work involved tracing, reviewing, and collating evidence from investigations that had begun in different Garda districts and under different circumstances. The distinction between testing a connection and assuming one was essential. Public memory largely erased it. The existence of Operation Trace began to be treated as confirmation that Gardaí believed the cases were linked. In reality, the operation existed because the question remained unanswered. A police review and a public narrative require different things. Investigators need evidence. The public needs coherence. A case becomes easier to understand when events can be placed inside a recognizable structure. A series of separate disappearances offers uncertainty, coincidence, and multiple unresolved timelines. A serial offender offers a beginning, pattern, and central antagonist. The women become connected through him. Their different lives are drawn towards the same concealed figure. Every similarity supports his existence. Every difference demonstrates his adaptability. If one woman vanished at night, he preferred darkness. If another disappeared during the day, he had become confident. If one was hitchhiking, he selected strangers from roads. If another vanished from home, he had gained access to her private life. A theory capable of explaining every contradiction becomes almost impossible to disprove. The offender changes shape whenever the evidence requires it. There were genuine similarities among the cases. The women disappeared abruptly. Most left plans, belongings, and family relationships behind. No sustained voluntary life was discovered for any of them. Their bodies were not recovered. Several vanished from places that could be reached easily by car from the same central region. The period was one in which mobile telephones, digital banking trails, widespread CCTV, and automatic vehicle tracking did not exist in their later forms. A person could travel between counties without creating a searchable electronic record. Those similarities justified comparison. They did not establish a shared offender. The differences were more difficult to fit onto a map. Annie McCarrick's last confirmed activity was the purchase of groceries in Sandymount. Her supposed journey towards Enniskerry and Glencullen depended upon reported sightings whose reliability remained uncertain. Eva Brennan left a family lunch and apparently returned to her apartment. Her jacket was found there. No confirmed witness placed her on a rural road or in the company of a stranger. Imelda Keenan vanished during a short afternoon walk through Waterford. She was last reliably seen crossing a city street. Jojo Dullard was hitchhiking at night. A vehicle stopped while she was speaking to a friend from a phone box. Fiona Pender disappeared from her flat while 7 months pregnant. Sierra Breen climbed through a window, apparently intending to meet someone, and return before her mother woke. Fiona Sinnott left a village pub after spending the evening among local people. A man and woman were later reported arguing near Kisha Cross, while 2 other young men stood nearby. Deirdre Jacob disappeared in daylight within a short distance of her family's gate. The outcomes resembled one another. The opportunities did not. A single offender could have encountered women in different circumstances. Serial offenders do not necessarily repeat one method with perfect consistency. They may know one victim and not another. Their behavior can change through experience, confidence, opportunity, or necessity. That possibility cannot be rejected simply because the cases differ. It must also not be accepted simply because the bodies remain missing. The absence of remains is not a signature by itself. Concealment can arise from many motives. A stranger may hide a body to avoid identification. A partner may hide one to preserve a claim that the woman left voluntarily. A family member may conceal a death to protect another person. An offender may remove a body because the crime occurred in a location directly connected to him. Different killers can reach the same practical conclusion. Without the body, there is less evidence. Without evidence, there is less chance of conviction. The missing body became one of the triangle's strongest apparent links. It may also have been the feature most likely to mislead. When a woman disappears entirely, the public imagines unusual sophistication. The offender must have planned carefully, selected remote ground, and understood how to defeat searches. That is sometimes true. Bodies also remain missing because the initial search began in the wrong place. A woman believed to have traveled into the mountains may never have left Dublin. A person last seen near water may have been placed on land. A witness may provide an inaccurate location. The relevant property may not be searched until decades later. The body may lie on private ground to which the offender had ordinary access. Concealment can succeed through luck, delay, and mistaken assumptions as readily as through expertise. The offender does not need to outwit every future investigation. He needs the first investigation to look somewhere else. The triangle directed attention outward. Roads, cars, strangers, mountain land. The cases themselves often directed attention inward. Homes, relationships, known acquaintances, people who understood the woman's routine. The difference matters because women face particular risks from those already close to them. Global homicide research consistently finds that women are far more likely than men to be killed by an intimate partner or family member. UN Women and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime estimated that approximately 60% of women and girls intentionally killed worldwide in 2024 were killed by intimate partners or other family members. The home, often imagined as the safest place, is therefore a central location of lethal risk for women. That global pattern cannot identify the offender in any individual Irish case. It does challenge the instinct to look first for a roaming stranger. The stranger offers a clean form of danger. He enters the woman's life briefly. He has no legitimate reason to be there. The crime can be separated from her home, relationships, and community. Everyone close to the victim remains safely within the role of mourner, witness, or supporter. When the possible offender is familiar, the story becomes more uncomfortable. He may appear in family photographs. He may attend searches. He may provide an alibi supported by another person. He may speak publicly about the missing woman. He may continue raising a child, working locally, or accepting sympathy. The crime does not arrive from outside the community. It emerges from within it. Fiona Pender's disappearance should have weakened the dominance of the stranger theory. She vanished from her flat while heavily pregnant. There was no confirmed roadside abduction. No witness described an unknown driver approaching her. Whoever harmed Fiona may have entered a private space or persuaded her to leave it. A stranger would have needed opportunity. A familiar person already knew where to find her. Pregnancy can intensify conflict within a relationship. It can create financial pressure, expose infidelity, threaten separation, or establish a permanent connection one person does not want. None of those general observations proves what happened to Fiona. They demonstrate why her murder cannot be understood only through the triangle. The most relevant geography may not have been the route between Tullamore and Wicklow. It may have been the distance between Fiona and the people closest to her. Fiona Sinnott's history created a similar challenge. Medical records later examined by her family reportedly documented serious physical violence before her disappearance. Those records did not identify her killer, but they established that violence had already entered her life. Her final evening was spent in a local pub. The last confirmed scene contained people she knew. The reported sighting at Kisha Cross involved several individuals rather than one unknown predator emerging from darkness. Gardaí have repeatedly appealed to people in the Broadway area who may possess information, and to those who may previously have withheld part of what they knew. The case points towards a community of knowledge. The triangle points towards a solitary stranger. Both cannot be allowed to occupy the evidence in the same way. Sierra Breen apparently left home to meet someone. The open window suggested she planned to return. She had not been selected randomly from an isolated road. Someone may have known how to contact her, where she lived, and when her mother would be asleep. If the meeting was arranged, The offender's access began before Sierra left the house. It may have depended upon secrecy, trust, or the unequal power between a teenager and an older person. The triangle can include Sierra geographically. It explains little about why she climbed through the window. Eva Brennan's disappearance resists the serial predator story almost completely. She left her parents' house after an argument and apparently returned to her apartment. Her jacket was later found there. The critical event may have occurred after she reached home. The person responsible, if another person was involved, may have called at the apartment or arranged a meeting with her. A stranger could have encountered Eva. The circumstances did not require one. The case was included in broader reviews because unexplained disappearances must be compared. It should not be transformed into a roadside abduction merely to make the cases resemble one another. The same caution applies in the opposite direction. A familiar offender theory can become as rigid as the serial killer theory. The fact that many women are killed by partners or family members does not mean every missing woman was. JoJo's final confirmed circumstances genuinely involved an unknown vehicle. A stranger may have stopped at Moon. Annie may have encountered someone unknown to her after leaving Sandymount. Deirdre could have been approached by a person she had never met. The evidence must remain capable of supporting more than one possibility. The purpose of examining broader patterns is not to replace one predetermined answer with another. It is to prevent the most dramatic answer from becoming the only one visible. A theory affects how evidence is interpreted. Once investigators believe a woman traveled to a particular place, sightings along that route appear to support one another. Once they believe the cases share an offender, names appearing in more than one file become more important. Once a convicted violent man is identified within the region, ambiguous information begins to arrange itself around him. The process is not necessarily dishonest. Human beings understand information through patterns. Investigators are trained to test those patterns, but they are not immune to them. A theory helps organize thousands of statements. It can also determine which statements receive attention. The danger of an early theory is greatest when the first hours have already been lost. A missing adult may initially be assumed to have left voluntarily. A teenager may be treated as a runaway. A woman who argued with family may be thought to need space. Someone with a history of depression may be presumed to have harmed herself. A mother may be imagined to have abandoned her child. Each explanation is possible. The problem begins when possibility is treated as the most likely conclusion before evidence has been secured. The Garda's modern missing person policy requires a standardized investigative response and recognizes that missing person incidents must be assessed and managed according to risk rather than a mandatory waiting period. The existence of detailed national guidance reflects lessons developed through experience, research, and previous investigations. The women who disappeared in the 1980s and 1990s did so before that modern framework existed in its current form. Delay changes a case permanently. A room is cleaned. A telephone record is lost. A bus driver finishes a shift without knowing a passenger will become important. A witness discusses the event with others before giving a statement. A possible offender disposes of clothing or alters a vehicle. An adult woman may be legally free to leave, but the freedom to leave does not make every disappearance voluntary. The first task is not to prove murder immediately. It is to preserve the possibility that a crime occurred. Once evidence is gone, a later murder reclassification cannot bring it back. Several of the cases were reclassified decades after the women disappeared. The change recognized what investigators concluded from the totality of the evidence. The woman was likely killed. It also exposed the limits of that recognition. By the time a missing person case becomes a murder investigation, the original scene may no longer exist. Witnesses may be dead. Vehicles may have been scrapped. Properties may have changed ownership several times. The offender has had years to understand which parts of the story Garda can prove. Reclassification gives the investigation a clearer direction. It does not restore the beginning. The triangle can conceal those lost beginnings. It places the mystery within a broad landscape rather than within the decisions made during each case's first hours. If the women were killed by one exceptionally elusive offender, the failure to solve the cases appears to reflect his skill. If several were killed by people known to them, investigative assumptions and delayed recognition become more important. The serial offender carries the responsibility for connecting the crimes. The separate offender possibility requires examining how different men might each have escaped scrutiny. That is a harder institutional question. It is also a harder social question. A roaming predator can be treated as abnormal. He is an aberration. He does not represent the ordinary community. Violence within relationships is more difficult to isolate. It can be supported by silence, disbelief, and the expectation that private matters remain private. A woman may disclose violence without leaving the relationship. She may refuse to make a formal statement. Friends and relatives may minimize injuries or accept explanations because confronting the truth would require action. The person responsible may be respected, useful, or socially connected. No one individual needs to approve of the violence for the surrounding silence to protect it. Ireland's understanding of domestic and gender-based violence has changed substantially since the period in which the women disappeared. The state's current strategy treats domestic, sexual, and gender-based violence as a problem requiring coordinated action across policing, justice, health, housing, education, and other systems. The strategy itself reflects recognition that such violence is not merely a private disagreement between two people. That language was less established in the early 1990s. A controlling relationship might not have been named as abuse. Stalking could be interpreted as persistence. A much older man's attention towards a teenage girl could be romanticized. Violence might be treated as a private incident unless the victim was prepared to pursue a complaint. The historical context does not excuse investigative failures or community silence. It helps explain the conditions in which danger could remain familiar without being recognized fully. The women's independence was often used to explain why immediate alarm might not have been raised. An adult could change plans. A student could stay with friends. A woman living alone was not required to inform her family of every movement. Those statements were true. They contained another assumption. A woman's privacy could be interpreted as evidence that her absence was voluntary, while the people closest to her insisted that the silence itself was entirely out of character. The difficulty lay in respecting autonomy without treating vulnerability as impossible. A woman is entitled to leave. She is also entitled to have an unexplained disappearance taken seriously. Media coverage helped correct that imbalance in some cases. Families used newspapers, radio, and television to keep investigations visible. The Vanishing Triangle gave journalists a framework through which several women could be discussed at once. That collective attention mattered. Witnesses were reached. Cold cases were reviewed. Anniversary appeals received national coverage. Political pressure was maintained. The label should not be dismissed as mere sensationalism. It performed real work. It made forgetting more difficult. The cost was distortion. A headline cannot hold every uncertainty. The phrase vanishing triangle carries an immediate implication of connection. It suggests a defined phenomenon rather than a question under investigation. The women become members of a series. Their individual circumstances are shortened to emphasize shared features. Young, female, missing, unfound. The differences that might identify separate offenders become obstacles to the story. They are removed or explained away. The narrative becomes stronger. The evidence becomes weaker. The triangle also shapes which women are included. Cases can be added when they support the pattern and omitted when they complicate it. Eva Brennan and Imelda Keenan appear in some accounts and not others. Women murdered and recovered may be placed beside women still missing. Cases outside the recognized years can be drawn into the theory when a suspect appears relevant. The borders shift because the triangle is a narrative device rather than an official evidentiary category. Its flexibility gives it cultural power. It also prevents it from being tested cleanly. A theory cannot be disproved if its membership changes whenever the evidence changes. The suspected serial offender becomes equally flexible. He may be a traveling worker with access to homes, a local man familiar with rural land, a violent sexual offender, a person able to charm women into vehicles, a man who knew at least some of the victims. The description grows broad enough to include many people. When a particular suspect is identified, the cases are examined for features resembling his known behaviour. A matching detail is emphasized. A contradiction is attributed to adaptation. The process can produce useful leads. It can also create an offender backwards from the crimes, then search for a man who resembles the construction. Larry Murphy's conviction gave the triangle a possible central figure. His proven crime demonstrated extreme violence against a woman and the use of isolated Wicklow ground. That made him a legitimate subject of investigation. It did not make every disappearance evidence against him. The difference between capability and responsibility is one of the most important in true crime. A person may be capable of murder and still not have committed the murder under discussion. A criminal history may justify scrutiny. It cannot replace proof. The public often responds that coincidence has limits. How many women can disappear within the same broad region before a shared offender becomes the only reasonable explanation? The question sounds mathematical. It is not. The relevant comparison is not only the number of missing women. It includes the population, time period, geography, individual circumstances, and baseline frequency of violence, accidents, suicide, and voluntary disappearance. A cluster can indicate one offender. It can also reflect the way media attention groups cases that share visible features while leaving others outside the frame. The triangle did not contain every missing woman in Ireland. It contained those selected as part of its story. Coincidence also operates differently from randomness. Several women can be killed by men they know during the same 5-year period without the deaths being related. That is not an extraordinary cosmic accident. It is the repeated expression of a known form of violence. Several women can encounter different strangers. One can die by accident while another is murdered. A disappearance can be misclassified initially for reasons that recur across cases. The repeated institutional response may be the connection even when the offender is not. That possibility changes the central question of the book. The question is not only, did one man kill the women? It is also, what conditions allowed different women to disappear without enough evidence being preserved to bring anyone to justice? The second question does not offer one dramatic reveal. Its answers are distributed. Limited technology, fragmented investigations, uncertain sightings, delayed reports, assumptions about adult choice, fear within communities, violence hidden inside relationships, bodies concealed before investigators knew where to look, suspects protected by the criminal standard of proof because suspicion never became admissible evidence. None of those conditions explains every case. Together, they explain why several different crimes could remain unresolved. The standard of proof is sometimes treated as part of the problem. Families and investigators may feel certain that a person is responsible, while prosecutors remain unable to charge him. The frustration is understandable. The solution cannot be to treat certainty as evidence. A murder conviction removes liberty and permanently declares a person guilty of the most serious offense. The state must prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. That requirement matters most when public emotion is strongest. An unresolved case creates pressure to convert the best-known suspect into the offender. The absence of a body creates pressure to infer the missing facts. A responsible criminal justice system must resist both. That resistance can coexist with honest criticism of investigation. A person may avoid conviction because evidence was never gathered. A crime scene may have been missed. A witness may not have been interviewed promptly. Files may have remained separated too long. An early assumption may have directed searches away from the correct location. The standard of proof did not create those weaknesses. It exposed them. The inability to prosecute decades later may be the final consequence of decisions made in the first day. Operation Trace attempted to repair one structural weakness. It brought files together. Investigators could compare names, vehicles, locations, and known offenders. The Missing Persons Unit now maintains national records, assists district investigators, and supports the identification of human remains, including through international liaison and Interpol. Centralization creates opportunities that did not exist when each case began locally. It cannot recover evidence that disappeared before the files were compared. The operation could identify similarities. It could not recreate the scenes. The lack of bodies prevented another form of comparison. If the women had been recovered, post-mortem examinations could establish causes of death, injuries, restraint methods, and forensic traces. Patterns might emerge. The same knot, the same weapon, the same method of concealment, the same chemical, fiber, or biological profile. Without remains, investigators were comparing disappearances rather than murders. The distinction is enormous. A disappearance is defined by the point at which knowledge ends. A murder can be compared through what the offender physically did. The triangle grouped women through absence because absence was almost all the cases shared publicly. There may still have been one offender. Nothing in the differences eliminates that possibility. A man could have moved between strangers and acquaintances. He could have changed vehicles and locations. He could have selected opportunities rather than a fixed victim type. He could have killed only some of the women associated with the triangle. The most defensible position is not certainty in either direction. It is disciplined uncertainty. The cases should be compared. They should not be merged. That uncertainty is uncomfortable in a true crime narrative. Readers expect a theory to gather strength. Evidence accumulates. Suspects narrow. The final chapters reveal what most likely happened. These cases resist that structure. The responsible conclusion may be that no single explanation survives every file. A book can still offer meaning without naming a killer. It can show how the desire for one answer shaped public understanding. It can identify the assumptions that deserve scrutiny. It can restore complexity to women reduced to points on a map. The triangle conceals the individuality of risk. Annie's vulnerability may have begun at her apartment, on a bus, or during a walk she may never have taken. Eva's may have begun after she returned home. Imelda's may have occupied a few minutes on a city street. Jojo's entered the telephone call as a car stopped outside. Fiona Pender's may have existed inside a private relationship or home. Sierra's may have begun with contact from someone she trusted enough to meet secretly. Fiona Sinnott's existed within a community where violence and withheld information were already part of the public record. Deirdre's may have appeared in the form of a familiar person beside an ordinary road. One shape cannot contain those differences honestly. The triangle also conceals how ordinary the women's final actions were. Buying groceries, going to lunch, walking to the post office, trying to get home, preparing for a baby, leaving a window open, meeting friends at a pub, posting a bank draft. The actions did not belong to a world of crime. They belonged to daily life. Danger did not require the women to enter a marked territory. It entered the ordinary world they already occupied. That may be the most frightening conclusion. There was no triangle from which women could simply stay away. The roads were not cursed. The counties were not uniquely dangerous. A woman did not become safe by refusing to hitchhike or avoiding the Wicklow Mountains. Some risks existed on roads. Others existed at home. Some came from strangers. Others may have come from men already known. The map offered a boundary around fear. The evidence removed it. The triangle should not be discarded. It should be treated for what it is. A media construction that preserved national attention. An investigative question that deserved to be tested. A visual representation of unresolved cases occurring within the same era. It is not a verdict. It is not an offender profile. It is not proof that every woman within its borders met the same man. The women deserve to remain connected in public memory. They do not need to be connected by one killer. They were connected by the failures imposed upon their families. No body, no funeral, no conviction, decades of appeals. Searches of land selected through information the public could not assess. The death of parents and siblings before answers arrived. The repeated requirement to defend the missing woman against the suggestion that she chose to disappear. That shared experience is real even if the serial offender is not. A map can show where evidence ended. It cannot show what happened next. For that, each case must be returned to its smallest geography. The Sandymount apartment, Madison House, Lombard Street, the Moonphone box, the Church Street flat, the window on Bachelor's Walk, Butler's Pub and Kisha Cross, the Roseberry Gateway. Those places contain different questions. They may contain different offenders. The discipline of the investigation is to resist allowing one answer to silence the others. 30 years later, the triangle remains unsolved because it may never have been one crime. It may have been several crimes, and perhaps one or more disappearances caused by something else, gathered beneath a name powerful enough to become more familiar than the evidence. Or one offender may still exist within the overlap, responsible for some cases, but not all. The files remain open because neither possibility has been proved. The desire to name the monster is natural. It gives anger a direction. It gives the story an ending. The women's lives require something more difficult. They require the truth to remain incomplete where the evidence is incomplete. No invented final journey. No suspect promoted into a killer by repetition. No pattern treated as proof because the alternative is less satisfying. The triangle is most useful when it reveals how much is missing. It becomes dangerous when it pretends to fill the gaps. The women did not disappear into a shape. They disappeared from individual lives. The answer, if it comes, may arrive separately. A witness in Waterford. A former friend in Dundalk. A person who knows what happened inside a Tullamore flat. Someone who recognizes the vehicle at Moon. A local witness willing to complete an account from Broadway. A person who knows why Deirdre never crossed the gateway. One confession may not solve every case. It needs solve only one. Then another. The map can be dismantled woman by woman. Not by finding the offender imagined at its center. By finding the truth hidden at each point. Chapter 15. 30 years later. A cold case does not begin again at the beginning. The original witnesses are older. Some are dead. The vehicles have been sold, dismantled, or crushed. Houses have changed owners. Roads have been widened. Telephone boxes have disappeared. Fields have been drained, planted, excavated, and returned to pasture. The missing woman remains the same age. Her file does not. Statements accumulate around the original investigation. Newspaper articles become exhibits. Maps are redrawn. Information once dismissed is reconsidered beside facts learned years later. A review does not restore the scene. It returns investigators to what survived it. The first investigation asks what happened. A cold case review asks a different question. What was missed? The distinction does not assume that the original investigators were careless. They worked with the information, methods, and technology available at the time. Some decisions may have been reasonable then, and damaging later. A sighting may have been accepted because it appeared consistent with the woman's plans. A voluntary disappearance theory may have remained open because no evidence proved a crime. A witness may have been considered peripheral before another case gave his name significance. An object retained without apparent value may become testable decades later. The case does not change. The ability to read it does. The Serious Crime Review Team is often described as Ireland's cold case unit. Its work is not limited to unsolved murders from the distant past. It reviews unresolved historical and current serious crimes to identify investigative opportunities that may not have existed, or may not have been recognized, during the original inquiry. A review is not necessarily a new investigation. It can create one. The team examines the structure of the case, the evidence obtained, the decisions made, and the lines of inquiry left incomplete. Recommendations are returned to an investigation team and acted upon under the direction of a senior investigating officer. The process can produce hundreds of tasks. Re-interview this witness. Trace this vehicle. Examine this location. Compare these statements. Identify the person referred to only by a nickname. Establish whether a reported sighting was ever verified. Determine whether an exhibit can now be tested. Check whether a suspect had access to land not considered originally. A recommendation may take a sentence to write and months to complete. By November 2025, the review of Joe Dullard's murder had generated nearly 800 recommendations. The number did not mean investigators possessed 800 pieces of new evidence. It represented the work required to test what the old investigation, later information, and modern review had placed before them. One recommendation might eliminate a rumor. Another might expose a contradiction. A third could produce a search lasting weeks. Most would never become visible publicly. Cold cases appear motionless because the work occurs away from cameras. The visible moments, an arrest, excavation, or renewed appeal, are the surface of an investigation that has been moving quietly underneath. The old files contain evidence of their era. Statements typed or written by hand. Telephone numbers without mobile records. Addresses linked to people who moved long ago. Descriptions of vehicles remembered by color and approximate model rather than registration camera data. Timelines assembled through receipts, paper tickets, and witnesses looking at clocks. The limitations are obvious in hindsight. They were ordinary at the time. In 1993, a person could leave an apartment without producing a continuous digital record. A telephone call from a public box revealed the location of the box, not the caller's next movement. Cash purchases left no account history. A bus journey might be remembered by the driver, but recorded nowhere else. A vehicle could cross counties without being captured automatically. When the women disappeared, silence began much closer to the final sighting. Today, a missing person may leave behind phone location records, messages, search history, bank activity, travel cards, doorbell cameras, motorway records, and images from private businesses. The amount of evidence has changed. Its existence has not made disappearance impossible. Modern technology can illuminate an old file without rewriting it. Maps can place witness accounts beside historic roads and property boundaries. Aerial photography may show how land looked before development. Digital databases make names easier to compare across investigations. Records once stored separately can be searched for recurring addresses, vehicles, and associates. A witness statement mentioning a man casually in one case may acquire significance when the same person appears elsewhere. The connection still needs to be tested. A shared name can reflect a common workplace, family relationship, or coincidence. A database finds repetition. It does not decide what the repetition means. Cold case investigation is partly the work of recovering context. An address from 1995 may now belong to another family. Investigators must determine who had access to it at the relevant time. A road may have a new name. A derelict building may have been demolished. A field described by a witness as lying beside a particular tree may now form part of a housing estate. The location must be reconstructed before it can be searched. Memory alone is rarely enough. Old maps, planning files, land records, photographs and accounts from former residents can restore a landscape no longer visible. The purpose is not to recreate the past perfectly. It is to identify where evidence may still remain within the present. The search teams that entered ground near the Wicklow, Kildare border in 2026 did so more than 27 years after Deirdre Jacob disappeared and more than 30 years after Jo Dullard made her final telephone call. Before excavation began in June, the Defence Forces assisted Gardaí with a technical survey. The ground was then searched and subjected to forensic examination. The operation continued for more than 2 weeks. From outside the perimeter, the work resembled a direct confrontation with the past. Machinery removed earth. Specialists examined the exposed ground. 2 investigations that had remained unresolved for decades appeared to converge on one place. The results were not released publicly. The families were updated. The investigations continued. The silence did not mean nothing had been found. It did not mean the women had been recovered. It meant the evidential value of the operation could not yet be shared. Technology can locate disturbance beneath the ground. It cannot tell investigators automatically what caused it. A buried utility line, animal remains, agricultural work, and natural changes may produce features requiring examination. A technical survey narrows attention. Excavation tests what the survey reveals. Forensic specialists then determine whether recovered material belongs to the investigation. The process is slower and less certain than the image of a machine identifying a grave beneath untouched land. Old ground contains many histories. Investigators are searching for one. DNA offers the clearest example of a technology capable of altering an old case. A profile recovered from human remains may identify the missing person directly if a suitable reference sample exists. Where the missing person's own DNA is unavailable, samples from relatives can establish biological relationships. International databases allow comparisons beyond the country in which the person disappeared. A woman believed to have died in Ireland may have been recovered unidentified elsewhere. Remains found in Ireland may belong to someone reported missing in another country. The identification does not depend upon the family guessing the correct grave. It depends upon the profiles being available, lawfully shared, and compared. Interpol's iFamilia system was created specifically for missing person identification through family DNA. The system permits kinship matching when no direct sample from the missing person is available. The relatives' profiles are used for a humanitarian identification purpose rather than being searched as though the family members were criminal suspects. The possibility would have seemed remote when the principal women disappeared. A parent or sibling can now provide a sample that may identify remains found decades earlier and thousands of kilometers away. The technology does not promise a match. It creates a question that can be asked repeatedly as new profiles enter the system. Does this unidentified person belong to this family? For relatives, providing DNA is both practical and emotional. A cotton swab or blood sample contains the possibility that the next contact from investigators will confirm death. Parents who once hoped their daughter was living elsewhere may submit DNA because they no longer believe she is alive. The sample is an act of search and surrender at the same time. It acknowledges that the missing woman may already have been found without her name. A body in an unidentified grave. Remains recovered from water. A fragment held in storage because no comparison was possible when it was discovered. The family gives part of itself to restore the identity of the person who is absent. DNA cannot resolve every disappearance. No remains may have been found. Environmental conditions may have destroyed usable material. A body may have been cremated, moved or concealed where no one has searched. A profile may establish identity without revealing the killer. The person responsible may have left no biological trace capable of surviving the years. The power of the technology can create unrealistic expectations. Science does not reconstruct evidence that was never recovered. It can only examine what remains. Retained exhibits may carry new possibilities. Clothing, hair, soil, fibers and objects handled during a crime can be reassessed using methods unavailable to the original investigation. But the existence of an exhibit does not guarantee a result. Its evidential history matters. Who collected it? How was it packaged? Where was it stored? Who handled it? Was it exposed to contamination before anyone understood its importance? A tiny modern result can be undermined by an uncertain chain of custody. The more sensitive the test becomes, the more capable it is of detecting innocent contact alongside evidence of a crime. A person's DNA on an object does not always explain when or why it arrived there. Technology supplies information. Interpretation remains human. Some of the most important cold case evidence is not scientific. It is a changed witness. The person who spoke in 1995 is not the same person interviewed 30 years later. Age may weaken memory. It can also weaken fear. A witness once dependent upon a suspect may now live separately. A marriage may have ended. A parent whose authority enforced silence may have died. A friendship may no longer deserve protection. Children may have grown old enough to understand what they overheard. A person approaching the end of life may reconsider the secret that will die alongside them. Time damages evidence. It also changes loyalties. Investigators return to witnesses because a statement can be true and incomplete. A person may have answered only the questions asked. He may have described where he went without disclosing whom he met. She may have admitted seeing a vehicle, but omitted the driver's identity. A witness may have lied about one detail to protect a relationship while telling the truth about everything else. The original investigators may not have possessed the information required to recognize the omission. A later review can place the old account beside new evidence. The contradiction becomes visible. The witness is asked again. Memory does not behave like a recording. A witness interviewed decades later may speak sincerely and still be wrong. Repeated news coverage can blend with personal recollection. A detail learned from a documentary may begin to feel remembered directly. People discuss old events with relatives and neighbors. The group develops a shared version that replaces individual uncertainty. The task is not merely to obtain new statements. It is to determine which parts arise from original observation and which entered the account afterwards. A vivid memory is not automatically an accurate one. A hesitant memory is not automatically useless. Investigators can preserve undisclosed facts to test later accounts. A person claiming knowledge may describe a location, object, or event never released publicly. The detail may demonstrate genuine access to the truth. It may also have circulated privately through the community. The source must be examined. Who told the witness? When? Could the information have come from an investigator, relative, or person involved in a search? A confession repeated through 3 people becomes weaker with each retelling. The original speaker may have been boasting, threatening, joking, or speaking truthfully. Cold cases accumulate stories. The work lies in finding the evidence inside them. Anonymous information creates particular difficulty. A letter can identify a location without exposing the writer. A telephone caller may provide a name and disconnect. The person may be frightened of retaliation or ashamed of earlier silence. The anonymity may also conceal malice, obsession, or invention. Investigators can test specific claims where possible. They cannot ask follow-up questions of someone who refuses to be identified. What exactly did you see? How do you know? Who else was present? Why are you speaking now? The missing answers may be the difference between rumor and evidence. The public appeal remains one of the oldest investigative tools. Its language has become more targeted. Gardai do not ask only whether anyone remembers seeing the missing woman. They appeal to groups likely to hold particular information. People who hitchhiked near Moon. Motorists who gave lifts. Customers present in the Newbridge post office. People associated with Broadway and Kisha Cross. Anyone who received or saw a distinctive cassette player or satchel. Individuals who spoke previously but did not disclose everything they knew. The appeal is built from the current state of the investigation. What appears to be a general request may be directed towards one person. The internet extends those appeals beyond their original geography. A witness who emigrated can see a renewed request from Ireland. Images can be shared rapidly. Age-progressed portraits can reach people who never saw the first missing person poster. Digital reach also creates noise. False information spreads with the same speed. Names of uncharged people circulate without legal context. Online groups combine genuine records with rumors, psychic claims, and details borrowed from fictional reconstructions. Investigators may receive more information. They must spend more time establishing whether it is information at all. The modern missing person system also confronts scale. Thousands of reports are made in Ireland each year. Most people are found. Some individuals are reported missing more than once, which is why the number of reports exceeds the number of people involved. In 2025, Garda Statistics recorded 11,922 missing person reports concerning 4,181 different people. 57 of those people were still recorded as missing in the data published in April 2026. The figures place the famous cases inside a larger operational reality. Every report must be assessed. Risk changes rapidly. A missing child, vulnerable adult, or person believed to be in immediate danger requires urgent resources. A long-term disappearance cannot be allowed to vanish beneath the volume of new incidents. The Missing Persons Unit provides national support for that work. It maintains records, assists local investigators, and supports the identification of bodies. It also liaises with overseas police forces and Interpol. That national structure matters because disappearance does not respect Garda district boundaries. A person reported missing in Dublin may be seen in another county. Unidentified remains may be recovered abroad. A name appearing in one investigation may belong to a person examined elsewhere. Information must travel farther and faster than the missing person did. The original Vanishing Triangle cases demonstrated the cost of files developing separately before their possible connections were reviewed centrally. Centralization does not remove local knowledge. The district investigator may know the roads, families, and relationships in a way a national unit cannot. A local Garda may recognize a nickname or understand why a witness was frightened to speak. The national team provides comparison, specialist support, and distance from the assumptions that formed around the original investigation. The strongest review uses both local memory, national records, specialist expertise. A case may fail when anyone is treated as sufficient alone. The families remain part of the investigation. A family liaison officer can explain developments, prepare relatives for searches, and reduce the risk that they learn significant news from a television broadcast. The relationship does not eliminate frustration. Operational secrecy means investigators cannot disclose everything. A family may be told that information is important without being told who provided it. They may know that a search produced material while being asked not to discuss it. They may believe Gardaí should arrest someone when investigators know the evidential threshold has not been reached. Trust must survive inside an unequal flow of information. The police hold the file. The family holds the loss. A new search does not necessarily mean a case is close to resolution. It means the investigation has identified a location worth examining. A new arrest does not mean a prosecution will follow. It means the legal threshold for detention and questioning has been met. A file sent to the Director of Public Prosecutions does not mean charges are inevitable. The evidence must be assessed independently. Each stage is meaningful. None should be mistaken for the next. The public often experiences the process as repeated disappointment because the visible development does not produce a final answer. Investigators experience it as the testing of one possibility among many. Families experience both. The cold case is measured differently by each group. For the public, it becomes active when it returns to the news. For investigators, it may have remained active through review, interviews, and unseen inquiries. For the family, it was never cold. The woman did not become less missing because a year passed without a search. The empty place remained at every birthday, funeral, and gathering. The phrase cold case describes the condition of an investigation. It does not describe grief. 30 years can strengthen one conclusion. The woman did not choose to disappear. The absence of contact becomes increasingly difficult to explain voluntarily. Parents die. Children grow up. Siblings become elderly. The missing woman never accesses the life she left behind. That conclusion may justify reclassifying the case as murder. It does not identify the murderer. The evidential distance between those conclusions can remain enormous. A person is dead. Someone probably killed her. Which person? By what method? At what location? What admissible evidence proves it? The review can answer the first questions while the final one remains unreachable. The person responsible may also be dead. A deceased offender cannot be prosecuted. His death does not make identifying him pointless. The family may still learn what happened. Remains may be recovered. Other people who assisted him may remain alive. His responsibility may clarify unrelated suspicions surrounding others. But the investigation faces a different evidential problem when the person accused cannot respond. The desire for an answer can make a dead suspect unusually convenient. He cannot deny the allegation. No trial will test the theory. A responsible conclusion must remain tied to evidence even when a courtroom is no longer possible. Witnesses die as well. Every anniversary reduces the pool of people capable of supplying first-hand information. A witness who saw a car may take the registration number to the grave. A person who heard an admission may never repeat it. The offender's death can close one path. The death of the person who protected him can open another, if documents, possessions, or conversations emerge afterwards. Time does not move only against the investigation. It rearranges what is available. Old possessions can outlive the people who understood them. A distinctive bag may remain in an attic. A photograph may show a vehicle in the background. A diary can record an appointment. A box inherited after a parent's death may contain a newspaper clipping, name, or object no one in the next generation recognizes. The significance appears only when someone asks, "Where did this come from? Why was it kept? Who is the person named here?" Families of suspects and witnesses may unknowingly hold evidence. They may also hold objects that appear suspicious only because the original explanation has been lost. The investigation must distinguish inheritance from concealment. The 2026 searches demonstrated that the age of the cases did not make them historical in the ordinary sense. Jojo and Deirdre remained the subjects of active murder investigations. Their families were updated while open ground was surveyed and excavated. Specialist resources were deployed. Information was still capable of moving the investigation into the landscape. The cases existed in two times at once. The crimes belonged to the 1990s. The searches belonged to the present. The same is true of the other women. Annie McCarrick's case produced an arrest and property search in 2025. Fiona Pender's murder investigation entered new search phases that year. Open ground was examined for Fiona Sinnott. Sandra Collins's family received a renewed 25th anniversary appeal. Imelda Keenan's relatives continued asking for her disappearance to be treated as murder. The files were old. The consequences were current. A person who withheld information in 1993 cannot assume it has lost value. Investigators may now know enough to understand the detail differently. A vehicle description, once too broad, may match records uncovered through another inquiry. A location mentioned vaguely may correspond with land later associated with a suspect. A false alibi may be exposed because the person who supplied it is willing to speak. A sentence dismissed as rumor may contain a fact that was never public. Information does not become useless merely because it is late. Its evidential value may change. The family's need for it does not. The passage of time can make speaking feel more difficult. A witness must admit not only what was known, but why it was withheld. Fear may explain the first year. Loyalty may explain the next. After 3 decades, silence has become an action of its own. The witness may believe disclosure will bring prosecution, shame, or blame upon people who had no part in the crime. Investigators cannot promise there will be no consequences. They can explain that continued silence protects uncertainty and may protect the offender. The decision remains with the witness. Some cases will be solved through science. Others through a body being found accidentally. A construction worker may expose remains. A drought may alter water levels. A person clearing inherited property may discover clothing or documents. A relative may provide DNA. A former partner may disclose an old confession. A suspect may speak. The breakthrough may appear sudden. It will rest upon years in which the case was preserved well enough for the new evidence to have meaning. Preservation is itself an investigative achievement. Files must remain accessible. Exhibits must be stored. Family DNA must be recorded appropriately. Unidentified remains must be capable of comparison. Witness details must be updated. A case cannot benefit from future technology if the evidence required by that technology has been lost. The cold case investigator works partly for a future that cannot yet be described. An exhibit yielding nothing today may answer a question in 10 years. The decision to retain it keeps that possibility alive. There is no technology capable of finding a woman whose location remains known only to someone refusing to speak. Ground surveys require ground. DNA requires biological material. Databases require data. A review requires something recorded to reconsider. Human knowledge remains the missing instrument in many of the cases. Someone knows where a journey ended. Someone saw who arrived. Someone heard an explanation that never made sense. Someone noticed an object disappear. 30 years of scientific progress cannot replace a sentence withheld deliberately. The current investigations therefore return repeatedly to conscience. Circumstances have changed. Relationships have changed. The person protected may be dead. The witness may no longer be vulnerable in the same way. Families are aging. The opportunity to provide an answer is narrowing. The appeal is no longer only for evidence that can secure a conviction. It is for the location that can provide a burial. 30 years later, the investigators do not possess the past. They possess what survived it. A receipt. A statement. A final telephone call. An open window. A jacket in an apartment. A missing cassette player. A black satchel with yellow lettering. Medical records. A witness who saw 4 people near a crossroads. A family member willing to provide DNA. Ground considered important enough to open. The evidence is fragmentary because the women disappeared between the fragments. The work is to determine whether they can still be joined. A cold case is sometimes imagined as a locked room waiting for a brilliant new investigator to notice what everyone else missed. The reality is less elegant. Hundreds of recommendations. Repeated interviews. Records requested from institutions that may no longer possess them. Searches producing no public result. Scientific tests that exclude rather than identify. The slow removal of explanations that once appeared possible. The work advances by narrowing uncertainty. That progress may never be visible as a solution. The families do not need the investigation to be dramatic. They need it to remain alive. They need the file preserved for the technology not yet invented and the witness not yet ready. They need investigators to remember that an old photograph represents a person whose relatives are still waiting. They need the absence of a quick result not to become permission to stop. The roads have changed since the women disappeared. The investigative landscape has changed more. Information can cross borders in seconds. DNA can connect a family with unidentified remains. Ground can be surveyed before excavation. Files can be searched for relationships invisible on paper. None of it guarantees an answer. It makes the old silence less secure. The person responsible may have relied upon the limitations of 1993, 1995, or 1998. He may have believed a body without a location would remain beyond science. He may have believed witnesses would keep protecting him. He may have believed the family would die and the file would close. The searches in 2026 demonstrated that time had not granted him that certainty. Investigators were still entering the ground. Families were still being updated. The women's names were still being spoken. 30 years is long enough for evidence to disappear. It is also long enough for a secret to become unbearable. The cases now depend upon both possibilities. What the years destroyed, and what they may finally persuade someone to reveal. Epilogue. The roads are still there. The roads are still there. They pass through villages and towns, beside fields, houses and stretches of land that have been searched more than once. Cars move along them without slowing. New drivers follow routes that existed before some of them were born. The journeys no longer look as they did in 1990s. Motorways have changed how people travel between counties. Mobile telephones have replaced public phone boxes. Cameras watch entrances, streets, and filling stations. A person leaving home now carries a device capable of recording messages, payments, movements, and searches. The country has changed around the places where the women disappeared. The final moments have not. In Sandymount, the supermarket where Annie McCarrick bought groceries belongs to another time. The receipt placed her there at 11:02 on the morning of March 26, 1993. The shopping was carried back to the apartment at St. Catherine's Court and left in its bags. For years, Annie's disappearance was remembered through a journey into the Dublin and Wicklow Mountains. A bus. Enniskerry. A pub in Glencullen. A woman believed to be Annie seen in the company of a man. The sightings created a route through the afternoon and into the evening. They provided investigators and the public with somewhere to look. 30 years later, the murder investigation returned to the last fact that did not depend upon recognition or memory. The groceries. They remained ordinary objects. Food bought for a home in which Annie expected to continue living. Plans for dinner waited beyond them. Her mother was preparing to travel from New York. Annie had not arranged a final scene. She had gone shopping. The bags remained after she did not. In Rathgar, Eva Brennan's jacket was found inside her apartment. She had worn it when she left her parents' house after Sunday lunch. The argument preceding her departure was minor enough to have disappeared from family memory had anything else followed it. Eva apparently reached home. She removed the jacket. What happened next never entered the confirmed record. There was no famous final telephone call. No reliable witness described a vehicle. No landscape became permanently connected with the search for her. Her disappearance was quieter. That quietness should not be mistaken for an answer. Eva's red bag was not found. Neither was the watch she had been wearing. She did not contact the family with whom she had remained close. She did not return as the days, years, and decades passed. A woman can disappear without creating a scene dramatic enough to become nationally familiar. Her absence is no smaller for it. In Waterford, traffic continues along Lombard Street. People cross near the Tower Hotel, without knowing that the same movement became the final confirmed action in another woman's life. Imelda Keenan left the apartment she shared with her boyfriend on January 3, 1994. She intended to walk into town. A woman who knew her saw her cross the road. The sighting lasted only seconds. Had the witness continued watching, the investigation might have gained another direction. A doorway, a vehicle, another person, a turn into a side street. Instead, Imelda passed beyond the edge of observation. A plaque now stands near the route. It provides her family with somewhere to gather. It does not mark where Imelda lies. The city contains the place where she was last known to be alive and the possibility that the place where she was taken remains undiscovered. Between them is a distance no map can measure. At Moon, the phone box from which JoJo Dullard made her final call is no longer part of ordinary travel. The road remains. At 11:37 on the night of November 9, 1995, JoJo told her friend that a car had stopped. The call ended because the journey appeared ready to continue. She had already traveled from Dublin to Nos, from Nos to Kilcullen, and from Kilcullen to Moon. Each lift had brought her closer to Callan. The final driver did not come forward to complete the route. Years passed. The disappearance became a murder investigation. A man was arrested and released without charge. Land was excavated. Further searches were conducted in connection with JoJo and Deirdre Jacob. JoJo's family continued asking for the same thing. Not a theory. Not another rumor. The place where she had been left. The memorial at Moon marks the last location, carried by her own voice. Whatever followed remains with someone else. In Tullamore, the baby clothes purchased by Fiona Pender and her mother belonged to a child expected in the autumn of 1996. Fiona was 7 months pregnant. The shopping trip carried no hidden meaning at the time. A daughter and mother prepared for a birth. Small clothes were chosen for an infant who would soon enter the family. Fiona was last seen at her flat on Church Street the following morning. No confirmed witness described her leaving. She did not arrive at a maternity hospital under another name. She did not establish a new life. No child was identified as the baby she had been carrying. Her parents died without recovering either of them. A memorial beside the canal provides a place for remembrance in the absence of a grave. Walkers and runners pass through a landscape Fiona once knew. The child would now be an adult. Fiona remains 25 in the photographs. The pregnancy is preserved permanently at 7 months. Time moved forward for the family and stopped for 2 lives. In Dundalk, the window was left open. Ciara Breen climbed through it during the early hours of February 13, 1997. The decision appeared designed to avoid waking her mother and to allow her to return the same way. She expected the house to remain available to her. Her bed was empty when Bernadette woke. The front window was open. Ciara had not packed for a permanent departure. She had not announced that she intended to begin another life. Whatever drew her into the street appeared temporary. A search of Balmer's Bog did not publicly recover her. A man was arrested and released without charge. Her mother died without learning what happened after the girl left the house. The window became an image repeated through the case because it contained an intention that survived Ciara's disappearance. She meant to come back. Near Broadway, the road through Kisha Cross still carries local traffic. Shortly after Fiona Sinnott left Butler's pub, a motorist saw 4 people near the junction. A man and woman appeared to be arguing. 2 young men stood nearby. The identities of the 4 people were never established publicly. They may hold the final independent account of Fiona alive. They may have witnessed something whose significance they did not understand. The woman may not have been Fiona at all. The uncertainty has remained because those present did not identify themselves. Fiona's daughter grew older than the 19-year-old mother preserved in photographs. Her family erected memorials and endured searches of land that did not return her. People in the local community may possess separate fragments. A name, a vehicle, a conversation. The place where Fiona's body was concealed. The road has remained open. The account has not. At Roseberry, the gateway still leads towards the Jacob family home. Deirdre walked towards it on July 28, 1998. She had gone into Newbridge to obtain a bank draft for accommodation connected with her next college year. She posted it, visited her grandmother, and began the journey home. Witnesses saw her along the route. The last placed her near the entrance to the house shortly after 3 o'clock. The final distance was short enough to appear impossible. A young woman should not be able to disappear within steps of her own front door in daylight. Yet disappearance does not require a long journey. It requires only a moment during which no witness understands what is happening. A car stops. A familiar person speaks. A door opens. The road continues around them. The black satchel with yellow lettering disappeared with Deirdre. The bank draft reached the future for which it had been purchased. She did not. The women became connected through absence. Their photographs appeared together. Roads and counties were joined. A triangle was drawn around places that had not seemed related when each woman first disappeared. The shape gave the public a way to remember. It also created the expectation that one answer waited at its center. Perhaps one person was responsible for more than one disappearance. Perhaps several offenders acted independently. Perhaps the cases include different forms of violence: strangers, acquaintances, intimate partners, and people whose roles were never recognized publicly. The investigations have not supplied one explanation capable of containing every woman. That uncertainty is not a weakness to be repaired through invention. It is the truth that remains. No verified account can enter the final vehicles. It cannot describe what happened inside Fiona Pender's flat after the last confirmed sighting. It cannot follow Sierra through the streets of Dundalk. It cannot identify the woman at Kisha Cross. It cannot place a particular man beside Deirdre's gateway. The temptation to complete those scenes is strongest because the women were denied the chance to describe them. A narrative can create resolution where an investigation has failed. It can give the unknown driver a face, supply a conversation, and lead the reader towards concealed ground. It can also turn speculation into memory. The absence must remain visible. The photographs used in appeals are no longer contemporary images. Clothing, hairstyles, and film quality place them in another period. The women themselves do not appear historical. They look towards the camera without knowing what the photograph will become. A daughter, a sister, a mother, a student, a young woman preparing for dinner, college, a baby, or the journey home. The photographs were not taken as evidence. They became evidence because there was no later image. Families continued aging beside those photographs. Parents who began searches were buried. Siblings inherited interviews, case files, and anniversary appeals. Children grew into adults carrying memories supplied by other people. Memorials were erected because no graves existed. Each death within a family altered the meaning of the search. The person who had waited longest would not see the missing woman returned. The possibility of recovery remained for those who followed. The word closure is too small for what the families have asked. A body would permit a funeral. It would not restore the years. A conviction would establish responsibility. It would not bring parents back to receive the answer. A confession might explain where a woman was left. It could not return the childhood, motherhood, teaching career, friendships, or ordinary aging she was denied. There is no closing of such a loss. There can be truth. There can be burial. There can be justice. The person who knows a location may believe too much time has passed. It has not. A grave remains meaningful after 30 years. So does a name spoken honestly in a Garda station. The information need not solve every case or prove the existence of a triangle. It need only return one woman. A field can be searched. A bag can be identified. An old account can be corrected. A lie can be withdrawn. A witness can decide that protection has lasted long enough. The roads are still there, but the women are not traveling upon them. Annie is not returning from the supermarket. Eva is not walking back to Rathdown Park. Imelda is not continuing towards the post office. Jojo is not reaching Callan. Fiona is not carrying her baby home. Sierra is not climbing back through the window. Fiona is not returning to her daughter. Deirdre is not passing through the gate. Those journeys exist only until the final confirmed moment. After that, they belong to the investigations. The country continued around the absence. Shops opened. Buses changed routes. Phone boxes were removed. Children were born and grew older. Houses were sold. Roads were rebuilt. Fields were searched and restored. The women's names remained attached to places that otherwise returned to ordinary use. Sandymount, Rathgar, Waterford, Moon, Tullamore, Dundalk, Broadway, Newbridge. The map contains no visible boundary separating life from disappearance. A person can pass through each place without knowing where the evidence ended. That is why the women must be remembered separately. Not as 8 points. Not as a list belonging to an imagined offender. Not as photographs arranged beneath a phrase created after they were gone. Annie McCarrick, Eva Brennan, Imelda Keenan, Josephine Dullard, Fiona Pender and the child she was carrying, Sierra Breen, Fiona Sinnott, Deirdre Jacob. Each had a life before the final chronology began. Each left people who knew the difference between the woman and the missing person notice. The cases remain unfinished. Some are formally investigated as murders. Others remain missing person inquiries. Searches have continued into the present. Results have been withheld where investigators believe disclosure could damage active work. That work may yet identify a location. Science may connect remains with a family. A witness may speak after decades of silence. A person once protected may no longer command loyalty or fear. The possibility remains because the files remain open and the families have refused to allow absence to become disappearance from memory. Until an answer arrives, the roads will continue carrying everyone except the women for whom they became final. Cars will pass Moon after dark. People will cross Lombard Street. A family will enter the Roseberry Gateway. Someone will walk beside the canal in Tullamore. The places will look ordinary because they are ordinary. That was always the point. The women did not step into legend. They stepped into streets, homes and vehicles within the world they knew. The mystery came afterwards. The triangle was drawn around their absence. It can be erased. The names must remain. They were here. They were expected home. They are still missing.